I have given credits to original author in starting of the video, but if the original author wishes to reclaim copyright or remove this video, I kindly request before giving copyright strike. Please contact us using the information provided in the channel info. We respect and acknowledge authorship rights, and I will delete that specific video by myself. Thank you. The Plan by Blondie Bonks. Honey, I'm really not sure this is the right time for all this. Anna, my foster mum, begins to reason, breaking off at my frown. We sit across from each other at the dinner table. She, dressed in her nurse's uniform, is having breakfast with us before she leaves. Tom, her husband, and my foster dad sits at the head of the table, looking cautiously from one of our faces to the other. Why not? I object. We are running through the conversation for the fourth time now. I mean, I'm 18 now, I've just finished sitting my exams. I rush to explain. It's been a few days since Bella's email and my mind hasn't stopped whirling through the repercussions of such a confession. It's not like I'm not even going to end up in Washington soon anyway, I reminded them both. You know, I'll be going to be starting my place at the university in the autumn. Tom sighs and I resign myself smugly to the fact I have persuaded him. Taking another breath, I am about to lurch into my second part of the argument. I hear you, Imogen, it's just, I wanted to spend more time with you before you left us, she sighs. I know, Mum. I relent, reaching across to touch her hand gently. I hardly call her Mum anymore, not since I was a child really. What with you having been so ill recently, and just getting on a plane and heading off to somewhere at the drop of a hat, it's all crazy. She raises her voice as she stands up from the table, looking away. I swing my feet back and forth and Daisy the dog licks at my toes. I think Imogen deserves to meet her brother, Anna, Tom counters. And we both give him a pointed expression. Meeting my brother was part of the plan, that was true. But I wasn't so sure he wanted to meet me. He is right though. I have many reasons for getting to Washington. Some are just easier to justify than others. The room fell silent and I stare at the oak of the table, studying the twisting grains. The walls are magnolia and light would usually flood the room from two large bay windows. Had the weather have been better, of course. We live in a detached house on the outskirts of Oxford. It has been my home for as long as I can remember, and the three of us live here, a family, of sorts. I think Anna brought it because she liked the water, the canal that ran behind the back garden. Tom preferred it for the big windows and the spacious office which he occupied for his writings. He is a scholar and the reason we had moved to the United Kingdom. Tom had received a job offer from Oxford University, so we'd left Forks. We left a lot of things actually. Fine then. You are old enough to make this decision. If it's what you really want, then so be it. She relents, throwing her arms up, and sighs. How soon are planning on leaving? Tom questions, looking at me with large blue eyes that rip into my soul. I can't seem to hold his stare too long. Looking down, I blush. I booked the first flight I could get. I'm flying out in 2 days, I explain. Anna gasps and Tom coughs. Daisy keeps licking at my toes and I cast my stare down, rubbing at her head. 2 days won't leave me much time for preparations. I don't like traveling. I disliked international travel even more. The flight from London to Forks feels like it takes decades. I am of course exaggerating, but my nerves feel stoked. Slumping in the seat at the airport lounge, I am trying to ignore my failing phone battery. The past 2 days have been a whirlwind of activity. All my plans for traveling to La Push, Washington in the summer have been forced abruptly forwards, and I have niggling worries of what I've forgotten. I have written endless lists and made hours worth of phone calls, chasing up doctor's notes, health insurance, plane tickets, speaking to school administrators, and trying to explain to Charlie Swan why my visit is now needed so soon. My foster parents hadn't been able to both come to the airport. Anna is working, so Tom had driven me to the airport escorted by gray storm clouds. We awkwardly bid each other goodbye in only the way we could. Close wasn't quite how I would describe the relationship. La Push. Forks. I roll the foreign words around in my head, letting them invade my thoughts. These places were home. La Push came first, until I was a few months old, and orphaned under suspicious circumstances. Then not long afterwards getting adopted by Anna and Tom Morgan, who lived in Forks. We moved away when I was 5. My foster parents still refer to it as home. But I'd never seen it that way. I have a distaste for the place. It is cold, wet, and by no means easy to get to. We visited every few years. When I was younger it had been more regularly than that still. My 18th birthday brought through access to a small trust fund my birth mother had left for me, and the inheritance of her bungalow. It had been tied up in the trust fund and not sold despite her passing. A neighbor had taken care of the property after my mother's death. Anna once told me Tom paid him a small fee monthly for general maintenance and handiwork. I was set to enroll in Washington University this autumn to study fine art. La Push provides me with a perfect escape, even if it was not an ideal one. Not exactly working as a barista on a Greek island, or backpacking across Asia as some of my friends were planning for their summer, but it was a start. This allows me some time to sell the bungalow and tie up loose ends about the trust fund. I remind myself that this is still the plan. Stick to the plan. I just had a few curveballs to deal with before then. The biggest being Bella wanting to become a vampire. Then the small pressing matter of trying to get to know my half-brother. Easy. An announcement for my flight bellows through the lounge and I stand quickly and begin to gather my thoughts. I am doing this for Bella. Bella needs me. I had planned my return to La Push and Forks once Bella's emails had started. Since her moving in with Charlie from Phoenix we'd been in correspondence daily discussing the turbulence high school life and adjusting. Then she started to tell me about the Cullens and then of Edward. Vampires. She told me she was dating a vampire. Next though came the Quileute wolves. This was all the stuff of legend, fantasy, and yet somehow it was playing out in life. However, Bella's emails, they didn't stop. They just got darker. She almost died, multiple times. In her first year, she was running with vampires and then not long after discovering the shapeshifter pack. A spiral of depression and the return of her now fiancé had her life back on track. She is in deep trouble, and maddeningly in love with a vampire. All the while being hotly pursued by a wolf who is desperate for her. Bella had been upset by my early arrival. Frustrated probably, unlike her father, Charlie, who was happy for Bella to have a healthier influence in her life. I couldn't agree with him, but I decided we could roll with the idea. It made for less explaining. My plan is to give Bella advice, support, and mostly to try to make everyone behave. Plus the small matter of trying to delay her from becoming a vampire. That's what friends are for, right? A new arrival, William R. Fairchild International Airport, March. Relief washes over me like a wave the moment I set eyes on her. The hum of people bounce of the glass space echoing noisily over the calm that had overcome me. I stop a few feet away from the pair. I could barely dare to believe that this was Bella Swan. Bella has aged in the year since we last had physical contact. Back then she was in a deep bout of depression following her birthday. When Edward had left, but now he was back, and they are engaged. I marvel at the way her brown hair has grown out longer now, twisting down her back. Her clothes look even more oversized than before. She is a shapeless figure with protruding pale hands and a soft face. Bella's eyes are jumpy and she shifts from one foot to the next, unable to mask her uncomfortable energy. To her side stands Charlie, who still looks the same as he did when I left Forks for Oxford all those years ago. It's nice that there's at least one constant in all of our lives. The police uniform looks striking against the crowd of young people who are arriving in thralls dragging luggage with them. Charlie stands still, his feet planted firmly as he waits. I begin to move forwards, dragging my luggage with me as I go, picking up speed in excitement. The suitcase is heavy and bulging with the items I prioritized. Everything else is getting sent by courier. Bella's eyes meet with me first and her smile highlights her delight as she calls out my name. I begin to smile back so hard my face hurts. As I rush towards her, as fast as my body will allow, we collide together with a thud, arms entangled with girlish laughter. I squeal as she lifts me a few inches off the ground, surprising me with her sudden show of strength. I wonder if she has practiced. "Put me down, Bells," I cry aloud, my arms failing around. "I missed you so much, Amy. I really am glad you've come," Bella assures, speaking softly as she takes my hand, pulling me towards Charlie. You look so well. I compliment. Bella blushes and lowers her head for a moment. You too, Amy. You look so much better this time. Bella assures me, referring to past problems. I smile knowingly. The medication helps somewhat with that. Charlie raises me an awkward smile as Bella drops my hand and he steps towards me. Moving towards each other, we almost dance as we try to hug. Charlie moves me forwards, tugging gently at my arm, and holds me in a briefly comforting embrace. Been a while, kiddo. He teases me and I grin. Too long, I mumble in agreement as we break the embrace. We should go, Bella says, simply turning to what I remembered as the exit. Charlie sighs softly, taking the suitcase from me, and I stride forwards to keep pace with my counterpart. Hey Bells, wait up. Charlie calls to us and we giggle. I have known Bella Swan since we were young children together in Forks. Our parents had known each other for a long time before we existed, and we lived in the small neighborhood for a while. As is life. People's plans change. Renee left Forks, taking Bella with her. Tom got a new job and we left too. Everyone leaves Forks eventually, and it's usually for the best. Bella visited Charlie for a month once a summer for a few years, and my parents coincided it with her stay in Washington. We saw, visited people we used to know, but we never strayed too close to La Push as I got older. My foster parents were aloof for their reasons. Why to avoid a visit? The air hit us with a cool, fresh breeze as together we step into the car park. Taxis queue up for what seems like miles, and I pause to watch people climbing into them. I wonder where their journey will take them next. My back is stiff and a wave of nausea rolls over me as the damp air is inhaled. I don't travel well. I am all too agreeable as Bella takes me by the elbow and gestures towards the police cruiser. Everyone is really looking forward to meeting you, especially Edward. Bella explains, pleased to try to assure me I am welcome by all. Charlie grunts and I look towards him with a suspicion. I know he dislikes Edward. Bella just looks sheepish. So is Jacob, she adds with a smile, and Charlie nods as he opens the boot and puts my suitcase inside. Yeah, I can't wait to meet them, I assure her, running a stiff hand through my hair. The hair catches through my fingers, the knots tight from the flight. Charlie ushers us into the car, looking at his watch as if he had somewhere to be. Bella rides shotgun, leaving me the back seat. It's better this way, less conversation. I am acutely aware of Bella's discomfort at being in the car with Charlie. In this case, a police car. I watch with curiosity from the back seat as she sits silently, not making conversation with Charlie. Her head dips to hide her face with auburn hair. So, I decide to ignore them both and indulge in a light sleep. La Push was a long drive, especially given the company. I wake as soon as the car hits a dirt track. My body jolts forward and I get pulled back by resistance from the seatbelt. It is raining now and the droplets hit forcefully against the windows of the cruiser. The occupants of the car are still silent, and only I gasp as we approach our destination. Set at the bottom of a winding dirt track is a small bungalow almost engulfed by the woodland that surrounds it. The only garden appears to be the few yards of neatly trimmed grass before the trees take over. Is this it? My voice asks before I can stop myself. A small porch runs around the front of the bungalow and it adorned with a few plant pots that are alive, thanks to someone's care. To the right sits a bench that swings. The building is not large or threatening in its pale wooden cladding, but it scares me nonetheless. This was home, is now home. Charlie pulls the cruiser up close to the steps, and with Bella I dive from the car and hurry under the shelter of the porch. Charlie valiantly gets free the large suitcase wedged into the boot. I wait with a tension that feels deep in my bones, and for once I don't think it's just because of being unwell. This is apprehension. You'll be wanting these, Charlie says as he stretches out his hand to present a keychain. He drops it in my palm and the keys burn into my skin. Thanks, I smile and curl my fingers over them as I try to not feel the weight of responsibility that comes with all this. I would have liked to stay with Bella. She had even offered, but there are only 2 rooms and it would be too cramped. But it was better this way. I could keep everyone at a safer distance too. Charlie clears his throat and I jerk forwards as I realize he is waiting for me to open the door. The big silver one, he prompts, and I nod, turning my back to them. The key fits instantly and turns with ease. I pause on the handle, feeling like I am about to open the Pandora's box of my past. The door opens and nothing happens. I don't cry, no ghost of my mother comes tumbling out to haunt me. Just silence. I walk in with Charlie behind me. I can just hear Bella awkwardly excusing herself back to the car. She appreciates my need for space. Together we have never discussed my mother dying. Perhaps because I hated how she was so willing to lose her parents to become a vampire. Her fascination with trying to get Edward to agree. Or perhaps it is Bella who avoids the subject because it is all too real for her. The local guy came over this morning to set it all up for you. Running water, electric, you've got landline. Bella brought some food basics over, but you'll need to sort out a food shop at some point. Charlie begins to explain, his voice echoing of the walls of the small entrance hallway we have come to stop in. I appreciate that, Charlie. I thank him gently. I think everything else is pretty much how she left it. Not sure what kiddos make of the 90s nowadays, but what can you do? He shrugs. I nod, feeling numb, and wonder what the rest of the house will look like. I wonder if I will remember any of it. I shake that silly thought from my mind, remembering how small I was when we lived here. Carry on through, why don't you? Master bedroom if to the left door, bathroom to the right, spare bedroom next to that. Kitchen and other stuff are at the end of the house. He gestures and makes to maneuver around me with the suitcase. I draw a deep breath and remind myself I have to stick to the plan. I cannot allow myself to become attached to this place. That will be dangerous. Charlie emerges from the bedroom and looks momentarily thoughtful as I stand in the hallway. It's colder here than I have anticipated. I wonder whether my clothing selections should have been more thought through. Now is not the time though. Charlie is staring again. Phone numbers for people. Charlie states simply as he passes me a piece of paper filled with Bella's handwriting. He nods now and turns to the door. The best thing about Charlie is he doesn't linger. I look down at my boots, trying to center gravity as the room spins. I'm on my own now. With a wave I bid Charlie goodbye and move into the room he's just left. The room smells of must and I move to the window that looks at the woods. With some force I open it and allow a cool breeze to move through the space. I appraise the room with wide eyes, drinking in the space. Charlie is correct. It was still very 90s. I frown at the retro-looking furniture that fills the room. It's simple, and no pine. The bed frame sits low and is metal, with what would seem a fresh duvet set covering it. The walls are white and match the white furnishing, a desk with chair and mirror. Chest of drawers to the side and wardrobe. Very chic. I consider the black armchair for a moment and the way it contrasts the space. Night is drawing in quickly and I move to the beside unit and test the lamp. To my surprise, it willingly turns on. I sink on the mattress, bouncing slightly as I test its stability. It's firm and will be better for my back. All I think about is lying down. The length of time I've gone without a full rest is startling, and I worry about the repercussions. I worry I'm due for a top-up of pain relief, but event that seems like too much effort. Instead, I remove the hearing aid from each ear. Gently pulling them out, I set them down beside me. They are new. Expensive. The design is better and less obvious to unsuspecting person. I rub subconsciously behind my ear where they hook around the skin, feeling tender. I pause, enjoying the muffled sounds now from far off. It is almost silent. I flop back fully clothed and let sleep lull me away. Things that go bump in the night, things that go bump in the night. La Push. March. My dreams are lucid and full of wolves running through the woods. I jolt awake and my breath is rapid as I look around the dark bedroom. I fumble until I hit the light shade and it brings a warm glow into the room. I rub my eyes, as I blink rapidly to adjust to the light change. Now I am upright, I feel nauseous and my heartbeat is rapid. I force myself to slow my breaths as I realize, I am beginning to panic. This is nothing I need to worry about. Just a bad dream. My pink jumper has ridden up and the denim jeans now feel restrictive. That's what happens when you sleep in your daytime clothes. The counter still holds the hearing aids and I stand as my legs protest. I reach over and scoop them up, inserting them quickly into my ears, allowing for optimal sound. The howling I thought was only from my dream is here again now. My body clenches as the long howl seems to rattle my soul. I flinch as I recall I have left the window ajar while I slept, and I move quickly to pull it tightly closed. A second howl calls out with the slam of the window and I cringe. My senses heighten, my heartbeat still rapid. I don't feel alone here. Perhaps I should call Charlie. Then again, that would be problematic. I couldn't exactly tell him I had heard a wolf in the garden. Was I even hearing wolves? Maybe it is just my mind playing tricks on me? There is only one way to tell, really. I leave the bedroom and walk quickly down the hall towards the front door. A few deep breaths and I pull it open and step out. I realize I haven't got a porch light, and I look out into the darkness. I can hardly find the house from the trees. My eyes scan the area and I realize this is all rather pointless. Of course, I can't see any wolves, and even if there are any in the woodland by the house, I wouldn't see them unless they wanted me to. I huff in frustration and turn back inside, slamming the door as loudly as I can manage. The house stinks. I stink too, I realize. My forehead feels clammy as I raise my hand to push my hair back from my face. A shower is in order and I return to the bedroom to take care of remaking the bed and find the suitcase. I need medication too. The bedroom is just as I left it and I pull the suitcase down so I can open it up fully on the floor. The zipper is tight and my hands protest at the strength I am having to exert to pull it around to open. I lift out piles of clothes until I find a set of sweatpants and a vest top. The night has brought on humidity. Next, I pull out the medicine bag which contained a supply of prescription medication, all offering a host of side effects. My hand pauses as I consider which to take and in what order. I opt for the pain relief first and then the anti-sickness tablets. I was diagnosed officially a few months ago with an autoimmune condition, but I still hadn't gotten used to the constant need for medications. I get my water bottle and knock them back quickly to avoid the worst of the taste. The towel I need for a shower is in the suitcase towards the bottom and I rummage for a moment before I manage to pull it out. I take the towel with me across the hall to the bathroom. I pull the cord light and an extractor fan begins to whirl around. I use the toilet and pull my clothes off for the shower. The space is clean and tiled halfway up the wall. Turquoise blue tiles with a white border surrounding the bathroom. It's spacious if not a little dated. At least the suite is white, not pink like I had worried. The shower is gold framed and the bath is long enough to take up the vast amount of space. Tiles beneath my feet are cool and I wait, shifting from foot to foot as the water warms up. It takes the water a few minutes to reach a comfortable temperature and I spend well over 10 minutes enjoying the refreshing stream of water. I am interrupted by a faint crashing sound. It panics me as I realize without my hearing aids in for the shower this sound is louder than I can process. Shutting of the water, I pull off the shower cap and shake my hair free. I step down from the shower to the floor. With shaking hands, I pick up the bath towel and wrap it tightly around my frame. I move as quietly as I can to open the door and poke my head out into the hallway, which is lit by wall lights. My heart is threatening to burst out of chest as I turn towards the kitchen. I need to arm myself and find the landline. The moment I step on the carpet, I am swept across to the opposite wall. I scream so loudly I think everyone in La Push can hear me, or I hope they can. My breath rushes out and I instinctively shove against the person holding my body against the wall. I moan in pain as the figure pushes back against my fighting. They're warm and their body is swift, easily pinning my hands to my sides with a snarl. I scream again. How did someone get in? I curse myself silently for failing to lock the door. The sounds muffle and I squeeze my eyes shut to stop the tears. Get off me! I grunt venomously, kicking out with my briefly free legs. The heat coming from the figure is blistering and it stings my cool skin. I shiver involuntarily as the calloused hands hold my wrists tightly. The water beads across my skin run down my arms and the figure hisses as if the water burns him. I force myself to concentrate, to pick up the sounds being made as I get another forceful push. I can't hear you, I cry with a moan and shove my weight forwards, trying to off-balance the figure. As I speak, I open my eyes and take in all at once the space. The tanned hands, attached to strong arms curved and defined by muscles. The man is shaking physically as if unable to contain himself. My chest feels tight as I watch the muscles twitch, suddenly my mind going to all sorts of places it really shouldn't be. His skin bronzed in a way that defines people from this reservation. His chest is bare and his skin is brushing mine with every protest I make, making goosebumps rise up both my arms. I am struck with the reality that I am only wearing a towel. Shit. I try against to break from his grip. He doesn't budge, a wall of commanding steel. This time I dare to look into his eyes. Everything stops. His grip loosens and instead of feeling like my wrists are breaking they feel caressed. My mouth opens to form words but I suddenly don't know what I want to say. All I know is that I can't break my gaze from his dark eyes. They're like brown marbled orbs. I am getting pulled in and drowned by them. Blood is rushing south and I rub my thighs together, feeling my body alight. His face is young, and hair jet black. I looked down at his angular jaw and thin lips. His nose was large and looked to have been broken and reset. I realized my neck hurt and that I was straining to meet his gaze. He must have been over 6 foot tall. He was stunning. Rugged, snarling at me, and staring at me like he was ready to eat me, but stunning nonetheless. The eyes of the man seemed to tug my gaze back and my heartbeat picks up as his eyes drank mine. Another muffling sound broke off the gaze between us, and the man's head shoots back to look at someone else. I too looked over his shoulder. A younger man stands by the front door. He is shirtless and with the traditional Native American features. I gasp aloud as I realize who he is, the similarity to the photos Bella sent me being uncanny. Embry, my half-brother. I look from him to the man holding me and then back again. I'm Imogen Francis Morgan, I state. And who the hell are you? I exclaim, suddenly finding the ability to speak again, shaking off my attacker who releases me softly and steps back. My body involuntarily wants to jerk forwards and grab him back. The sudden movements jolt my body and I grab quickly at the towel which has come lower down my chest than I want to dare to imagine. The unnamed man's eyes haven't left mine but I blush all the way down to my toes imagining what he must have just seen. Neither man seemed ready to answer my demand so we remain in silence thick with tension. The amount of testosterone in this room was choking me. I am going to get my hearing aids from my bedroom, and then you guys can either get the hell out of here, or tell me who you are before we call the police. I exclaim, feeling prudish in my towel. Neither move to stop me but I watch as Embry, who still remains by the door, mutters something to the other man. The other man turns and almost seems to snarl at him. I back myself towards the bedroom, fumbling with the wall to guide my way. I feel a presence behind me, and I look back to see the man following closely. Together we stop in the room and he watches as I reach for the hearing aids, hooking the tortoise shell design over the backs of my ears. These were American hearing aids my parents had sourced, fashionable they said. I wasn't so sure they were fashionable but they were better than previous pairs I'd had. At 11 I got hospitalized with an illness and as a result had partial hearing damage. It meant I have to wear hearing aids to cope with sound processing. I'd been tested, experimented with and deemed a bit of a medical mystery. It wasn't uncommon, they explained, particularly in children. It sometimes returned, sometimes it didn't. My hearing varied without the aids but mostly it was dimmer with only very loud sounds audible. I could often hear full conversations with ease. Sometimes I lip read and occasionally signed when people knew how. But my parents were forceful for me to keep speaking. I attended speech and language sessions weekly, and was under private health care. What's your name? I asked, sounding calmer than I felt. The man was affecting my grasp of reality. Paul Lahote. He answers and I can feel the blush spreading over my cheeks from the coarse sound of his voice. Right, and you're here with me because? I demand, ignoring the way my heart is about ready to leap from my chest. He snorts at me and crosses his arms over his bare chest. I am surprised when he does dignify me with a response. I could ask you the same question. He breathes out heavily before adding to my perplexed expression. We were doing patrol and could see someone had been to the house recently. The lights were on in the hallway and a window open. No one lives here, did live here. It was an issue, so we flagged it and decided to go and see what might have been going on. Teenagers like to make the most of new hangouts. He smirks at me and I look away, blushing even more now. This man was going to be the death of me. You're a shapeshifter too then? I question, looking from him to Embry, who is leaning against the doorframe. Part of the Yuli pack, right? I begin but break off, as both men frown. Say that again. Embry threatens. How do you know about the pack? Demands Paul, back on the defense. Bella Swan. I state simply and watch as Paul lurches back from me, the shake taking over his body again. It feels like he's pulling me in with his anger, crushing me with it. We should get Sam. Embry states, shifting from foot to foot, and looks from me to Paul with a perplexing expression. He's going to want to talk to Imogen, she could be a threat, Embry adds, and I can't help but roll my eyes. Fuck Sam. Paul growls, crossly shoving at Embry's chest, as he turns his back on me. Embry cranes his neck around the side of Paul to looks at me, and I cringe at the subtle resemblances we have. It's the eyes that are the same color as my own, the shape strikingly alike. I marvel at the perfectly formed pointed ovals. His lashes as just as long as mine. Embry hadn't taken well to my initial attempts to make contact with him when I discovered our relation. I find myself smiling at him. He looks away this time, at least, someone else is blushing. We really need to find Sam. Embry prompts, and it seems to jolt Paul into the present. Fine. He huffs as he turns to me. You should go put some clothes on, he prompts, gesturing to the towel. I'll do what the hell I want, I counter, gesturing for him to leave. Paul emits a low growl and I flinch. He turns and I watch, unable to look away, as he storms forwards and pushes past Embry, almost knocking him to the floor. Embry rights himself, looking flustered, then gives a gentle wave and follows the way Paul had gone. They send her, as I think, some sort of peace offering. I watch tense from the bedroom window as a tall, slender Quileute woman paces up the path towards the house. I pause, waiting for her to knock, but suddenly the bedroom door is pushed open and she stops abruptly, as if shocked by the sight of me. Her gaze is searing and I look down at the baby blue blouse I put on with jeans. The tips of my hair are damp from the droplets down my back. The humidity is making my hair frizz and curl more than usual. Come in, why don't you? I accuse defensively. Who needs door anyway? Nice to see you're dressed, Goldilocks, she teases curtly, and I give her my fiercest glare. Her physique is toned but naturally slim, with legs that seems to extend far past that of most normal people. As if unaware of the dampness of the early morning, she wears shorts and a vest. It's Amy, I say a little too sharply and bite my lip at the force of my tone. You must be Leah. I smile, reminding myself to speak nicely. I stretch out my hand, and to my surprise she takes it and shakes it. A little to fill me, but she shakes it. Anything you don't know? She mocks, and I laugh with her. From what Bella had told me, Leah was left bitter and twisted following a heartbreak. People avoid her because she ostracized herself from the community. I suppose the leech lover told you all about me? She muses, rudely flicking her long fingers across the cabinets, appeasing the room. Bella told me bits about all you. I shrug, trying not to smile at Bella's nickname. I guess I have come up lucky with Goldilocks. Jacob has filled us all in. You're early, and a long way from home, she reminds me as she turns to meet my stare. I was born here, I remind her and myself. This is home. For now. Apparently so, she nods. So, you've just come to help Bella, huh? Leah asks, looking doubtful. I nod. You didn't freak out like Bella did then when she found out about the wolves, Leah muses aloud. Well, I guess I've had the time to compose myself. I smile. So, you did freak? She asks with a hint of a smile back. What about the wolves, the vampires, or the fact that Bella is in love with one? I ask, trying not to come across sarcastic. The wolves? She says, as if it's the most obvious. I shake my head. No, the wolves weren't the freaky part, I assure her. Growing up, Tom, my foster father, had liked to tell me about the Quileute legends he'd researched. That was part of his scholar work. He studied tribal history. I guess because you protect people, it isn't that freaky. I shrug, fumbling with my shirt's hem. Either that or I'm just really good with crazy. We both laugh at that comment. Sorry, she states, suddenly becoming serious once more. I look blankly and Leah has to continue. About Embry and Paul, she spits the words out like they're dirt. Paul gets way too big-headed and doesn't always like to wait to find out the facts. I nod in understanding, blushing at the thought of Paul. You really think you're Embry's brother? She asks me now. Yes, I know it, I nod grimly. Anyway, they won't be bothering you again if I can help it. At least not for a while. But then again, I can't make any promises for either of them. She laughs. Before I can respond, Leah is turning and leaving as quickly as she came. I clutch my head as it pounds. This is all madness. Leaving the bedroom, I go to the kitchen. The kettle is old, but like all the appliances around here, still seems to work. It shakes violently as it boils and I pull out a cup from a cabinet. Rinsing it, I then find some green tea. As the bag stews, I step through the kitchen. I wasn't in a good mood now. Tired, hungry and in pain. Always a bad combination. The kitchen is well sized with an accompanying table with chairs. Perfect for a family. The thought makes me retch. Moving quickly to the back of the room, I descend 3 small steps to a lower level, which is the sitting room. It's striking with glass. Windows all around that look out to the breaking dawn of the morning. The grass outside is dewy and glistening. The trees move rhythmically in the gentle breeze. I look around to realize the room's structure comprised fully of glass down to the apex roof. It is like a miniature greenhouse. The closet armchair is what I find myself sinking into as I try to collect my thoughts. My birth mother had not been native to La Push. She was born in Forks, and moving here made her an outsider of sorts. They called her the Pale Face, and she traveled out of town for work. She had moved here to be closer to the man she was having an affair with. That man was my birth father. He is still alive. My mother is not. I was conceived accidentally. My mother hoped my father would leave his wife and family for us. He didn't. But still the affair continued right up to her death. She got killed during a storm in Forks when a tree crashed down on her car. The rest happened quickly. I moved into temporary foster care, custody of the state, before being adopted. Bella today was my only one connection to both Forks and La Push. She helped me to look back into the past. We never talked about my parents, but Bella came to me with suspicions I had a half-brother on the reservation. It took a few months before I got the name Embry call. I had planned to approach him when I came for my gap year after my letters were ignored. But I had hoped our first meeting wouldn't have been on such precarious terms. I can hear howling in the woods again. Standing quickly, I hurry back to the kitchen to rescue the tea, and to escape the vulnerability of the open room. Woods, words and wisdom, woods, words and wisdom, La Push, March. The alpha of the pack is on the outline of the property, hidden from view only just by the dark shelter of the trees. Paul and Embry have shifted back into wolf form and are awaiting further into the tree cluster with their pack brothers. Out of all people he had not expected to be present, it was Leah who stood looking smug with herself in her wolf form, in only the way Leah could. Sam listened intently to the heated exchange between the girl and Paul, which was playing into all of their minds. He sighed heavily and turned his back on Imogen, who sat in the bottom room of the house looking troubled. "Trust you to go and make a dick of yourself, Paul," Leah snarled, and Sam growled a low warning to her. "You serve yourself right, you know, now that you've imprinted on her," she accused hotly. The anger was rippling from Paul in a way he was unable to control. He circled the group with a wildness not able to keep still, or stop his rather descriptive thoughts tumbling from his mind. The image of the petite girl, with damp blonde hair, lightly tanned skin etched in freckles, and the swell of breasts falling from a towel playing out on repeat. Sam felt a wave of empathy as he considered how the imprint was tormenting Paul. He looked again to Leah. She was here to what? Tease Paul, to gloat. She loathed what she had become, what they had turned her into. The gene. It had destroyed her relationship, her body. What else was it going to get its teeth into? Everyone accounted for. Paul, a strangely quiet Embry, Jared, Quill and Seth arrived together just after Leah. Everyone that was apart from Jacob. With the Swan girls, Sam presumed. Paul, what happened? Sam questioned and the pack watched in silence as Paul replayed the full scene of events with Imogen Morgan. "You shouldn't have gone in there," Sam scolded. "I couldn't help it. It was like I had to go and see her," Paul protested. Embry looked away, lowering his head in submission. "You can't allow your emotions to take over your sense of judgment. She meant you no harm," he cautioned. "It wasn't just that." Paul sighed and Sam frowned knowingly. The imprint. This had become messy. Sam paced back and forth, running the situation through his mind. Imogen Morgan. She posed no real harm to the pack, so long as she was to be trusted, that was. She knew about them. She also knew about the cold ones, so where did that leave them? Her closeness to Bella made him uncertain about where her loyalties would lie. But despite that, she now required pack protection. Not only was she apparently Embry's half-sister, which in itself was problematic enough, Paul had imprinted on her. "Hey Paul, just when I thought things were starting to calm down around here," Jared joked. Paul growled back. "Chill out, Paul." Seth tried to soothe, but Paul glared, his heckles raised. "Do you want to get to know Imogen, your sister Embry?" Sam asked. "I don't know," Embry answered impassively, and Paul growled again, looking ready to rip his throat out right there and then. "Of course you will, Embry." Jacob cut in suddenly, appearing into the clearing, and Sam eyed him with caution. "Sorry, I was in Forks. Only caught up once I shifted," he laughed. "Paul, we need to think about what this means for you. What it is going to mean for both of you. She knows about the wolves, which is a start. But I'm not sure how much she knows about imprinting, or how much you plan to tell her," he broke off. "He has to tell her," Jacob protested. "Paul is too volatile for Imogen right now," Sam warned, which made Paul more cross. "This is a complex situation. Imogen hasn't even been here a day yet. We know very little about why she has arrived, and what this is going to mean for us all. I'm worried about the cold ones using this against us," Sam added. "She isn't going to hurt anyone," Paul defended. "I agree," Leah announced to everyone's surprise. "Screw you," she snarled, hearing their thoughts. "We can't take that risk," Jared protested. "She is one of our own now," Paul snapped. "Yes, and this affects us all. It's true, Imogen has a deep friendship with the Swan Girl. Therefore, we must all be particularly careful what this means for us. Paul, you must control your temper. It is too dangerous for your imprint if you allow the wolf to take hold," Sam warned. The pack fell silent, knowing how true that was. Rude disruptions, La Push. June subject. "What has become of my life, dear Bella? We have to meet. I know you won't pick this up until the morning because you will be too busy sleeping like any other normal person, given this stupid hour, but we really have to meet today. I'm so stressed out. Why didn't you tell Jacob where I would be staying? They've just broken into the house. I could have gotten killed. Or worse, I could have gotten walked in on while in the shower. Do you understand how embarrassing this has been? I was in a towel, Bella. A towel. Yes, I got pinned up against a wall wearing nothing but a bath towel. We need to have a serious talk about the company you are choosing to keep." Gosh, I sound like Charlie. Ignore that last part. But still, could you please speak to Jacob and tell them to back off? I mean, who just strolls into someone's house? And now they're outside. Do you think they're talking about me? Embry came too. Isn't Alice sidekick? Couldn't she have seen this coming? I just wanted the earth to swallow me up. Come over tomorrow. I'll get snacks. Love, Amy. P.S. If you don't hear from me, assume I've been taken by the wolves. I hit send and power off the laptop to try to conserve the battery. My body turns as I roll to my side and consider things. Should I have called Charlie? Perhaps this is all just a misunderstanding. I was buzzing on lack of sleep, but I had at least handled lack of food. I had located some crisps in one of the cupboards, and then got to work taking my first dose of medication for the day. It is still raining outside. I can hear it now, still lashing on the windows. I decide it is still a little early to consider going to get a food shop done, so make use of my time more wisely. What better thing to do than unpack? This quickly becomes a cause for examining all my outfits, and wondering if the weather is ever going to improve. Unpacking is time-consuming and my hands are aching from folding so many pairs of jeans. I am at least blessed with a copious amount of storage space. Although it all feels a little strange filling drawers that once held my mother's clothes. Now I'd completed the task, it was time to check for a response from Bella. It was now what could be considered morning. The laptop takes a few minutes to warm up and I frown as I realized I haven't yet located my plug adapters. What has become of my life? I move my finger quickly to open the email and scan with hungry eyes the words. Firstly, you ought to really get a grip. Secondly, both I and Edward found your email very entertaining this morning. Edward apologizes for laughing. I mentioned to Jacob you were staying. I guess I just didn't clarify where. Sorry about that. Did they hurt you? Have you calmed down yet, because I'm starting to freak out a bit myself? I am reminding myself and you that they're harmless. Well, okay, as Edward has prompted. They aren't harmless, they're killers, but what I mean is they wouldn't mean you any harm intentionally. Unless you piss them off, so don't do that. Oh, so you met Embry. Jacob didn't mention that when I called to ask what went on. That's nice. I'll be around about 2 o'clock then. Love, Bella. I snored at the lack of assurance her email has brought. Pushing the laptop away, I frown and move to get my coat and purse. My body aches as I pull protesting arms into sleeves. I really did need to buy some fresh produce. Flicking of lights as I go and pulling doors too. I try to make it noticeable if someone has visited while I'm out. I take the set of keys with me and lock the front door, stowing the key deep in my pocket. On the porch I look left and right, half expecting a wolf prowling around the perimeter of the house. To my relief, the place seems empty. The sun is covered with the clouds, but the rain has eased to a light drizzle. I pull the hood of my coat up, suddenly conscious of the lilac shade against the dark scenery. The padded waterproof with its pink zips was going to do nothing to help me blend in. I step down the porch and start the long walk along the bumpy driveway. I had a rough idea about where I was going. Part of my planning has been to look up locations of local amenities around La Push for such a moment as this. So, lost I am in these thoughts about when it will actually stop raining, and whether I really ought to buy a pair of Wellingtons, that I neglect to look where I am going. Until I face palm the ground. Hard, and boy does it hurt, my body jolts from the pain and I groan as my knees pulsate from the impact. I look at the mud caked on my hands, smearing it further as I push myself upright. With aching legs, I step away from the dip in the path. With a sigh I wipe my hands against the now mud-smeared jeans. This was all going very well. It takes me a few more minutes, this time I concentrate, to reach the end of the dirt path. I look perplexed as I try to recall which way is correct. Left, I decide flippantly. It is left. Right. Exercise, the best thing for fighting pain and improving your mood. Well, I'm not feeling very invigorated now. My left knee feels like someone has ripped it from the socket and I'm sure I'll be walking with a limp for days. This walk is just making me feel grumpy, that and nausea. A check of my watch proves I have walked for over an hour. No mean feat when you're in this much pain. I wondered if my old physiotherapist would be proud or mortified. Perhaps I should do some stretches when I get back, before this all catches up with me. The shop is small and looks like it is owned by the same family for generations, which is this place is not a surprise. It took me minutes to walk around the shop floor, then only a few minutes more to fill a basket with some fruit and vegetables. The boy on the till was young and unquestionably Quileute. When I ask him for the number of a local taxi service, he just laughs at me. I guess they don't do taxis in La Push then. The walk back is quicker, perhaps because of my eagerness for a lie down, but that didn't mean it was a comfortable pace. I snack on an apple while I lug along the heavy bag of shopping. The apple is sweet and my stomach lurches, but with every bite I swallow. The weather is drying out and I push on, blocking at the pain in my lower body. One foot in front of the other, it works, just about. Getting to the driveway feels like a momentous achievement. I stop, allowing myself to take that in for a moment. I have made it. I am about halfway down the track when I sense someone's presence. I pause, feeling a tingling at the back of my neck. I turn a full 360 and see nothing. Shaking off the creepy feeling, I begin to walk forwards again. I'm only a few paces from the house when a firm hand clasps my arm. I jerk back, eyes wide with surprise and a squeal escaping. The man is shouting, his mouth moving quickly, and I shake my head, unable to decipher what he is saying. "Slow down," I pleaded loudly, and his eyes widen suddenly in realization. He looks as if I've just slapped around the face. I hold his stare as I ask, "Embry, what's wrong? Where have you been?" "We've been worried," he asserts, broadening his chest. I don't miss the "we" in the sentence. "I had to go to the shop to get some food," I state in a matter-of-fact way, feeling standoffish. "You shouldn't be walking that far. Especially not on your own," he snaps. I roll my eyes and jerk my arm roughly free from his hold. I hadn't met this guy until the early hours of this morning, and he was already trying to tell me how to live my life. Embry is on my heels, yanking me back again, and the shopping bags get dropped as I cry out, "Sorry," he apologizes, quickly moving to pick up the bags for me. "We got worried about where you might have been when you weren't home." He motioned towards the empty house. I nod with a weak smile. "Well, I'm fine," I try to assure, feeling the ache for the house and a chair. "I really don't need you watching every move I make. I am not a child or an invalid. I think I can manage a walk to the local shop." "Local?" He laughs. "Imogen, you've been out for over 2 hours, he protests. I frown, reaching to pull the shopping bag back from him. "You've been watching me," I accuse, hotly yanking at the bag, but he doesn't let go. "Alpha's orders." He shrugs as if it's all explanatory. "Well, screw Alpha's orders," I warn. "I want leaving alone. Give me my shopping bag," I protest with a cry of emotion. "Oh, don't be like that," he begs, dancing away from me with a sidestep. "Embry, you give me my shopping bag now or I swear," I begin, but break off as he begins to laugh. "Seriously, you think you can go up against a wolf?" he teases with a childish glint in his eye. I remember he might look older, but he is still an adolescent, and a boy. He does a good job at diffusing the tension. "I can take you on," I throw back, stepping towards him, which only makes him laugh harder at my serious tone. "Okay then, Imogen, you keep telling yourself that," he says flatly, turning serious with a sudden tone change. "Sorry for coming off like a stalker," he adds, bowing his head. "Sorry for snapping at you. I guess I was acting like a psycho, sister," I mumble, gnawing at my bottom lip. He shrugs. "Who said anything about acting?" he teases with a cocked eyebrow. I push him with all my strength, and he doesn't even waver. We both laugh aloud. Embry has offered, or more, follows me back to the bungalow on the lure of helping to put away the shopping. He watches me intently as I fuss about the kitchen, trying to organize the cupboards. "Will this old toaster work?" I ask Embry, pulling it out from another cupboard. "I guess so," he states before shoveling another biscuit into his mouth. The biscuits I had brought to share with Bella later. I push the bread a little too forcefully into the device and sit down at the breakfast bar, much to the relief of my sore knees. "Embry," I put to work with making us tea. "What do you want on your toast?" he asks, knocking my arm to get my attention. "I'll just have it as it is, thank you," I state, and he watches with confusion as I bite down on the dry toast. I hate dry toast. That much is true. But I knew better than to disrupt my body with any richer food after feeling so nauseous. We settle into the space as Embry smears jam on his own toast and swiftly reloads the toaster with a quick glance at me. These guys can seriously eat. I move to the bedroom to grab my next dosage of pills, and Embry eyes me with suspicion as I run a glass of water when I return. The pills jingle together in my palm as I swig them back in one go with a large gulp of water. "That is not normal." Embry snorts almost involuntarily, and stops suddenly to glare as he processes what he has just said aloud. "No," I admit weakly. "No, it's not." We sit in silence for a long moment, both of us turning over our thoughts. I nudge him, giving him a weak smile, which he matches with more enthusiasm. "If I could, I would so be whooping your ass for that comment," I joke. He laughs. "Why did you come here, Imogen?" he asks with a note of hesitation. I shrug and lean back on the chair a little, my eyes falling gently closed. At first I told myself it was for Bella. I had to come back to help her realize what she is going to do. I needed to come here anyway. Sooner or later, I'm enrolled to be starting university. Then there is this place. My mum left it in her will to me. But now I'm here. It feels more about finding out more about my identity. I muse, looking across to Embry, who seems transfixed. Would you mind just letting yourself out when you're ready? There's no rush. Stay as long as you like. The spare bedroom's not getting used. It's yours when you need it. I know I'm intruding and it's your life, but Bella said things are hard at home, and hey, it would be nice to get to know you some more. I'm going for a nap, I prompt, pushing the dishes towards the sink and moving quickly towards the hallway. It's been nice, Embry calls quickly. Speaking to you, and thanks for the bed, he says with a wink, and I roll my eyes but aren't able to suppress a genuine smile. It is late afternoon when I wake from my sleep and I realize Bella will be here soon. I move around the bedroom, stripping out of the comfy night clothes and into a pinafore dress. The demands of my stomach are insistent and I groan at the effort of needing to cook again. Putting that off for a moment, I seek out an item I had noticed earlier in the glass room. I take the steps quickly and approach with caution the vinyl record player. It's larger on a wooden stand and looks like it could easily be from the 80s. Standing beside it is a case full of records. They would have belonged to my mum, I guess. With hesitance I begin to flick through the wallets. I stop at Fine Young Cannibals, recognizing vaguely the British band. I take care as I pull the record from the machine and set up the player. I enjoy music. Particularly the way it sounds without my hearing aids. The rhythm and the beat, the feel of the music. I play it as loud as it will go and begin to twist around the space, forgetting the pain, the headache and my stomach's cramps as it calls for food. The music made me think of my foster parents. The way they always played vinyls on a Friday evening once they both got home from work. It reminded me I'd promised to call them, and I needed to call Charlie, and my new doctor. This list is already starting to build up and I've only been here a little over a day. Dinner with the Shapeshifters La Push, June. To his defense, he had knocked the front door, and she had left it open. Paul had spent at least half an hour watching the house before he approached. Sam would be annoyed with why it had taken him so long to run this errand. But Paul just couldn't help himself, he had to be around her. The house was thundering with music and it hurt his ears how loud she chose to play it. He didn't recognize the band. But then he didn't really get much time to follow music nowadays. Paul moved straight through to the back room where he'd been watching her fiddle around with the record player. Paul approached her cautiously, waiting for her peaceful frame to sense his presence, but she moved on unaware. He picks up the arm and moves it from the record and music stops. The house is filled with a sudden silence and Imogen jolts, looking around panicked. Paul can't help his stare. He's been watching her on and off since last night, but from a distance. Now though he just can't keep his eyes off her slight frame. She was older than him, but not by much. In the sunlight she was easier to study. She is alert and her eyes are scanning him quickly and then the rest of the room. Looking to see if he has company? Or looking for help? Her hair is long and he suspected she must have been growing it out since she was a child. It's blonde with honey-colored strands. It flows down in curls. Her forehead is covered by a dense full fringe, which rests just above her curved eyebrows. Her skin holds a slight golden tone which comes from being half quileute. Freckles cover most of her face, almost every inch of it, and her eyes are so dark they're almost black. She is beautiful. Paul stands before me and I allow myself to scowl at him, scolding him silently for the way his eyes are boring into me. What is all this about? I chew over my lip as I wait for him to speak, but he seems lost. Hi, I whisper, speaking first despite myself. I brush my hair behind my ears and look towards his lips. I can't help running my tongue across my lips. My mouth feels parched as I feel pinpricks brush across my skin. I am usually bold and outspoken, but Paul makes me feel introverted. Every time I catch his eye my heart seems to lurch forwards. It's a feeling I've never had before. Hey, he speaks back softly, his voice smooth like velvet. My heartbeat quickens at his words. The smirk that comes from him makes me think he can sense how uncomfortable I am. I try not to freak out about the fact that people now seem to find the need to walk into this house without even asking. But it's a little hard to keep cool. What am I, property of the pack or something now? Either that or they think me to be a hostile threat. Likely the later given my luck. So, you're here because? I ask as I struggle to keep my voice even. The last time I'd seen him hadn't ended well. Yet here he was, back in this house again, looking far too relaxed. Yeah, right, I came to, he starts, then shifts about. He is at least shirted this time. Even if it's far too tight. He pulls me out of that inappropriate thought, his voice stronger this time. I've come to apologize for last night. He spits out as if saying so pains him. I don't conceal my snort. Let me guess, Sam made you do that too? I ask with a stubbornness, not feeling ready to take his feeble apology. This guy bothered me. He begins to growl. I look up, my eyes wide with surprise, and he stops, bowing his head. You guys really scared me last night, I mumble as I look down, studying the shag carpet. I know I felt it, he adds almost to himself. My eyes shoot back to him. Huh? I ask with a pout. He begins, tripping over the words. The landline begins to ring and neither of us make to move. We stand frozen, predator and prey. At the fourth ring I go to the wall, picking it up and putting it straight back down. They can call back later if it was important. Sorry, please carry on, I extend, flopping back onto the closest sofa. Anything to stop me from involuntarily taking a step closer towards Paul. It's like my body is being pulled by an invisible string. Paul remains standing, but his eyes follow my movement. Sam wanted me to come invite you over for dinner at his place. Emily is cooking and, well, he wants to speak to you over stuff. He explains, nudging the carpet with his foot. I eye him with more caution. Why did it feel like this invite wasn't something I could disagree to? That's very kind of them, I state, not answering his question. I didn't want to go. I wanted to sleep. Things had been non-stop since yesterday and I really needed to catch a break. Plus Bella was due over. You'll come then? He asks, his eyes looking up at me, smile big and wide. My heart thumps and I want to rush towards him. The string between us tightens. My mind swirls deliciously in the scent of Paul, as I stare him up and down as I try to figure out how to decline. I stay on the sofa. I'd love to come. I accept instantly, the words tumbling out of my mouth on their own accord. We both widen our eyes, as if taken back by my easy acceptance. Okay then, Paul says as he begins to back up. Someone will call by to give you a lift. Get ready for 7. He adds with haste, and is out of here. The door slams before I can even get up. Bella had rung only a few minutes after Paul had left. She was displeased that I had hung up on her, but listened intently as I detailed how oddly Paul was behaving. I didn't dare broach how oddly I was behaving. Dinner with the shapeshifters is making me anxious, even after Bella's assurances on the phone. She promised me we'd be there together, and we postponed our meet-up in the knowledge we'd be seeing each other in a few hours anyhow. She also told me she'd get Jacob to make the wolves back off. I was skeptical. I can't get Paul out of my mind. Even as sit putting on makeup, it feels like too much effort. Paul. The way he stood, what he said, what he wore, I analyze it all. My fingers fall still as I apply some foundation and eye makeup. It's too much effort to change now, and I add some trainers with the outfit combination. I visibly flinch as someone knocks on the bedroom window and I turn to see Embry waving at me. I wave back and give him a thumbs up to let him know I was on the way. I rush to drag some of the hair back that is falling forwards, clipping it back. As I leave the house, I remember to lock the door to prevent any visitors while I am out. Then groan, thinking that would hardly stop them. An old truck sits on the drive and I frown. My younger brother can drive, and even has his own car. I have neither asset. Go figure. I haven't gotten round to learning to drive yet. Everyone in Oxford pretty much cycled. I liked cycling, it was good for me, and a low impact form of exercise. That made me think, maybe I should buy a bike here? Emerby's eyes watch me as I climb into the cab and sit with him. Hi. I greet softly, giving him a nudge with one of my cold hands. His eyes flick open wide with surprise. "You sure you aren't a cold one?" he accuses, and I laugh. "Idiot," I insult back, turning to look out of the window. "Slut," he grumbles. "Asshole," I throw back with a scowl. "Shut it, Goldilocks," he teases. I launch towards his, shoving him, causing the car to veer slightly into the other side of the road as we drive. Emily and Sam's house sits down a dirt track similar to the one we just left. Like most houses here, it is embraced by the forest around it. We pull up alongside a cluster of other older-looking cars. The house is quaint. It's 2 stories with a small porch, neat little windows and tubs of potted plants. The front door is ajar and the smell of fresh baking wafts to us as soon as we climb down from the cab. 2 large figures sit on the porch steps, their conversation falling silent as they set eyes on me. Both of them don't look away when I stare back, they look on shamelessly. I manage a faint smile. My legs are ready to turn me back to the truck. It is one thing reading about shapeshifters from a computer screen, but something quite different to actually be about to have dinner with them all. A woman with long black hair that falls across half her face walks onto the porch and beckons us forwards with a gracious smile. She too seems to be drinking in the sight of me. She is very beautiful, her smile warm and lulling me forwards. The stairs continue and I cringe into Embry's side, still feeling wary, but he is suddenly bounding up the steps and maneuvering past the woman, leaving me alone. I flush with embarrassment. "You have to be Imogen, I'm Emily, and this is Seth and Jared." Emily's voice is almost musical and her smile radiant. I can't help but watch the scars move on her face as she smiles. "Nice to meet you all," I answer, managing a small smile. Jared and Seth nod simply and dip their gazes. Emily ushers me inside, but the door stays open. I cringe as we step straight into the kitchen, which is a warm hive of activity. Pots are boiling away and the oven is humming. A large table is surrounded by burly-looking Lapush men. I wonder how the chairs take their weight. Their size is daunting and I can't help the heat that rises to my cheeks. I knew they must be pack members from their sheer size. Nothing like a normal man. I hang back at the entrance, feeling like I am about to enter something deeply private. But again, Emily is beckoning me further into the helm. All conversation stops once I step towards the table, all occupants turning their eyes on me. I pick out Embry first, who is gulping down a glass of orange juice, not pausing to take a breath. Then there is Bella. She beams at me and the man beside her gives me a wave. His arm is slung casually over the back of her chair and I take it to be Jacob. Next to Jacob sits Paul, who is rocking on his chair. He seems distant, his eyes glazed over, his mind clearly far from here. Someone clears their throat and Paul's chair comes into sudden contact with the floor as he turns to stare at me. I hear the chair groan in protest and I have a mind to do the same. Those eyes tug at an invisible string between us and I am speechless. The silence blankets the room and I shift from foot to foot. I turn ready to run from the room. From the strange feelings this man is drawing from me with his gaze alone. I turn ready to do so, and Paul stands from his chair so fast it rocks. But the doorway is filled by another man. Again, I suppose he must be a shapeshifter given his daunting presence. "Nice of you to join us, Quill," Emily chimes from over by the oven. "Quill, this is Imogen." The man who stands beside Emily states. "This is Sam. He is older than the others, broader too, as if that was even possible. They're all giants." "Paul's Imogen?" Quill asks questionably, dropping into a free chair. There are a flurry of snarls. No one will catch my eye. "Paul's Imogen?" Emily brings me back to reality as she starts to plate up the food. The shapeshifters move hastily to the table and Paul sits slowly back down, his eyes flicking up and down my body, lingering over me in a way that makes my mind elicit filthy thoughts. I move towards one of the only vacant chairs. The house feels uncomfortably small from the heat that pulses around the room. Paul visibly flinches as I come to sit beside him. I can't help our bodies brushing as I rest my hands in my lap. Paul growls lowly and I almost jump a foot in the air. Jacob barks a laugh, throwing his head back so it almost sounds like a howl. I look down at my food so I don't have to meet anyone else's stare. To my left is Paul, and to my right sits Jared. Between the pair I can hardly move, let alone eat. Paul is making things even harder with his leg pressing against my own. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding and desperately try to catch Bella's gaze. The stew is hot and makes me feel even redder. The blush is spreading from my face down my neck and I wonder if I might implode. Bella hardly speaks above a whisper to Jacob. It's an exclusive conversation, I realize. I study her, watching as she blushes a few times and scolds him like a child when he mentions something inappropriate. I struggle with eating my portion of the food Emily serves. I am used to muddling through the day picking at food. I haven't faced a meal this large in forever. I begin to poke at it hesitantly with my fork. By the time I manage half the plate, Paul is already on seconds. His gaze is burning into the side of my head and I do everything possible to avoid his gaze. So how long will you be here for, Imogen? Emily questions with an innocence. I look down at the plate, pushing a carrot around. With a hard swallow I reply, not just to Emily, but to the pack who seem to be listening with sudden interest. Well, I'm planning to enjoy the summer in La Push, seeing family and stuff. I shrug. Then I'm going off to study in Washington for my degree. So, after that, well, I guess I'm open to all options, I shrug. Oh, she's staying, Bella assures quickly. A long silence opens up around the table and I look down blushing at the stairs. Are you coming to the school's summer program, Goldilocks? Seth asks with a chuckle of laughter. I splutter a cough as I swallow a carrot whole. A firm, warm hand starts to slap my back and I manage to swallow the offending piece of food. I take a long gulp of water and wait for Paul to remove his hand from my back. He doesn't do so immediately and I turn my wide-eyed stare to him. As is realizing the impact he is having on me, Paul slowly trails his fingers down my spine, smirking. I feel the table rock slightly and wonder how has just kicked who beneath it. Don't call her Goldilocks, Paul threatens Seth, removing his arm to slam a hand onto the table, as if driving the words home. Depends, wolf boy, you might not be able to keep up with my intellect, I tease. No, you won't see too much of Seth, luckily he's a few year group's bellow, Jared explains, which makes Seth scowl. Oh, I acknowledge, softly nodding in understanding. Well, I will have to try and seek you out then, Seth. Maybe you could keep me company at lunch of something, I add kindly. It makes Seth smile, but he stops when he catches Paul's menacing glare. What is up with this guy? I can't decide what we should call you, Jared complains. You run with wolves and vampires, how does that work? He questions and I shrugged. Correction. I don't run, I state, and everyone burst out laughing. Well, I don't think it matters who she runs with, Emily defends, taking a fresh roll, breaking it up into smaller pieces, her eyes hone into Bella's. A debate breaks out between the table about the cold ones and I zone out, unable to detect who is speaking. They talk rapidly and frequently interrupt one another. I feel a nudge and look to my side. Paul's dark eyes hit me intensely and it feels as if he is consuming me just with that stare. Are you okay? He asks quietly and I allow him the warmth of my smile. I'm fine. I just can't always follow busy conversations sometimes. I find my hearing aids get a bit jumbled up when there's too much background noise interfering. The words just kind of jumble. I explain and tense as his face seems to sadden. I look up as the conversation breaks off once more. Everyone's view shifts to Sam at the head of the table. I feel compelled to look too. Imogen, we want to offer you a sincere apology for what unfolded last night, Sam assures, and I shake my head firmly, indignant. It's no bother really, I understand, I counter with an outright lie. Nonetheless, it's a decision that I know Embry and Paul both deeply regret, he says sternly, looking at the pair. I know it's cool between us now, I think. At least I think it is, from the way Embry was wolfing down most of the food from my cupboards this morning. I tease and he gives me daggers back from across the table. You didn't look like you were going to eat it, he states, simply shrugging. It wasn't all for me, some of it was for Bella, she was meant to be coming over, I defend, but he remains unfazed. Exactly why I ate them, he suddenly jokes with a grin and turns to wait for a response of laughter, but no one does. Jacob seems particularly tense by it, and suddenly he is shaking and the table begins to rock. My chair is dragged back with such sudden force I would have fallen head first from it had it not been from Paul's arm pinned me to using the other to jerk the chair back. He moved me like it was nothing, and he was stood in front of me, stance wide, feet firmly planted and shaking just like he had that first night. "What did you just say?" Jacob demands. "Dude, calm down, now." Paul threatens, his voice deep and husky. I can only stare wide-eyed up at him from the chair. "Jake!" Bella cries as she attempts to pull at his wrist. "Jacob, Embry outside, right now!" barks Sam, suddenly cutting off all the other voices. The chairs scrape back, Jacob's with such force it collides into the wall behind. I yelp. Paul flinches as if I just slapped him. Embry follows slowly behind the still shaking Jacob, with Sam taking up the rear. "Pudding anyone?" Emily questions calmly as if we'd only just been discussing the weather. Flatlining la push. June. The heat from the kitchen is beginning to ebb away now. I can feel the temperature cooling as I watch from the open door the sun beginning to drop lower into the sky. The house is loud with laughter and banter, the men rumble through rushed conversations, joking threats passing between them and talk of scheduled patrols. The hum of activity feels like the heartbeat of the house, alive and tantalizing. Teasing me with something I never knew I desired, never knew existed perhaps. Growing up as an only child didn't always have the most perks. I cautiously take in the room. I stand drying plates and Emily rinses them off. Paul stands so close it's almost inappropriate. I can feel him breathing softly against my neck as I pass him plates that are dry and ready to be put away. Every time our fingers brush, sparks pass between us. Jacob had not yet returned and Bella left before pudding was even served. She had squeezed my shoulder and whispered about not being so nervous before dashing for the door. Talk about throwing me to the wolves. Emily pulls me back into our light conversation about England and I do my best to answer her questions thoughtfully. But the wolf beside me seems to be tugging at the string between us, pulling my thoughts back to him constantly. I turn and meet his eye and he winks at me. The plate slips from my hand as I feel my heart squeeze like it's having a palpitation. Paul chuckles, snatching it up before it can hit the floor. I widen my eyes and he tosses it in the air with a flurry of hands catching it again. "Stop showing off, Paul." Jared groans, rubbing his face. I become suddenly deliriously engrossed in drying cutlery. I don't manage to keep my gaze off him for long though. I watch him from the corner of my eye, and he stares right back, holding my gaze. His eyes have hardly left me all night. Predator and prey, I remind myself. I set the cutlery beside Paul, feeling tight-chested as I drown in his gaze. The room continues to hum around us, seemingly unaware of the strange connection that is firing between us. I brush Emily's arm. "I am just going to grab some fresh air," I smile, pushing away from the counter and setting the dish towel down. I don't make it to steps before I can sense his presence behind me. It feels as if it's a marathon distance to the door as conversation halts again and I feel every set of eyes follow me from the room. Taking the wooden handrail, I walk slowly down the porch and turn towards the woods ahead. I don't know what pulls me in that direction. Instinct maybe. The dirt beneath my feet is replaced by a green blanket of grass. The sunlight fights its way between the dense tree trunks, the light bouncing around creating puddles of sunlight of the forest floor. I walk forwards, hearing no one behind me. I breathe deeply, finally feeling my body unwind from the tight coil of Paul's presence. The woodland isn't quiet. I can hear nature all around me and I soak up the delicious sounds, tilting my head towards the sunlight. "Imogen." A husky voice calls my name, uttering like it's a question. I turn hastily to stare at Paul. He is leant brashly against a tree, the signature smirk playing about his lips dangerously. Behind him is only trees and I realize I've walked further into the woods than I had planned. "Are you leaving without saying goodbye?" he teases and I frown. "I was just getting some fresh air," I dismiss. "But I do need to leave soon," I add as I step towards him. The tug makes me do it and I curse myself as the distance between us slowly closes. "You don't like the company?" he balks, and I take a moment to realize he is baiting me. I breathe. Some of it was tolerable. I shrug, trying not to giggle. Paul laughs as he jerks his head to the side, turning to move back towards the way we'd walked. I follow, my legs eager to keep up with his much longer ones. I have to jog to manage to try and keep up with his strides. It was nice to meet you under better circumstances. Maybe I can see you around. I speak so softly that I wonder if without his enhanced hearing if Paul may not have heard it. It was nice to see you again to Imogen, although I think the towel was a very good look on you. You should try it again sometimes. Paul suggests, and I slapped at his arm, squealing at the shameless words. I withdrew my hand, feeling like I just tried to slap a brick. I wouldn't do that again, he muttered, reaching for my hand, but I cradled it, jerking away from his attempt to touch me. I need to squash down the illicit feelings Paul's touches were bringing to my body. We walk in silence until we clear the woods. I don't look at Paul again as I rush into the house to make a hasty goodbye. Embry doesn't offer me a lift as I begin to make my excuses for needing to go home. I'm bid goodbye with cautious looks and waves. It was going to be a long walk home, but at least it might help shake Paul Lahote from my ever more dangerous thoughts. Stick to the plan. Paul is not part of any plan for this summer. I turn to the doorway to find Paul blocking it, his arms holding onto the top of the frame, making his torso broader, and I look quickly away, feeling like I'm drooling just at the sight of him. You're not walking home, Imogen, Paul states sternly, as if he'd read my mind. He dangles a set of car keys in front of my like I'm stupid and turns, expecting me to follow. Thanks, but no thanks, I call out, hurrying again to match his stupidly wide strides. I'd rather walk. You make it sound like you have a choice. He laughs at me, stopping in front of a black truck. He opens the passenger door and looks at me expectantly. When I still don't move, he speaks again. This isn't a question, Imogen. I've asked you to get in the car. It's not safe to be walking around the woods at night. My mouth forms a circle as it gapes with the words that have just come out of Paul's mouth. Bossy, authoritative, demanding. It makes my heart clench with some strange desire. Bad Amy. I don't break my stare from Paul's smirking face as I walk towards the truck. When I'm close enough, I gasp as his hands lock around my waist, picking me up and easily lifting me into the cab. I bat his hands away from my hips like they've just set me alight. Did Emily put you up to this? I scowl as he appears sat beside me before I can even manage to belt up. I couldn't keep up with this supernatural speed. No, he scoffs. The truck purrs beneath us as he takes it up to speed. He drives with a calmness and assurance that Embry lacked. His giant hand paws at the wheel, and I blush slightly, thinking about what other part of him are giant. His hand sits on the stick shift, and I gaze at this bronzed skin a little darker than mine. I allow my mind to dip into the gutter as I indulge thoughts about his calloused hands pawing at my own freckled skin. It was Embry, wasn't it? I ask him again, needing to diffuse these delirious thoughts. The wind whirls through the open truck windows and Paul's spine snaps straighter, his arms tensing. I inhale the heady smell of Paul's scent as my hair tosses about around him. No. He cuts me off, his eyes turn from the road to stare at me. I wanted to make sure you made it home safely, Imogen, he explains with eyes that are lingering on me for so long I have to turn away. With embarrassment, the drive passes on in silence. We steal coy glances at each other in the growing darkness. Stomach pains jerk me from my lusting and I feel my stomach doing back flips, but for all the wrong reasons. I clutch my stomach from the pain as Paul tenses beside me, sensing my discomfort. I feel a rush of relief as the truck turns down the dirt track to the bungalow, Paul expertly navigating the ditches. When Paul puts the truck into park, I launch myself from the cab and empty my stomach onto the grass verge. Never take painkillers on an empty stomach. I curse myself, feeling ready to keel over from the pain and embarrassment. The stones of the path have cut at my palms, and I gag at the smell of my own blood. My spine curves into the strong hand that is pressing against it, my body instinctively leaning into the heat. With weak limbs I allow the hand to move to my waist, then the second hand pulls me upright. We don't exchange a word as Paul leads me towards the front door. Sorry, that was so gross. I groan, my eyes feeling wet with unshed tears. Well, this couldn't have gone much worse. I think I must have had some bad eggs for breakfast or something. I croak out the lie. Paul is staring at me so hard I think I might just combust. I turn fumbling with the keys hoping he will have disappeared by the time I turn back around. Damn, no such luck. I really appreciate the lift, and you helping me to the door, I muse, giving him my best smile. It is another ploy to encourage him to leave, but it doesn't seem to register with him. I'm fine honestly, you can go, I add quickly, hesitating at his dark stare. Not happening. Paul dismisses me with a shake of his head and pulls me gently away from the doorway so he can open the door himself. Paul doesn't let go of my arm as he stills looking at me with a look that differs between waiting for me to pass out or but into tears. I could go either way at this point. He pulls me softly into the house and I tense, realizing it's just the two of us, alone. When I pull back, Paul shakes his head in annoyance, walking forwards brashly towards the kitchen. I watch in awe as he rifles through my counters like it's totally natural to be in a practical stranger's house. He's acting like he owns the place. He finds a glass and fills it, setting it on the counter with a pointed look. I remain leaning against the wall, telling myself I'm trying to look casual, and the wall is totally not the only thing keeping me upright. I stare from him to the water and huff. I doubt I'll be able to keep anything down, although my mouth feels like something has just died inside it. Turning my back on him, I move towards the hallway and my bedroom. Good night, Paul. I whisper as I close my bedroom door. In half an hour I manage to shower and crawl into bed. Sleep comes to me slowly. I stare into the darkness of the bedroom. I was jolted awake to the distant sounds of howling again. This far into rural, a push and streetlights are not a thing. The room is eerily dark. Not even the moon seems to be breaking through the clouds tonight. Reaching for the alarm clock, I squint trying to make out the time, but it's no use. With a groan, I flip my legs out from the covers and stand on my shaking legs. I whimper involuntarily as my bones creak and muscles spasm. Breathing deeply, I encourage myself, trying not to goad my aching body. I move slowly to the kitchen. I flick on a light which momentarily blinds me and I hiss. Blinking, I steady myself on the counter. The clock reads 2 in the morning. I need more sleep, but my mind is racing frantically. I look down at my underwear, mussing the need for clothes. My stomach begins to growl and I realize that clothing can wait. With a sigh, I pour myself a drink of water and stick a piece of bread in the toaster. I feel a wave of heat pulse through my despite my lack of clothing. While the toaster is down, I pad towards the front door. I slowly pulling it back to allow a delicious breeze to brush against my skin, raising goosebumps. I inhale deeply, taking calming breaths, distracted and calm, until I smell the toast burning. Fuck. I pluck the toast out, ignoring how it burns my fingers, and take a bite from it. Balancing a packet of tablets and the water with the toast hanging from my mouth, I shuffle uncomfortably out onto the porch, feeling 18 going on 8. Despite the cool of the evening, I relish in the breeze caressing my skin, making me feel alive as I come to rest of the swing. Paul stopped so suddenly Jacob had to skid to avoid him by crashing into a tree trunk. He howled in frustration. His thoughts were rapid and the wolf form of Paul was pulling him away from the trail and towards the small bungalow. He could smell her, hear the sounds of her moving around the rickety house. He had to see her, to make sure she was okay. Sam will be furious when he discovers the delay to the usual route. But Jacob doesn't dare to protest and follows Paul, feeling unusually sympathetic towards him. Jacob knew too much of longing. Paul moved quicker now, padding across the ground until he was as close as he dared risk. The bungalow was just visible through the trees. Predator and prey. The watcher and the watched. Being around her wasn't an option for Paul, it had become a basic need in order for him to function. It had only been 2 days and he was lovesick for this woman. Sam warned him not to fight the emotions, he couldn't change them. But it wasn't that simple. Paul couldn't, he didn't want this for her, for him. He wanted Imogen to love him because she had a choice, a real choice too. Not just because some stupid imprint told her she must. Imogen must feel it though. He could pick up on her so well now, he knew she did. Every touch, every glance, it stirred up strong emotions in her. He could smell her desire when they interacted, could hear her thumping heart. Humans were so easy to read. But there was something else. The pain. It seemed to consume her aurora. It was a part of her being. The pain it was with her constantly, and sometimes Paul even felt twinges of it himself. Paul was sick with longing as he took her figure in. She was sat on the swing, a green lingerie set the only pieces of clothing she wore, and he choked up with longing. Then snarled a warning to Jacob as he realized his pack brother was taking everything in just as Paul was. It was too much, and he howled so loudly Imogen shrieked, flying from the swing and into the house, slamming the door with all her might. On the rebound, La Push. Junai was singing along to the record player in the glass room. It was more like a greenhouse, I suppose, but it was quickly becoming my favorite space in the bungalow. I squashed that thought and the string of emotions that came with such sentimentality. The bungalow was going to be sold, soon. I reminded myself of this fact. Spinning as I sang to Billy Joel, I twisting straight into my brother. I yelped, leaping back from him as my heart threatened to burst from my rib cage. Embry. I squealed, placing a hand over my still rapidly beating heart. You scared me, I breathed heavily. I did knock. He shrugged, looking around the room with curious eyes. His face looked drawn with dark circles under both eyes, which hinted at the sleepless nights he was subjected to through patrols. He stared right back at me, and I ducked my head, wondering just what he was thinking about my own drained appearance. It's rude to stare, I scoffed quickly, and his eyes widened, a mischievous twinkle playing about. Yeah, sorry, I'm just surprised to see you're still alive, he quipped flatly. What do you mean? I questioned tightly, drawing my shoulder back to glare at him. We all saw you were ill, you know, through Paul. He shrugged like it was nothing. When I continued to stare, he added, for my benefit, it's a wolf thing. The pack have like a telepathy connection. We can see each other's thoughts. I had food poisoning, I lied. Nothing to do with all those pills you take, he sniped. Nothing that concerns you, I batted back, quickly turning my back to him to stare out into the tree line. It was a more humid day, and the woodland looked so inviting. The sun was streaking through the clouds and made the pull to the woods even more of a haven. I'd like you to leave now, Embry. I don't like the idea of being the next hot topic of your pack's discussion. I snipped, my walls coming up like armor as he questioned my illness. That was something I wasn't ready to allow to become a center of gossip in La Push. Embry left quietly, and I didn't turn around until I watched him stalking into the woods. I had stared through the glass, wishing I could see who would be in the woods waiting for him. I felt like a sitting duck, awaiting for the next wolf to make an appearance. I wasn't in the mood for polite conversation with strangers, nor people trying to interfere with my life. I was rude to Embry, and I let the guilt gnaw at me as I proceeded to grab my bag and leave the house. I'd paired a knee-length dress with some trainers. The dress to combat the heat, the trainers for the walk I was about to take. I promised myself I would look into transport this week. This was becoming increasingly frustrating, the lack of ability to travel. My entire walk along the driveway, I was convinced I could see outlines in the tree line, but I brushed such ideas off as paranoia. I was not being followed by wolves. I was very low on their priority list. I had called Bella earlier in the morning, and she was going to come and pick me up and run me into Forks. We'd made plans to meet with Edward. I felt a nervous flicker of excitement, introduced to wolves and vampires all in the space of a week. Now this was living. University was going to be quite the bore. Bella's truck was beeping at me suddenly, pulling me from my thoughts, and I beamed up at her, waving excitedly as she pulled to a stop. I climbed into the cab, and Bella leant across, pulling me into a bone-breaking hug. I held her tightly back, relishing the comfort my old friend brought. I hadn't processed how lonely I was beginning to feel. "How are you doing?" she asked softly, releasing me and putting the truck into drive. "Much better, thank you," I assure, setting my hands into my lap and allowing my head to turn towards the trees rushing past. "I was really worried about you. I thought you didn't get sick anymore?" she probed gently, her lips pouting out. I sighed and tilted my head, mulling over an answer. I didn't technically get as sick as I used to get. The medication helped keep the worst of the autoimmune condition from flaring up. I often had really good days, but some days not even the medication could make the symptoms ease. The truck was loud, groaning in protest as we took a slight incline. I raised my voice to be heard over the old vehicle. "I think it was just a flare-up. I'm much better now, I assured her. She nodded in acceptance, and I was relieved when she didn't probe further. We passed the time keeping to safe topics, like school, books, and Charlie's upcoming fishing trips. We avoid the topic of wolves and vampires as if in silent agreement on the subject. It was only as Bella began to ease the breakdown that I stopped my non-stop praise for the latest Meg Cabot book, which I'd been talking about for at least the last 5 minutes. My eyes narrowed in distaste as Bella's car stopped completely, a few yards from the Forks sign. What the actual fuck? I bark, starting darkly at Sam Yulee, who was dressed only in shorts. His feet were bare as he stood to the side of the road, his glare burning into us both. Oh, Bella laughed nervously, and I looked to where her stare had moved, us both watching him now. Well, this is going to be interesting, I muse, opening the passenger door and sliding down to the tarmac. It's funny to realize how small the La Push population is when not a single car passes us. In Oxford, stopping like this would be a disaster. The other side of the Forks sign stands a figure that is ghostly pale. He is tall and slender, but muscular. He is so different from Sam in figure, but equally as deadly. He speaks softly, his eyes not moving from Bella, who has moved from the car. Come here please, Bella. He sounds calm, he words oozing, but I can notice the clenched jaw. It's a dead giveaway that this is not a calm situation. Then again, what could possibly be calm about two natural sworn enemies stood a short distance away from one another? Bella gives my hand a quick squeeze and pulls me with her. Imogen does not cross the border, Sam asserts, and Bella jerks her head to Edward, who is tapping his foot impatiently. What? We both question together in alarm. The trees are rustling, and I look to see a wolf cross towards Sam. Edward snarls and goes to step forwards, but Bella jerks out a hand. She gives me a sympathetic look before striding quickly to Edward's side. Bella quickly diffuses any possibility of the treaty being broken. Well, for today at least. Edwards clenches Bella's hand and pulls her back a few steps. I stand sheepishly looking from Bella to Edward and then back to Sam. The wolf before us snarls again, and suddenly I realize it's circling me. I feel the pull of a string, tight, sharp. I turn with the wolf as it circles me. The wolf is silver and over 5 times larger than his usual human size. I instinctively know it's Paul. Edward is whispering to Bella. I notice out of the corner of my eye the movement. Sam notices it too and shakes his head slowly at Edward in warning. What is this all about? I ask hesitantly, my voice barely a whisper, as I dare not spook the wolf in front of me. I cannot allow you over to Forks, Imogen. To do so would be incredibly dangerous, Sam explained calmly, looking between me and Paul, who had come to stop. His heckles were raised, and it was with stubborn abandon that I glared right back into his dark wolf eyes, daring him. I don't see what right you have telling me what to do, Sam. I'm sorry to be abrupt, but I am not part of your pack. I am free to do as I wish, I corrected him, stepping forwards. The wolf nudged me back, its head pushing at my legs, and I heard Bella gasp. Its fur brushing against my skin made me groan. The wolf purred a gentler growl back, brushing its head against my calf again, with a softness I was unaware the animal could possess. Paul has imprinted on you, Imogen. Bella snapped, suddenly breaking the moment. I jolted back, my eyes snapping up to meet hers. I'm so sorry, Amy, she cried as Sam and the wolf turned to her in shock. Edward must have read Sam's mind, he told Bella. An imprint. Bella had told me about the wolves imprinting. How Sam had imprinted upon Emily. Bella described it like true love, soulmates, powerful connections. I felt numb at the thought of being anyone's imprint. Did this explain the pull I felt between myself and Paul? I shook my head at the thought. We might have been flirting with one another, but that was all. I didn't need an imprint. I had a plan to help Bella, to go to university, to put the past behind me and move on from the final ties I had to La Push. Staying around because of some supposed imprint was not an option. They must have all known, since that very first night when Paul and Embry broke into the bungalow. The images flickered through my mind like a picture book. I shuddered, and not from being cold. They'd all lied to me. They had me over to dinner and hadn't even mentioned it. Paul's Imogen. I stumbled back again, but the wolf matched my every step, its eyes wide, pleading almost. I felt the pull, lulling me to kneel down and press myself into its soft. I stayed upright. "How could you?" I whispered softly, my hands falling limp as I drew a sharp breath. "I can't be yours, Paul. I'm not your imprint. It must be a mistake," I assured, looking from Sam to Edward, waiting desperately for some confirmation. "No one wants me, Paul. I'm broken," I gushed, beginning to take some steps back. Bella stepped forwards, her arm outstretched, but we were yards away. I ran then. I ran straight for the woods, a sob breaking free from my chest. I heard a snarl and a crashing sound. I didn't stop to look back. I ran straight into the thickets. The trees were denser here and tore at my skin as I snapped branches, whirling past them with speed. An arm jerked me back so hard I slammed straight into a wall of heat. I screeched and made to break away again, but the hands held me tight. "Imogen, you have to calm down, you're going to hurt yourself," Paul's voice cooed in my ear, his breath sending shivers down my spine. "Let me go now, Paul," I cried, kicking at the air. "I hate you," I lied, the words spilling out of my mouth like acid. "Don't you think I hate it too, Imogen?" Paul demanded, his arms slackening slightly around my narrow waist. "Well, you're the one that went and imprinted on me. We don't even know each other," I screamed. "You've ruined my life." Paul let me go suddenly. My feet dropped to the ground and I whirled around, ready to confront him. My heartbeat was rapid and I looked to see another wolf stood only a few feet between us. Paul was breathing rapidly. His jean shorts were his only item of clothing and they weren't buttoned up. I allowed my wondering eyes a moment to appraise his sculpted physique before dipping my head, hiding my blush under my curls. "Your life looked pretty shitty before I entered into it," Paul snarled with a venom that made me wince. It felt like someone had just ripped my heart out through my ribs. Sam was snarling. I realized now it was him in wolf form. His fur was as black as the night and eyes golden flecks that moved between my body and Paul's. I turned and fled again, wanting to escape whatever nightmare this was unfolding around me. I felt the wolves in hot pursuit of me as I dived and ducked through unfamiliar woodland. I was stupid to think I could possibly outrun two wolves, but God loves a trier. My breath was knocked from my lungs when I failed to slow for the ravine. I rolled down the embankment, smacking into branches and failing to slow as my hands tried to claw into the chalky mud. I cried aloud in pain at the stings and stabs that made my breathing even more shallow. My body jerked to a stop as a set of sharp teeth snatched at the waistband of my dress, bringing me to a sudden heart-lurching stop. I looked into the dark eyes of Paul as I faint. I was always one for a dramatic flourish. In the hot seat, La Plush. June, I wanted a heat pack. I wanted my painkillers. I wanted a long soapy bubble bath. These are the three thoughts that clouded my mind as I felt like I waded through sand to pull at the strings of these thoughts together. My body pulsed with heat. It felt like I was engulfed by a life-size heat pack. I snuggled deeper into the comforting warmth, sighing in delight. I must have fallen asleep with the heating on full blast, which wasn't ideal considering we were in June. I pulled on that thought and followed it into another. What day was it again? I willed my eyes to open, but they felt heavy. I could easily have allowed myself to be lulled into the embrace of sleep. The heat shifted under me, and I groaned aloud. The soreness in my limbs embedded at the corners of my mind. It made me clutch to the lull of sleep all the more. I must have had another flare-up to be aching so much again. I felt like I'd been thrown into a tree. "Paul." I shoot up so fast I almost see stars. My eyes feel wild, and I jerk my throbbing neck from side to side, trying to take in my surroundings. The imprint, arguing with Paul, falling down the ravine, the wolf's wild eyes. The memories cluster my mind, making me sit abruptly back down again as if my leg are buckling with the fear of it all. The warmth remains, sliding its way around my body and pulling me back. It's unwavering as it entwines its arms around my own, pulling me back against what must be a sofa. I hiss through my teeth as I feel the head come to rest softly on top of my own. It's so intimate, to intimate. I try to push the hands from my torso, but they tighten, unrelenting. I brush against bare skin and sag back into Paul's naked chest, unable to fight the sizzling delicious pressure that erupts over my body. "Amy, I'm so sorry." Paul coos softly in my ear, tucking my hair behind my ear. "Someone has removed my hearing aids." The sounds are gentle, almost like being underwater. A wave of calm crashes into me, so out of place with the intensity of the situation. Safety. I allow the feeling to lull me deeper into the embrace of Paul. A man I hardly know had brought a feeling of peace to my spiraling thoughts. I allow Paul to flood my senses and inhale deeply, taking my time to breathe his scent. I feel his body shift and I groan in protest, grabbing blindly at his limbs. My eyes protest when I try to open them, and I don't think I want to try and stand again. "Don't leave me," I husk, my throat as dry as sand. I hear a gasp in the background. I know it's not Paul's voice, but I can't place the speaker. Paul sinks back into the sofa and I allow him to turn me so I'm nuzzled into his bare chest. I laugh to myself, wondering if this guy is on steroids as my cheek presses into a heavenly sculpted chest. I shiver involuntarily and stretch my limbs out. My bones crunch in protest and I take a shaky breath, flexing out my arms and legs, trying to decipher which part of my body feels worse. My eyes are thick and I rub at them, brushing crusty sleep from them, and force them open. The room I stir to is dimly lit, the blinds semi-shuttered to allow the last of the evening light to flood into the sitting room. I sit upright, looking down at the sofa that is absent of Paul. The room is cooler without his body heat, and I shudder again. I take in the mismatched wooden furniture that fills the small room. It smells of baking and the scents of sugar and cinnamon make my stomach clench with hunger. My eyes dance across some beautiful carved wooden figures before I land on the compassionate face of Emily. Her hair is beautifully braided to the slide, and she brushes her hands against a stained apron. "You know, I think you might be even more trouble than Bella," she teases, coming to sit beside me on the sofa. "I hope not." I gasp, my eyes widening with panic at the thought of just how much trouble Bella is going to end up bringing their way. "I'm teasing," Emily said, gently setting her hand on top of my own shaking one. "We should get these scratches washed," Emily suggested, gesturing to the few marks the branches had caused to my arms. "Then again, perhaps a shower would be a better idea," she added, looking towards my mud-smeared legs. I followed her gaze, gasping as I realized I was no longer wearing my dress and trainers instead in my pale white underclothes. Emily takes in my spiraling thoughts and rushes to assure me, "Your dress was torn and filthy. I took it off you just to make sure you hadn't got any marks," she added the last part with barely a whisper. "Yes, marks, from where Paul's teeth had snatched at the dress to break my fall." It explained why I was so damn cold. I silently prayed Emily alone had the strength to change my dead weight out of the clothes. The last thing I needed was another display of nudity to the pack. I wanted to face palm at the very thought. "Sam and Paul brought you back here to rest after your fall. Sue, she's a nurse. She came to check you over and doesn't think you need to see a doctor. She thinks you fainted from the shock," Emily explained slowly, and I wanted to laugh aloud at the reality of the situation. My life was spiraling dangerously out of my control. Emily suggested a shower again and lured me in with the offer of a fresh pair of clothes. I nodded, grateful for the idea. "I'm sorry to be a burden," I apologized as Emily handed me a towel and I stood to follow her to the bathroom. "I'm sorry we couldn't tell you sooner, Imogen," went a wolf first. "Imprints, they're very volatile. Sam was just trying to protect you while Paul got a hold of his feelings," Emily assured, squeezing my hand. I smiled gently at her assurances. It was unusual for me to be so accepting of physical touch, but Emily was soothing my worries. "Can you tell him, I mean them, can you tell them I'm sorry for running away?" I whispered, not daring to look up. I'd acted on impulse and could have ended up with much worse than a few scratches and aching bones. "You can tell Paul yourself," she smirked. "He is pacing the kitchen like it's a cage. Sam had to practically drag him from the room so I could wake you for a shower." Emily laughs. It tinkles like bells as she observes my expression. "I think he wants to say sorry too," she adds. I couldn't form a reply as I followed Emily from the living room and allowed her to bundle me into the shower. She pressed a soft set of velvet crush loungewear into my arms and I was overwhelmed again by my newfound reality. I cried silent tears under the jets of the shower, gasping for breath as I clawed softly at the slippery walls. This was not part of my plan. A small part of my soul ached to be back in Oxford, away from all this madness. Girls like me don't get imprinted on. They don't meet wolves, and they don't try and hop across borders to meet with vampires. But I couldn't leave now, could I? Unfortunately, I was in way too deep to turn back now. I groaned at the thought, shutting off the shower and dressing quickly. My arms had taken the worst of the cuts and my palms were scratched from the ravine. I brushed my hand silently across my torso, feeling where the wolf's teeth had grazed against my skin. It evoked an involuntary shiver, and I shook the feeling from my head promptly. Setting my hearing aids back in, I pulled my fingers through my hair, trying to tame the curls that were exploding around my head. The sweats are soft against my skin and I relish being clothes again. I jerked towards the door that was quaking under the force of the fist that was being slammed against it. Imogen. Bella called, her fist not letting up. Imogen, come out. I'm taking you home, she added, rattling the handle. I slid the lock and pulled back the door, stepping out into the small corridor. You're not taking her anywhere, a voice warned from behind Bella, and I looked past her to see Paul stepping out of the shadow of the staircase. It took Paul less than 3 strides to come to stand between myself and Bella, caging me with his back as he blocked any chance of me moving around him. Imogen needs to get out of here, Bella retorted, shaking my trainers at me as is prompting me to step forwards. Come of Emi, let's go, Bella quipped, trying to reach around Paul to grab my hand. We can go to Forks and try to figure out how to get rid of this imprint situation. I sure Carsley will know what to do. I flinched back uncertainly. Paul snarled and his body began to shake in what I sensed was him losing control. Bella backed up as if realizing so, her head darting back and forth between us. The string was tugging at my body again, rooting me to the spot. My legs wouldn't move me a step away from Paul. She isn't yours, Bella warned, placing her hands on narrow hips as Jacob came skidding into the corridor, panting, coming to stand behind her. He pulled her back slowly, his eyes not leaving Paul's. Paul, don't even think about it, Jacob warned as he retreated further back towards the kitchen door with Bella pressed behind him. Imogen doesn't need to see this. That seemed to be the last straw for Paul. Don't tell me what she needs, Paul roared at Jacob, his body crouching as he let out a snarl so loud the ceiling light shook. I gasped aloud as I watched skin disappear beneath fur and Paul leap forwards, the man gone. The wolf wild and snarling as it stepped closer to Jacob. Paul in his wolf form took another menacing step as Jacob backed up into the kitchen. I took a slow step forwards, the floorboard creaked, and the wolf turned its dark eyes back to me. The stare pinned me in place and I didn't dare take another step. The alpha walked forwards purposefully into the hallway, looking from me to the wolf, then to Jacob and Bella. Leave now, all of you, he bellowed, his jaw clenched as he jerked a hand towards the front door. Now, he added with a command that seemed to make even the wolf cower. It was like a fizzing energy was cackling above us as Sam enforced the order. The wolf turned to glare into my soul, and I wanted to step forwards and touch him. But he turned, padding forwards, growling lowly as he followed Jacob and Bella from the house. Sam looked at me with questioning eyes. Wolves were becoming far too much of a normal occurrence. Imprint la push. June. The heat was stifling in the glass room, and the sun tingled against the panes that were freshly cleaned and streak-free. It gave me a crisp view out to the woodland and allowed me to watch for wolves. Now, that wasn't something I thought I'd be saying. But watch, I did. The glass room had consumed my time over the last week, and it was feeling more and more sentimental to me. With Embry's help, we were slowly working our way through the entirety of my late mother's 1980s record collection. The glass room was cluttered with books now too. Emily had visited a bookshop with me earlier in the week, and we'd bonded over a shared love for novels. I guess you could say I was making friends, new friends. In Oxford, my social life had dipped during my many days spent at home on bed rest, crippled by the pain of the autoimmune condition. While my peers went clubbing, I went to see an occupational therapist and tried different concoctions of pills that couldn't be mixed with alcohol. The scent of the house had become familiar and smelled strongly of lemon and beeswax. With Bella's and Emily's help, we'd managed to deep clean every inch of the bungalow. We waxed the wooden floors, polished glass panes, and scrubbed surfaces, stripping the rooms of dust sheets and airing out the space. I'd even had a go at buying some plants, which were fated to die at my hands, but it was worth giving being green-fingered a chance. The bungalow definitely didn't feel so empty now. I wasn't sure if that was for the best, or if I still intended to sell the place when I moved to live on campus in Washington. Perhaps I could lease it while I was away. Despite this trip being about Bella, I felt I'd made little progress in the way of shifting her plans away from becoming a vampire. Every time I attempted to bring up the conversation, she was dismissive. "You understand I have to do this, Amy. I've never felt like I belong in this body." Bella's words had made me drop the line of conversation. She wasn't the only one who didn't like her body. My scratches had scabbed, and I'd recovered better than I'd hoped, with the initial aches and pains numbing after a few days. We didn't talk about what happened at Sam and Emily's as a matter of principle. Not talking about the imprint was observed by everyone I spent time with. I relished the time I got to spend with Bella and began to get closer to Emily and also to Embry, who was spending most evenings here. His company was always comfortable. He brought a jovial playfulness, which helped fill the ache in my chest. My adopted parents called me over Skype, and I gave them the carefully filtered highlights of my time since arriving. Today I was hosting a Sunday dinner. I didn't quite think my cooking could stand up to Emily's, but I wanted to thank everyone for being so welcoming, and I also wanted to try and see Paul again. He'd avoid the bungalow like it was the plague, and I hadn't heard any wolves in the tree line. It wasn't that I wanted to see him exactly, it was like I had to see him. This invisible string between us, whatever it was, felt slack, and with it, it made my mind cloudy. I shook the thoughts of Paul from my mind as I climbed up the steps and walked to the spare bedroom. My knuckles rapped against the door, and I called out to Embry. "Come on, Embry," I beckoned. "It's 9 o'clock in the morning now. Pop out of bed, and we can get going to the shops." I heard a thud from the other side of the door, which I guess must be his feet hitting the floor, or so I hoped, rather than him throwing something at the door in protest. If I was supposed to pop out of bed, Imogen, I'd be a toaster, Embry snorted in complaint, throwing back the door. I snorted a chuckle, shaking my head at his sarcasm. "It's nice to hear you laugh. You don't do that much," Embry acknowledged, giving me a playful nudge, and I laughed softly again. "Thanks," I mumbled. "Now, go and get a shower so we can head out," I added, jerking my hand towards the bathroom. "You stink," I added teasingly. Embry took his sweet time, clearly in no rush to help me with my errands. The heat was becoming blistering, and I acknowledged my brother's lack of shirt with a sigh of frustration. It seemed every member of the pack didn't fit into a t-shirt. I had opted for a pair of denim shorts and a vest, hoping I'd have enough time to shower again before everyone arrived later. This heat was exhausting. The exit from the house had only been further slowed by Embry's insistence on making pancakes for his breakfast and Seth turning up as if he could smell them from the woods. The pancakes weren't actually that bad, surprisingly. Clearly, he'd been paying attention to Emily's cooking. I rode the shotgun with Embry, and Seth joined us, clearly motivated by the prospect of more food. We flew through La Push in Embry's rusty truck at a speed that felt heart-stopping. "Is everyone coming later, do you think?" I asked them both carefully, choosing my words. "You mean Paul is coming?" Embry scoffed. I slapped his shoulder, frowning. "That's not what I meant, and you know it," I scowled. "He hasn't shut up about it." Seth groaned from the backseat. "Paul is worried you might kick him out," he added with a snicker. It took us less than an hour to make it to and from the shop. With Embry's driving, it certainly kept us on schedule. The price of food here was expensive, and the fresh produce wasn't the best, but I suppose that came with the location. Embry certainly didn't mind helping me stock up, which was good of him considering he was eating me out of house and home. "Wolf jeans," he told me with a shrug. Once we'd made it home, Embry and Seth fussed about the shopping and sent me inside without a single bag to carry. I could get used to this chivalry. In the heat, the three of us cut, fried, and baked. They made excellent prep chefs and worked at a speed that even I struggled to keep up with. It was as I wrapped the tabbouleh salad that Embry's and Seth's eerie supernatural hearing flagged the arrival of someone. They both looked expectantly to the doorway. I looked at them questioningly, but neither would meet my gaze, suddenly intent on rolling out the pastry we'd made. It took a few more minutes before they were close enough for me to hear, as the front door was thrown back. These people had no concept of knocking. Jacob and Paul were in a heated discussion about a vehicle, and I looked around quickly for something to busy myself with. I settled on trying to find the jam in the fridge for the Bakewell tart. A strange silence settled across the room, and I tensed as the string coiled so tightly inside me that I thought it might explode. I sensed him behind me. So damn close. The heat pulsated, and I could feel beads of sweat cluster on my back from its intensity. I leaned further into the fridge. "Hi Imogen," Paul greeted. "Hi," I squeaked, turning around too quickly, so my chest brushed against his bare one. "Surprise, I'm alive," I added, stupidly gesturing to my now scabbed over scratches. His eyes appraised me silently, making me forget what the hell it was I was meant to be getting from the fridge again. His eyes settled on where my tank had ridden up, revealing a slither of skin on my stomach. It was lightly tanned, like the rest of my body, and freckled. "I'm pleasantly surprised," he chuckled, his arm stretching out to rest on top of the open fridge door. I had to crane to look up at him now as he caged my body. "Thanks, for breaking my fall and all that," I stated, giving him a small, shy smile. Jacob snorted behind us, and it broke Paul's gaze as he turned to glower at his packmate. "Oh," I yelled, suddenly remembering. "I baked you something. To say thank you for not ripping me into strips," I added jokingly, but no one laughed, the atmosphere feeling tight between us all. I turned fumbling with the fridge rooting around until I pulled out the tray of freshly iced cupcakes. They were decorated with butter frosting and adorned with pink sprinkles. I shoved the tray at Paul. Like it was on fire, and he took it from me silently, his expression unreadable. "I was going to buy you flowers, because that's what you do to people to say thank you usually." "Well, in England, you do." I rushed out, tripping over the words as I looked between the blank expressions of the four men. "But I thought you wouldn't really appreciate flowers, being a guy and all. So I baked you cupcakes, because you like to eat," I added, trying to further clarify that the situation was going from bad to worse. Being a guy and all, what was I thinking? Paul held my stare as he balanced the tray in one hand, using his dominant hand to swipe a finger across one of the frosting-covered cupcakes. I watched transfixed as he pulled a frosting-covered finger up to his smirking mouth and sucked the finger clean. My thighs clenched under his stare. "I do like to eat," he teased, and Jacob laughed heartily behind us. "Delicious," he drawled with a playful wink that had my blush reaching all the way down to my toes. "I just need to help Embry with the pastry," I muttered, trying to sidestep Paul, who matched my movements. "Embry was actually just leaving," Paul claimed. "I was?" Embry laughed, and Seth slapped him on the arm in warning. "Yes, I need to show you something in the truck," Seth added, suddenly moving so fast away from Paul's stare that it was like the room was alight. "But the pastry," I cried after Embry, who was dragging his feet slowly towards the front door. "Play nicely, children," Jacob drawled with a wink towards me, also leaving. The room was silent now, and I was dangerously alone with Paul. I slammed the fridge door shut and whirled on him. "You just scared off my friends," I accused, rubbing my palms on my shorts. "I could be your friend," he winked. "I'm not so sure that is a good idea," I warned, stepping back and bumping into the closed fridge door. "I don't bite," he shrugged, crossing his arms, making the muscles flex and my legs quake in the process. Way too much testosterone. It was like my primal instincts were scrambling my mind with their urges for me to lunge at him. "And I don't play with my food," he added as he took a worrying step forward. "Well, not too much," he chuckled. "I don't want to play games with you, Paul," I warned. "I'm only here for the summer. I'm not putting down roots in La Push," I reminded myself. "But I am a great player, Imogen," he husked, "and I always win." My jaw fell slack at the threat, and I felt something close to lust explode inside my chest. I'd never been spoken to like that, and it made my toes curl inside my trainers with desire. He must have sensed the shift in emotions, but he didn't wait for a response. Paul pulled at my waist. His hands were like giant paws that could almost close around me. I managed a gasp of surprise as he pulled me into his firm body, our chests pressing together as he crushed his lips against mine. My body was reacting way ahead of my mind. It pressed desperately back into Paul's body, evoking a well-earned growl from him as he walked me back into the fridge, caging my body. I had never been kissed with such a demand. Paul wasn't gentle with my body. His hands raked from my waist, up to my chest and into my hair. One hand caressed my face while the other tugged gently at my hair, tilting my head back and opening my mouth up for his tongue to caress mine. The string between us hummed in delight, filling my body with sparks. I closed my eyes, sinking into Paul's body and allowing my fingers to run through his short hair. Paul's hands moved quickly, greedily grabbing at my body. His hand dipped to cup my ass through the shorts, and it was my turn to groan. His searing kisses moved from my lips, peppering my neck. His beard stubble teased my skin, making me giggle softly. I tugged firmly on the tufts of short hair, pulling his lips back to mine and nibbling at his bottom lip. We battled for dominance with the kiss again, our lips sparking with every touch. I grabbed Paul's forearm to steady myself as I craned myself up to reach his lips. The kisses slowed as I broke away to take a breath that filled my lungs with the pine scent of Paul's body. My breaths were shallow as Paul's forehead tipped against my own, his smirk showing just how satisfied he was with himself. "I can't believe you just did that," I managed to rasp, dropping my hand from his bicep. "You weren't exactly unwilling, Imogen," he countered. I blushed, tipping my head down, clouded by curls that broke our gaze. "You shouldn't just go around kissing people like that," I protested, feeling the string uncoil and pulse calmly. "We can't be friends if you're going to do things like that," I add. "Friends can have many benefits," he teased, tilting my head back up with a strong finger, forcing me to meet his warm stare. "I'm not that sort of girl that goes around kissing strangers. I'm not that sort of girl." "End of, Paul," I warned, daring him to look away from my now frosty stare. He shook his head quickly, his brow furrowing. "I was teasing you, Imogen," he scoffed. "I don't just go around trying to hook up with random girls that wander until a push. I've imprinted it on you it doesn't work like that," he warned. "We are not imprinted," I lied, pointing a finger into his chest. He laughed, stepping back. "You keep telling yourself that, Imogen," he laughed sourly, "but we both know that was no ordinary kiss," he shrugged. I sealed my mouth tightly shut before I could say anything I regretted. Paul retreated from the kitchen silently, and I sank slowly to the floor, my heart racing. Dinner had been a quiet affair, with Jacob pointedly sitting himself between myself and Paul, almost like a chaperone. I blushed at the thought. I was hopeful Paul hadn't shifted into his wolf form, meaning our earlier encounter would have gone unnoticed by the group. It didn't pass me by how strange this all was. Last month, I'd been living at home with my foster parents, with a non-existent social life apart from Bella on email. So to have be sat around a crowded table, full of home-baked food, and in equally comforting company felt like a polar opposite end of the social spectrum. Paul and Jacob argued over who would serve for me, and I felt Paul craning his neck to try and meet my gaze every few minutes, his eyes burning into the side of my head. The conversation was pleasant, and each member of the pack seemed to take a genuine interest in what I was saying. It was like I blossomed under their attention, revealing more and more about myself as the evening went on. They soaked it up, asking probing questions about my childhood and my studies in fine art. I quizzed them about school, family dynamics, and tribal rules. They seemed surprised by my knowledge of Quileute legends, and Billy acknowledged that he knew of my foster father's work in the field. I folded my legs under myself as I sat, soaking up the afternoon air as I swung beside Emily. I loved the garden swing and its views out onto the tall forest that surrounded the small bungalow. Emily sat beside me, her face somber as she looked deep in thought, gaze glassy. The men were inside, drinking beers and cleaning up. Is it reversible? I asked, unable to keep the question that had been burning in my mind since the kiss I'd shared with Paul at bay. Emily turned her head slowly towards me and shook it softly. When you imprint on someone, that person should be perfect for you, right? An equal match? I prompted my thoughts to spiral and the words to tumble out of my mouth before I could think better of them. When a shapeshifter imprints on you, they form a bond that will remain in place for your entire lives. You become the only thing that matters to them. They are infatuated with you. You are almost like their new center of gravity. Imogen, that means Paul will do anything he can to protect you, to get your attention, to capture your smiles and your heart. Imprinting doesn't comply with what we will it to do. You can try to reject the imprint, but it doesn't bode well. It will be like trying to rip your soul from your body. The heart wants what the heart wants, Emily warned. What about personal choice? What about my future? What did I have to offer in a relationship? Well, Emily, I'm not perfect. I'm not a good fit for Paul. I'm not even a good fit for myself. I sigh as the breeze coaxes the swing back and forth again. No one is Imogen, Emily assures, grasping for my hand and giving it an assuring squeeze. I know I haven't known you very long, but you're kind, loving, and loyal, Imogen. I blush at the gentleness of the words. But I'm also ill, Emily, I sigh, tugging slender fingers through my knotted curls. I'm partially deaf. The doctors don't know if my hearing might fully deteriorate at some point. No one wants to be dating someone with that looming over them. I choke out, unable to meet her stare. I hold my gaze on the tree line, watching the birds swoop between the pines. I also got diagnosed earlier this year with an autoimmune condition. My body is trying to destroy itself from the inside out. I have horrible symptoms when they flare up. It's not fun to be around when I'm sick, I warn her, feeling my eyes prick with tears. I'm sorry, Imogen. I didn't know you were so poorly, Emily soothed. You don't have to apologize, Emily. I try to avoid acknowledging the illness as much as I can, I assured her. The imprint is stronger than any of that, Imogen, Emily reminded me. The imprint chose you for a reason. Being sick doesn't mean you aren't worthy of being loved, she whispered, her slender arm coming to rest against my shoulder. Being marked or different doesn't mean you aren't worthy of the love of another. I look at Emily's beautiful face, marked permanently by the accident from her imprint. Her eyes, too, are clouded with tears. Together, we embrace tightly, fostering a mutual understanding between us. We cry softly together as the swing rocks. Cry for what could have been. For the cruel hand of fate. Our futures are sealed. The house is silent, the guests have left, and Embry is on patrol. I lie, pressing my face against the cold tiles of the bathroom floor, taking deep, shuddering breaths. My body thrums with pain, and I can hardly open my eyes. I've thrown up violently twice and can't face trying to stand. I was in for a long night as my symptoms flared from stress. New beginnings, la push. June. I stifle a yawn as I take in my reflection in the bathroom mirror. My eyes look sunken and the circles beneath them are dark. Stress sends my body into a nauseating spiral of self-destruction. I pull at the flesh of my face, taking in the slight hollowing in my cheeks. I shake my head, hoping the niggling thoughts will shake free with them. Pulling the bathroom door back, I pad across the hallway and back to the security of the bedroom. I am glad not to meet any wolves on my short walk to the room, and allow my grasp on the towel to loosen slightly. I flex my arms as I sink to the bed and power up the laptop to check for messages from Bella. The sun has brought out more freckles across my skin, and I turn my limbs cautiously, analyzing the new pigmentations. Bella's message flags in the inbox of the email server, and I open it eagerly. Paul Lahote reads. The subject reads, making for an ominous start. Dear Imogen, good luck with your summer school project. I can't actually believe you have decided to spend your summer helping on this, but I guess, as you've told me many times, it will help with starting university. Jacob has promised to keep a close eye on you for the next few weeks, and you have to keep yourself out of trouble, please. Which is easier said than done when you are surrounded by the wolf pack. But the main reason I'm sending this message is about you and Paul. If there even is a you and Paul. Jacob is keeping seriously tight-lipped over whatever has occurred between you and Paul. This imprinting situation is dangerous, and I don't want you to get hurt. Paul has a reputation for being a total player, and you've not been well, Amy. I don't want you to get your heart broken by this. You are leaving for university in a matter of months. La Push was always just a pit stop, nothing permanent. We need to talk soon. Love, Bella. I grimace at the harsh reality of the words, drawing me firmly back to earth. Yes, I was leaving La Push. I was selling this house and starting university. But most importantly, I was supposed to be persuading Bella that being human is a far better choice than becoming a vampire. I type out a quick reply. Paul Lahote. Hey, thank you for your luck. I'm pretty sure I'm going to need it, as between you and me, I'm having major butterflies about the idea of gatecrashing the school to do a summer art project. It sounded like a great idea back in Oxford, but not so much now. It sounds like Pack Brother rules must trump whatever freaky willpower control you have over Jacob, but there is nothing to talk about. Paul came over, and well, things escalated, and he kissed me. I sort of ended up with my mouth on his, and I totally didn't mean to end up kissing him back, but that was it, and it was a mistake. I don't need a reminder of exactly what I'd be gambling on when getting mixed up with Paul. I have bigger things planned than a little life in La Push. I don't need to live in the shadow of what happened to my mother, which is what it feels like here sometimes. I will not be falling in love with Paul, I assure you. Call you tonight. Love, Amy. I hit send and rummaged around the cabinets for the hair dryer. The humidity is not helping my hair right now, and I wonder how I can actually manage to make it look like I haven't put my fingers into a socket. I give up halfway through drying it, instead fighting the curls into 2 French braids and allowing myself to grow gradually more panicked by the worrying sounds emerging from the kitchen. Embry has been spending an increasing amount of time at the bungalow, and we have fallen into a comfortable routine together. He avoids talking about us being related, and I avoid acknowledging any signs that I am ill. Our failure to press each other on both subjects made for budding friendships. But I am not keen on Embry's eating habits, which require him to consume worrying volumes of food. When I am not able to accommodate said food needs, Embry attempts to cook. I use the word cook very loosely, especially given what has been coming out of the kitchen recently. I mean, who eats Pop-Tarts with ranch dressing? I pull the drawer out on the dresser and rummage around, finding the dress I was after. It is a simple black vest flowing into a netted black and white polka dot skirt. A plate-breaking sound is in the distance, and I gasp, rushing to the door, terrified of what is now going to be left of the kitchen. I don't get too far. I smell him first, his scent overpowering my senses as pine wraps around me in a heavy musk. Then I slam into the wall of muscle that hits my chest. The level of sculpting on these men is like walking through a museum of Greek statues. I don't appreciate the lack of padding as I bounce back from his solid torso so hard that I lose my footing and fall backwards. Painfully warm fingers curl around my wrist. His hands are so large that his fingers overlap as they clutch around my delicate wrist. He jerks with enough force to break the fall and pull me dangerously close. I wonder if he can hear how fast my heart is beating, if he can sense my heightened senses and the way I am drinking in the smell of him. I don't allow my eyes to move from the black t-shirt that is straining against his chest. It feels odd to see him dressed again, and I want to pout for being denied the vision that is seeing his bare skin. I am lusting after Paul Lahote, and the realization makes me blush all the way down to my toes. Good morning, Imogen. Paul's voice rasps, and I look up involuntarily. The tug between us remains unnervingly strong. With him this close, the coil is pulled tight. I have no more give left, and it feels like it may rip from my body at any moment. The pressure in my chest is aching down to the bone. It whispers in my blood, willing me to step closer to him, to reach out to brush a hand over his skin, stroke the slight stubble of his chin. I want to tug at that rich, dark hair as I drink in the smell of the woodland from his skin. Hi, I manage in a high-pitched squeak, my gaze dropping to my bare feet. You're nervous, he husks, and I don't have to look at his face to know the smirk that adorns it. When I don't answer, Paul adds, nervous about going to school today. I jerk my head up in surprise. The realization that he was teasing me does not sit well. I needed to get a grip on the situation. I put myself firmly back in control. Nothing scares me, I say. Not even wolves, I add, looking into his dark eyes for seconds too long. Not even a little? Paul dares a slight growl, rasping from the back of his throat. The space between us has narrowed. I'm not sure who closed the distance. My chest presses against his, and I crane my neck to meet his stare. I think they're all bark and no bite. I shrug, trying to force my heart rate to slow. Paul steps forward suddenly, and I set myself back. He smirks, his wolfish grin and eyes so deep, I wonder how close he is to shifting. We dance like this for a few steps, predator and prey, until my back hits the door. Paul's hands stretch up his fingers, flexing around the frame, stretching out taut arm muscles that make my legs feel weak. I can't break Paul's stare, and its intensity is turning my insides molten. The imprint lingers between us. I will warn you, I lied, Imogen, I do bite. Paul hisses, picking up a braid and sneering to himself. I want to flick him, but he drops the braid with his finger, tracing my exposed collarbone. The touch feels shockingly erotic, and my blush burns all the way down my neck. Noted, I choke out. Paul looks almost disappointed with my reaction. I can see he gets a rise out of sparring with me. He likes playing games. I'll show him. I push up onto my toes, my head barely skimming his chest. I use my hand to pull on the collar of the t-shirt. Paul humors me by dipping his head to my height. I haven't been this close to him since we kissed. His eyes are purely animalistic as I meet them. I allow my cheek to brush against the stubble on his face as I place my lips on his ears. If I wanted to be bitten, I'd go to the Cullens. I'm sure, Paul, you could be much more imaginative with what you'd like to do with me. I whisper, breathing lightly into the skin behind his ear. Paul's body quivers as he grabs my arms, pushing me back down onto the balls of my feet as he straightens his back. I watch him take a deep inhale, restraining himself from doing whatever he was about to impulsively jump to next. We need to talk about this. This imprint isn't going away, Imogen, Paul warns. No discussion is needed. This is just a little infatuation. Nothing more. I am not good for you, Paul. Hell, I'm not good for myself, I warn, shaking my head and trying to wriggle from his grip. If you know what's good for you, you'll stay away from me, I warn. Paul strokes his hands gently down my arms with a tender caress. One of my toxic traits is wanting what I can't have, he mumbles. Paul steps back, and I feel the coil between us slacken, and my heart lurches with it. You have to accept that this imprint isn't going away, Imogen, he warns again. I cringe at yet another person telling me what I have to do. You make it go away, I exclaim, jabbing a warning finger at this chest, and he scoffs at my naivety. There is no relationship for us, Paul. If you understood the gravity of who I am, you would stay well clear, I warn. I am a sheep in wolf's clothing. I am bad news, Paul. We could be friends. Paul suggests stepping closer again and trying out his tried and tested smirk on me. I don't need friends, I lie, and Paul frowns. Paul's head turns slowly towards the kitchen, and he sniffs. I mimic the motion but only pick up his lingering scent. I worry it will be hardwired into my brain. I need to be around you, Imogen, Paul confesses, his eyes bearing into my own. Please just think about it, he shrugs, turning towards the kitchen. I smell the burning a moment later and storm after him shouting at Embry. The kitchen is filled with smoke, and Paul is laughing like it's the morning entertainment. The smoke alarm is blaring painfully, making my ears throb, and Embry is looking with mock disappointment at the Pop-Tarts he's managed to get stuck in the toaster that are charred black. Let's take breakfast to go, shall we? Paul suggests stepping past me, easily disarming the smoke alarm, and pulling the ruined food from the toaster, which should be hot enough to burn. I stand dumbly in the center of the kitchen, unable to take my eyes off him. Go get some shoes on, Imogen. We are going to be late, Paul tells me. Bite me. I balk at the command. Don't tempt me, Imogen, or I'll bend you right over this counter here and now and make you scream my name in 10 different ways, he husks, and my legs go to jelly at the thought. Flirting with Paul was dangerous, especially when I keep telling him to back off, but the imprint seemed to make my brain act out my wildest of impulses. Gross, Embry cries. I used this to save me from a response, and I whirled from the room to find some trainers and stifle the blush that had consumed me. Flirting with Paul was not going to end well. Thankfully, I managed to avoid having a conversation with either of them as we leave the house. Paul's truck is in the driveway, and I nibble on the cereal bar he handed me. Embry makes the mistake of trying to ride a shotgun, and Paul's gaze is terrifying. I am stuck up front with Paul in a silence so tense it is painful. My plan was to blend seamlessly into the La Push crowd of teenagers. I had the clothing and the native features, but my accent and hair color are areas that weren't working in my favor. Nor was the fact that I had two giants acting like bodyguards the moment we left the truck. I decided my best course of action was to ditch them both, and quickly, at any rate. However, they weren't quite oversized dumb dogs, these were wolves and predators, and they matched my every step across the parking lot. Leave me alone, I hiss as I take in the staring crowd of young adults around us. You wish, Paul scorns. It was hard enough trying to blend in without having them both tailing me. The school is surprisingly bigger than I'd expected, but nothing compared to the size of the state school I attended in Oxford. What are you doing? I snap as we near the steps to the entrance. The students seemed to part as we approached, creating a walkway, but even I could hear the furious whispering going on around us. Walking you to the art complex, Paul shrugs. No, you are not, I hiss back, seething. I try to pick up my pace, but Paul keeps tightly beside me. The school smells of polished wood and looks like it hasn't had a refresh since it was first built. Students bustle past us with oversized backpacks and stacks of books. Some teachers stand in the lobby having a heated discussion, but no one attempts to speak to us. Watch me, he assures, turning us sharply as we enter the entrance hall to a long corridor, pulling me with him. Embry doesn't follow us. I feel the light pressure of Paul's hand on my lower back, and I lean into the warmth that settles over my skin from the sensation. We stop abruptly in front of a petite brunette who steps into our path. Paul grimaces. Paul, she squeals, throwing her arms around him, hanging from this statue-like presence. I'm relieved when Paul pulls her hands away from him. The girl doesn't meet my eyes. She fails to even look my way. She is exactly the type of girl I expected Paul to date. Incredibly petite with delicate features, an overly large chest, and a tiny waist. With not a blemish across her face, her hair was beautifully tousled. A healthy girl, a girl that will settle down with Paul and marry him, who is glowing and full of life. How are you? She questions, her voice climbing octaves. You haven't been at the beach for like, weeks. You haven't been avoiding me, have you? Especially not after how much fun we had last time. She winks, and I feel like someone's just sucker punched my insides. I had never been stung with jealousy like this. But little miss, oh my boobs are so big they don't fit my body. If I was drowning I could use them as an inflatable, had clearly triggered something in me. Dakota, this is Imogen, Paul introduces me, not responding to her comment. Dakota doesn't move or stare from Paul, not even seeing me as a possible threat. It's nice to meet you, Dakota. I'm late for my class, I lie, mumbling and pulling away quickly from Paul. I will use my legs to walk faster as I head blindly in a direction far away from Paul and whatever strange feelings were being stoked by that interaction. I walk quicker as I hear Paul call my name. The instinct to stop and listen to him is painful. I curse the imprint and all the stupid things it seems to be doing to my brain. It is like wading through quicksand, but I keep putting one foot in front of the other, following the signs and the class door numbers. I throw back the door to the art block and almost project myself into the space in my haste to get away from Paul. My heart is thumping, and I must look pale, or half wild, from the bemused expression of the teacher. The intoxicating smell of oil paint pulls at my senses, heightening them in a familiar way as my hand twitches as if reaching for a paintbrush. The space is well lit with window VELUXS, and the studio is just one big room. Every crevice of the space is crammed with supplies, canvases, paints, and racks. Wooden tables fill the center of the space and are dotted with students who were looking at the blank sheets before them. Now they are all looking at me. I need to move quickly to avoid the cringe-worthy forced introductions. As I scan the space, I groan as I see Jared watching me. Would I ever get away from the wolves? The class is a hum of activity, and classical music plays in the background from a radio. The art teacher seems half blind and a few years past retirement. We discuss some tasks that need doing, and I start by washing brushes in the sink. I contacted the school prior to my move to discuss possible opportunities for the summer. While classes are drawing to a close for summer break, the school will remain open for the theater students who are performing a rendition of Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream. Although not an official student, I have enrolled as a teacher's aide, completing odd jobs in the classroom during the day, and am responsible for helping to paint the set for the show. I figured this was a great way to keep my art fresh before university and take up some of the free time I had. I hadn't figured out how annoying it would be to have the wolves watching my every move. "Hey, new girl," a voice teases as a male comes to stand beside me at the sink. "It's Imogen," I retort, swilling the water more aggressively through the brush bristles. "Back off, Adriel," Jared warns, standing dangerously close to the male. "Chill, dude," Adriel shrugs, throwing his arms up in defense. "I was just trying to be friendly." "Mr. Cameron, I don't think it takes 3 people to wash a pot of brushes," a voice croons across the room. Jared gives Adriel a menacing stare and retreats back to his chair. "You're looking at me like I've just been beamed down from Mars," I warn, looking at Adriel. He is slender and tall, just like a typical teenager with an athletic frame and dark hair, but he seems so juxtaposed to the pack that it is laughable. "Well, we don't get many fair heads around here. In fact, I don't think we've ever had a student join so late into the year," he shrugs, raising thick eyebrows questionably. Jared is working his jaw as he stares across from us, looking about ready to leap across the table between us and rip this guy into chunks. Adriel seems obliviously naive of the danger he is putting himself in by pissing off the pack. "Well, you'll have to get used to it," I shrug, shutting off the tap and grabbing a cloth to dry my hands. "So if Mars isn't your hometown, where is?" he asks, and I can tell people are listening for the answer. The room is quiet for all but the radio and the scratching of charcoal over crisp, starchy paper. "London," he guesses. I ignore him, grabbing up a palette of watercolors and heading towards an empty space. My fingers itch to dip the brushes across the blocks of paint and swirl patterns across the blank page before me. I want to paint the images that haunt my dreams. "Sort of. I lived in Oxford, but I was born in La Push," I answer, swirling the brush into a jar of water. I stroke the brush across the green paint block and look down at the page. Where to start? I let Adriel ask me about Oxford, about food, movies, and skateboarding. We talk about our mutual love of art, and I feel Jared's glare burning my skin. But Adriel was nice. Adriel was safe. And right now, I needed to be nice and safe if I was going to survive this experience. Adriel follows me into the corridor, and Jared is just a step behind me. The students walk out of the room and down the corridor past us. Adriel has offered to help me find my locker, which means I can dump some of the weighty supplies I am carrying around before I grab lunch. I keep my gaze down, avoiding any direct eye contact with the other students. I don't know what's drawing more attention, my presence or Jared stalking me through the hallways. "Emi," a voice calls, and I look back to find Jacob beaming at me. My breath catches in relief, and I smile, feeling reassured. I feel like I could burst into tears just at the sight of him and the familiarity of his presence. It had been a strange sort of morning. "It will die down soon," he gestures to the people around us, having somehow read my expression. "They will find something else to talk about soon, probably Paul getting into another fight." He laughs and looks in warning towards Adriel. "Your locker should be along this strip." Adriel gestures towards the row of metal, and I smile gratefully. "Thank you," I tell Adriel, and I pull at Jacob's hand, leading us to the lockers. Adriel turns in the other direction, and Jared follows. I try not to let that trouble me. With my bag feeling a lot lighter, I let Jacob lead me through the maze of corridors towards the dining hall. I allow myself to be swallowed by the mumble of conversations around me, not focusing on the words, and I try to match Jacob's long strides. "Stay away from Imogen," a familiar voice booms, and we stop in front of a small crowd of spectators. I see Paul easily above them, his height looming. "Fuck off, Paul," Adriel warns, shoving at him, and I gasp in horror. Paul could literally snap Adriel in two. "Stop," I screech, pushing at Jacob, willing him to intervene. Paul snarls at Adriel's touch and shoves Adriel back into the lockers, which is done with such a force that the mantelpieces sounds like they are crinkling inward. "Jacob, stop them." I pull Jacob's arm, willing him to take action. He parts the crowd for me, shoving me through the bodies towards the pair. "Adriel was just being nice to me, Paul, something you wouldn't know how to do," I snap. Grabbing Adriel's arm, I pull him from Paul's path as he quakes with anger. I was no longer the new girl. My status has been upgraded to that of the new girl who was under Paul's protection, whether she wanted it or not. Below a bull. Jacob muffles through a mouthful stuffed with chips as we recount Paul's dangerous behavior. Jacob had informed me that Adriel and Paul have never gotten along, and Paul thinks Adriel is trying to manipulate me to piss Paul off. However, Jacob did concede that Paul was acting like an overprotective jerk. The dining hall is a ramble of noise, with every circular table littered with teenagers cramming in as much food as possible. After a minute more of chewing, Jacob speaks again. This time his word is understandable. "Unbelievable. Paul can be such a twat sometimes," he grumbles. With a dangerous wink, Jacob throws a chip over his shoulder to the table behind us. I gasp. It was a blind shot, but of course it has struck its intended target. The table behind us is the one the rest of the shapeshifters conveniently parked themselves at the moment they saw us in the hall. I couldn't believe the blatant audacity of it. The chip that Jacob has thrown hits Paul on the back of his head, and we share a conspirator's laugh as Paul's head whirls around to stare us down. His dark stare makes my breath catch in my throat. I am unnerved by how handsome he is. It still catches me by surprise. Paul's wolf eyes look enraged, and his gaze burns into mine. He has wrongly decided that I was the perpetrator. I cry and declare war the moment I am hit in the cheek with a chicken wing. Arsehole. I spend the rest of the lunch period launching peas from a plastic spoon at Paul. I giggle as they bounce off his head, and I watch his shoulders grow more tense with every attack. He doesn't respond to my missiles. Embry, however, isn't so lenient when a piece of salad I aim for. Paul's ear lands instead of his hand. Embry shakes it off with a frown and moves scarily fast to sit beside me on the table. "You know, trying to start a food fight, can you get suspended?" his cool voice warns. "Or did you already know that?" he teases as he watches me aim another pea at the enemy. Something inside of me was relishing playing with Paul. I was clearly getting a rise out of winding him up. I realized rather unnervingly that I was craving his attention. I aim the spoon again at Paul, upping the odds with a cocktail sausage. Embry knocks on my arm at the last minute, alerting me to the direction of the food projection to a teacher. I am too quick to throw myself under the table with a bump, not willing to be caught launching food at one of the teachers on my first day at the school. Damn, my brother. The dining hall falls silent, and I chuckle into my hand, desperate not to make a sound. Paul Lahote and Embry call. "The headmaster's office now," barks a voice from across the hall. I cover my mouth to prevent the laugh from escaping. I watch Embry's legs as he slowly slides them out from under the table. I decide to wait a few minutes before attempting to get out from under the table. My knees throb in protest, and my left leg definitely has cramps burning up in it, but I hold my hunched position under the table. I wonder if Jacob can help me make a swift exit. I poke my braided head from under the table and gratefully take the paw that is Jacob's hand to pull me back onto the seat. He is grinning widely, and we share a satisfied look. "And you, Imogen Morgan, I can see you, you know," shouts the teacher from the doorway. I balk in horror. The room erupts in laughter, and Paul and Embry stand beside the teacher, looking suitably smug. I curse. scooping up my bag and stomping towards Paul and my brother. "See you tomorrow, new girl," Adriel hollers from a few tables away, and Paul looks ready to combust. The stuffy teacher leads us to the headmaster's office, and we are told to sit and await our fate. Like the rest of the school, the room is tiered, with questionable stains on the carpet and chairs with frayed upholstery. I squirm in the small space. With the desk and the 3 chairs in the room, it feels like we are sitting in a broom cupboard, it's that tight. Paul's stare only adds to the claustrophobic feel of the room. "Would you stop staring at me?" I protest at Paul's wondering eyes. "You're making me feel like I'm having one of those nightmares where you turn up to school naked and everyone won't look away." "Trust me, if you were naked, I wouldn't just be starting," he snorts back. I cringe, willing the chair to fold up on me just so I can hide the blush that burns my flesh. "Dude, seriously," Embry complains. "I know she is your imprint and all that, but can you watch it? She's my sister, and I do not need to hear stuff like that," Embry complains. "I am not his anything," I rebut. "Sure, you're not beautiful," Paul humors me. I feel the imprint cause the explosion of heat in my chest at the word beautiful. Am I really that easy to delight now? "Are you continuously this much of a twat, Paul? Or does it just come in waves?" I seethe. "Oh, only when I'm around you, Imogen," he winks. I huff in frustration. This guy is unbelievable. Paul's finger comes out to dance across the skin on my hand, tracing the freckles. I don't give him the reaction of flinching from his touch, but I am about to tell him where I will shove those fingers if he doesn't stop touching me when the door swings open. I crane my neck to follow the headmaster as he walks to the front of his desk. I sit up straighter, but Paul and Embry look calm. Probably because being sent to the headmaster's office is a weekly occurrence for them. The headmaster has a beard that could but Charlie's to shame, and he squints as we are behind thick-rimmed glasses. "Boys, Miss Morgan," he greets sternly as he sits behind the desk of a chair that looks almost as old as he is. "Now, need I remind you that it is against the rules of this establishment to allow for such behavior as what was observed in the dining hall?" He clasps his hands as he speaks, looking directly at Paul. "You are in your last year at school, and you should all know better than this. Paul the First must stress that if you put even another toe out of line, you will be out of this school before you can even try and spell the word," he says, and Paul looks gleeful at the idea. "I want a contact number of a guardian for each of you," the headmaster states, handing across a slim notebook and fountain pen. Paul snatches it from him and begins to scribble down something on the page. I gasp as he throws the notebook onto the desk, and the headmaster shoots him a warning glare. "Is this the guardian you want to be contacted for all 3 of you?" the headmaster asks sharply, eyebrows furrowed. Paul nods once. "I see," the man mumbles, shifting the glasses from the end of his nose and pushing them up his face again. He turns to the landline and begins to dial. I was screwed. Pulling strings la push. June, I should be meeting with the drama teacher to discuss the set painting right now. Yet, as luck would have it, I was trapped in a room with Paul and Embry. My creative energy was drenched in cold water as we waited for the headmaster to return to lecture us with our guardian present. I had messed up this opportunity before it had even happened. I wouldn't be contacting the school board for a reference any time in the future. Paul was growing more agitated by the second and had now managed to precariously rock the wooden chair back, so it rested on 2 legs. I told him to tip it right back so he would fall off. I had not provided Paul with the entertainment he'd hoped for when I hadn't risen to the bait of his teasing. Embry proved equally disappointing as he lay hunched over himself, snoring like a bear, his oversized limbs crumpled up on the office chair. The room was stuffy, but I dared not open a window out of fear that the wood might splinter at touch. It looked like it had seen better days. "Why were you hanging out with him?" Paul questions his chair, dropping on all 4 legs. "Who?" I was confused. "Oh, Adriel." I add. "Yeah, that prick." Paul frowns back, crossing his arms. "Paul, get over yourself. I can talk to whoever I want to," I scold, turning in the chair to meet his stare. "He is playing with you," he rebuts. "And you aren't?" I question. My and Adriel's end goals involving you are very different, he retorts, still frowning. I know you think you're protecting me, but I'll be straight with you, Paul. Who I choose to socialize with has nothing to do with you, I throw back. It has everything to do with me. If it involves someone that is going to hurt you, he growls back, the wolf making his eyes glint with darkness again. I smile to myself at the thought of him morphing into a wolf right here in the office. It would certainly changing the topic of conversation away from me being the new girl. You have to stop, I warn. I am just trying to make some friends around here. I told you we could be friends. I want to be more than friends. But I could settle for friends, if that's all you want, he husks. His eyes still so animal-like that I wonder how the imprint pulls at his emotions. I told you my thoughts on the matter, I mutter, pulling at a thread on my dress, my skin prickling. But we could try, couldn't we? We could go out. It doesn't have to be a date, but I could take you out and we could try, you know. He trails off at my stare. I don't think that's a good idea. I shake my head firmly, willing my mind not to be overtaken by the imprint's will. Let me take you out, not for a date. I know you don't want that, but let me take you out this week for dinner, he shot out, as friends. He said, speaking the last word as if it caused him physical pain. Will it make you shut up? I question. Paul laughs so loudly, Embry bolts awake, like he's just been electrocuted. I take that as a yes then. I knew you'd see the benefits of this arrangement, he smirked, giving me a heart-stopping wink. Embry's stare snaps between us in wonder. If you let your ego get any more inflated, Paul, you won't fit through the doorway, I tease. Paul's retort is broken by the door opening and the head teacher returning. I almost cried out at him with relief. Anything to get me away from Paul. It is the man who follows behind the headmaster that has me remaining firmly in my chair. Sam Yulee. What the hell? I don't know who I was anticipating as the guardian for the three of us, but Sam certainly wasn't it. Charlie was down as my emergency contact. Sam had nothing to do with me and should not have been called as my guardian. Afternoon, Amy, Sam booms from the doorway, not crossing over the threshold, thankfully. I was beginning to panic at the thought of anyone else trying to squeeze themselves into the space. Hi Sam, I manage weakly, my face hot with embarrassment from today's events. I have spoken with the headmaster. He appreciates that this situation is a misunderstanding, Sam explains slowly. I wonder how much trouble Paul will be in for summoning Sam to the high school. Yes, the headmaster agrees, waving a dismissive hand. You are all very lucky this won't be going onto your records. However, you are all to go straight from here to detention for the evening. I gasped at the word detention. I was a model student back home and had never been reprimanded before like this. Imogen, I would like to speak with you briefly, the headmaster adds, and Paul's jaw tenses. Paul, Embry, Sam beckons from the doorway, and I feel the pangs of anxiety festering inside as they close the office door. The head teacher perches on the edge of the desk, looking down rimmed glasses with a scowl. I shift, tightening my fingers around the arms of the chair. I trust you won't make a habit of this, Imogen. You have a wonderful opportunity to aid the school with your talents this summer. I would hate for the crowd around you to influence you poorly. I want my best for all the students here, even the ones that throw food at me, he assures. But I must stress again. Be wary of the company you choose to keep, he adds, and I wonder how much he knows of the pack. Enough that Sam could pull enough strings that we only landed a detention. With his dismissal, I launch myself from the chair, eager to be free from this prison. As I bustle down the corridor, I spot the restrooms and dash into them for cover, managing to steady my shaking limbs on the sink. The school seems silent, and I realize suddenly that school has finished for the day. I run the tap on cold and let the water splash on my wrists at the pulse point as I calm myself. I was not a girl who got detentions. My adopted parents would be furious if they found out. If I had pulled a similar stunt at my old school, I'd have been given a suspension. What sort of control did Sam Yulee have over the reservation? I'd clearly underestimated the impact the elders and Sam were able to have over La Push. I shut off the water and take a deep breath. I can do this. Shaking the water from my hands, I sling my bag over my shoulder and step out into the corridor to find 3 shapeshifters waiting for me. Okay. Maybe I couldn't do this. Sam's glare stops me from retreating into the restroom, and I am fixed to the spot. Embry and Paul look sheepish, and I realize Sam is furious. I was just saying to Paul and Embry that I do not expect to be called up here again. You have reputations to uphold, and you, Imogen, have a responsibility to complete what you started by signing up for this. You cannot do that by getting yourself kicked off the site, he warns. I don't know what overcame me, I lied. I promise it won't happen again, Sam, I quickly assured. Well, I'm just glad we were able to make sure it didn't get taken any further. Sam frowns. Right, get out of my sight, a lot of you, he sighs half-heartedly with a small smile playing about his mouth. Sam clearly remembered what it was like to be young. Paul and Embry led me in silence to the detention room, clearly well versed in how this proceeded. Neither went to take a seat but rather eyed the snoozing teacher and shared a knowing smile. I copied them as they signed their names on the register, and I took an empty desk. I had 20 to choose from. You don't actually think we are staying, do you? Paul laughed, looking at me like I had just grown a second head. My eyebrows quirk. That is why they call it detention. You know, you're meant to stay, I defend. Well, you can stay if you want. Embry shrugs, already stepping towards the doorway, making a break for it. But once you've signed your name, pretty much everyone leaves. I eye Embry with suspicion. And you'd know all about that, would you? I accuse. We would actually, Paul smirked. Now you can stay. Embry shrugs, opening the door. Or you can have some sense and come with us, he jerks a hand to the corridor. My back aches, and the idea of getting to go home and get a hot shower sends waves of pleasure through me. But I was in enough trouble as it was, and if I was caught bunking off, I didn't see that. Improving my situation. I'm staying, I announce stubbornly. Embry groans theatrically, rubbing his face in frustration. Don't be a drag, Imogen, Paul prompts. Take a goddamn risk. You can't just go about life making up your own rules, Paul, I counter. He huffs at me and steps into the corridor. I recoil at the realization that he has willingly left me here, alone. But then this was what I wanted, wasn't it? I told Paul the first didn't want to be his friend. I told him to stay away from me. So how could I be angry with him when he did exactly as I asked? I guess you're going too. I snap at Embry, the abandonment riling me. We have patrol, Emi, he shrugs, kicking out at the doorframe. Fine then, I shrug, busying myself with pulling out a sketchpad and charcoal sticks. The abandonment stung, and I blinked away the tears that welled in my eyes. The classroom was almost silent, apart from the ticking of the clock and the subtle snores of the sleeping teacher. I opened my sketchbook and allowed my dreams to project onto the paper. I dreamt vividly, especially recently. The doctor had suggested it was a side effect of the medication I was on. But I knew deep inside my temporal lobe, my brain delighted in tormenting me with the most vivid dreams. Marking in charcoal was one of my preferred forms. I felt out of practice. There had been a period during the height of my illness where I hadn't been able to hold a pencil, let alone make my art, but today, my hand moved like an extension of the visions that tormented me. I filled pages with gray sketches, Bella with eyes that would be blood red, and Paul in his wolf form leaping towards me. Teeth, blood, and black eyes. I gasped, dropping the charcoal. My hands are smeared in the black powder like blood. The teacher doesn't stir from the chair. My breathing is heavy, and I cringe as I take in what I have drawn. The images that have haunted my dreams are etched across the paper, bringing the nightmares to life. I slam the sketchbook closed and push it away from me, like touching it may awaken the darkness that is captured across it. I was living in a real-life fairy tale, with vampires, wolves, damsels, and villains, with true love and happily ever after. With curses and riddles. I hadn't quite worked out which character I was set to play. But I felt like I was a puppet for a fate already playing out. As soon as the clock hit the hour, I gathered my items and strode from the room without hesitation. The parking lot was empty, and the weather was horrible. The humidity of the morning held, but it brought thunderstorms with it for the evening. The rain was unrelenting as I made my way across the parking lot. I walked the entire way back to the bungalow alone. Dusk was falling, and I stomped through puddles, cursing the pack with every step. My legs chafed with every step as the dress clung to my skin, and my body ached down to the bone. I'm not sure if it was determination or stupidity that made me manage the walk, but I was almost crawling down the driveway just before night fell. I reminded myself that I needed to organize some form of transport as the wolves were not to be relied upon. The roof in the glass room sounded like it would shatter at any moment. The rain pounded against the glass like bullets and showed no signs of easing. A pizza I'd managed to burn sat sodden on the grass outside, having been thrown, still smoking from the kitchen window. I was doing no better than Embry at this point. The stench of burnt cheese didn't pass, and I doubted whether, with all the air freshener I sprayed, if the smell would ever be masked. I relished the silence of the house. It was a short-lived moment of bliss for it to be empty. Embry was staying here on an almost weekly basis, and it made the house full of life. But given my foul mood, I was not in the mood for guests. Having gotten home, I had showered for what felt like hours, desperate to soothe the aches in my limbs. Having to forego the pizza, I skipped straight to dessert and managed to eat my way through a tub of Ben & Jerry's. I told myself it was because I couldn't take prescription medication on an empty stomach. But I knew it was more to try and soothe the ache in my heart. I felt the sting of rejection, and it wasn't sitting well with me. The medication was making me feel woozy now, and I wondered if I should put myself in bed before I collapsed on the sofa. I needed to rinse off the stupid hair mask I'd used to try and repair the damage the rain and humidity had caused to my hair. The packaging claimed to rejuvenate dry, damaged hair, restoring it to its dazzling form. I didn't feel rejuvenated, and certainly it didn't seem dazzling from the way it was setting in a deep shade of green. On top of my head, it smelled like cat's urine and held my hair in place on my head like treacle. What wonderful timing for the evening with the sounding of the door. I hoped it was Embry. I was still angry at him, but it suited any other alternative visitor. The hair has made me hesitate for a moment, but the knocking sounds are louder and more persistent than the first time. I scowl so hard that it makes my head pulse in pain as I set my eyes on him. "Oh, it's you," I grumble. "Can I come in?" Paul asks, and I want to laugh and remind him that he doesn't usually make a habit of asking. My heart does not pulsate, nor does the coil between us tug. Instead, my body swirls with anger. It seems even the imprint is cross with Paul. Interesting. "No," I snapped, jutting my chin out and slamming the door. It catches on his overly large foot, which is bare and caked in mud. His eyes have a half-wild look in them, and his shorts aren't even buttoned up. I glare at him, inhaling sharply through my nose. If looks could kill, he laughs and runs a hand through his sodden hair. It is slicked down, and it spikes up as his fingers run through it. "I guess he must have just finished patrol. Then you'd be dead, and I wouldn't be in this mess. Now if you'd kindly remove your foot," I exclaim, giving the door another push into his foot. I think I have a better chance of splitting the wood of the door before I manage to do any damage to him. "Imogen," he pleads, beginning to pry the door open. "I've come to tell you I'm sorry." My hand falls slack, and I step back, allowing him into the hallway. I wasn't expecting an apology. We don't move further into the house, and the doorway creaks as the wind swings it back. His muddy footprints will mark the floor, but I don't say a word. The anger instead swells within me as I replay the afternoon. The silence pulses between us, and I can see Paul's lips twitch with the impulse to break it. "What the fuck have you got in your hair?" he asks. I suppose the stench of the cat's urine has assaulted his nostrils, or it's changed a different color. "A hair mask," I snap back. "I hope that wasn't for my benefit," he teases, and I blush. But the imprint reminds me that he abandoned me. Paul left me in detention, and I walked all the way home alone in the storm. It feels like a stab in the gut, and it reminds me just exactly what his rejection felt like. I'm unnerved by these feelings. I thought imprints were unbreakable love and lust. But clearly, imprints do not like being pushed away. "I thought I should look my best for Adriel tomorrow," I lie. Paul's gaze is blank. For a moment, I decide it's because he is thinking of a suitable rebuff. But then I realize it's because he is about to shift. The wolf's eyes are almost slits as he turns in. Launches himself down the steps. He cannon rolls through the air, and I scream, expecting him to crash face first into the dirt. But his body shakes, his clothes rip from his skin, and fur encases him. It's magnificent. Terrifying. But truly breathtaking to watch the speed and strength of the movement. The wolf hits the ground gracefully with a force that seems to shake the bungalow. I was joking. Paul, I cry, running barefoot after him, nearly falling down the steps in my haste. The medication was really beginning to take effect. Paul, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I cry again, reaching towards the growling beast. The imprint is back now, yelling in my blood to do something, anything, to stop him from leaving. I lurch forward, trying to grab at his gray fur, willing him to stay. But he snarls, turning and running for the tree line before I can even get within touching distance. I had a heavy dose of medication that night, one I haven't had in a few months. The concoction of medicine makes my head pulse, and I wake up dripping in sweat and shaking. I had dreamt about wolves fighting on the clearing outside the bungalow. Teeth ripping through flesh, blood on the grass, and my screams. It is still dark outside, and I wonder if Embry is out patrolling the woods, tracking the border for signs of vampires entering La Push territory. I take a cold shower that soothes my feverish skin. When I was first given my diagnosis, I was assured that it was a positive outcome and that it would allow me to move on to the next chapter of my life. It didn't feel like that for me, though. It felt as if the weight I'd been carrying for months had finally crushed me beneath it. No one around me could understand why it made me feel so broken. I couldn't accept the diagnosis. I couldn't stand the thought that this would be the rest of my life. It was a startlingly scary concept. I fumbled around aimlessly for months afterwards, trying to find who I used to be, to piece together a person from the broken pieces that remained. But the harsh truth was that this diagnosis wasn't really just that. Being diagnosed was so much more than a label. Despite the do-gooders telling me I couldn't allow my illness to define me, I had to disagree. Because for what it's worth, I am my diagnosis. I am everything it has shaped me to be. It has defined my future and altered my view. This condition goes away, but it always comes back. I think that is one of the most mentally draining aspects of it, the waiting. You can try everything, from herbal remedies to operations, but it is always there, just under the surface. Life goes on, and the world continues around you. Even though you feel like you're drowning under the weight of the strain, you eventually break the surface and find a way to float. I leave the bathroom feeling more alert. My head aches, and I leave the hearing aids off, giving myself some rest. I make myself herbal tea and take it into the glass room, which is pooled in darkness. The only light comes from the stunning array of silver stars dusting the night sky. Embry is sitting in the darkness, and I scream like I did the first night we met. His breath is haggard, and his eyes are dropping under the strain that seems to be taking him to keep them open. He looks up guiltily at me. I shifted from one foot to the other, unsure of how to proceed. "You shouldn't be here," I mumble. Without my hearing aids, my own voice sounds like I'm underwater in my ears. "I think it's best if you don't stay here right now. I'm not great around company when I'm poorly," I add uncomfortably. The last thing I needed was Embry being around if my body was flaring up. "My mom has kicked me out," he shrugs. It is the first sentence he has strung together, and it was pronounced perfectly. Each word was emphasized and said at just the right pace for me to lip read. I gulp, trying to push away the flood of emotions that such a simple act has evoked. I can't imagine the pain that rejection must have caused him. I knew their relationship was fraught, but I never expected her to kick him out. "Well then, I suppose you had better stay," I whisper. "There are fresh sheets on the spare bed," I add. Embry doesn't even manage a response. I allow myself to walk closer, and when he still doesn't move, I sink slowly onto the sofa beside him and embrace him gently, mindful of the own ache within my limbs. His face is damp with tears, and I remind myself of how young he still is, how much of life he still must see, and how much he must be hurting from his mother's rejection. Treaty lines, La Push. July subject. Meeting the parents. Dear Amy. Edward wants to try and meet you again, properly this time. I know last time didn't quite go as we planned. I've told him this is a horrible idea, as he's making this really formal, and I feel like he is meeting my parents all over again. He thinks you should meet his family, as they will be my family and your family to me, so I guess it makes sense. Just please don't react like Charlie did, okay? This weekend could work, if you're free. Edward is desperate to win you over. I wished him luck with that. Love, Bella. I scan my eyes quickly across the email. I look carefully over my shoulder to make sure no one is watching me. I hastily hit reply. Meeting the parents. Dear Bella, I would love to give this family reunion another shot. I mean, as long as I'm not on the dinner menu. Sorry, that was a terrible joke. Saturday will be great. Edward doesn't have to earn my approval. I just want you to be sure that this is what you want. The only approval that matters is your own. It's just that there are a lot of people who care about you, that you're going to have to leave behind if you make this decision. I will see you on Saturday. I'll call you to confirm times and meeting places. Love, Amy. I closed the internet browser and logged out, picking up the pile of illustrated books. I headed for the door. I'd been hiding in the library regularly in my attempts to avoid any of the shapeshifters when I was on a lunch break. It was exhausting. The school library was the only library in La Push, and like everything else here, it was on a very small scale. But it was proving helpful in its illustrations of mystical creatures, which supported me with the outlines for the backdrops for the school's summer performance. Since my first day, I have not made the mistake of not coming prepared for the weather and have even managed to get Charlie to help me find a bicycle, which meant I was now cycling to school. This had the benefit of allowing me to avoid needing to take lifts from any shapeshifters, and that I wasn't tied to their school timetables. I moved slowly through the uninhabited library, heading for the staircase. With the absence of the wolves, I had the niggling feeling of loneliness. Friends were not something I had in abundance. Well, at least not friends that didn't feel obliged to form relationships with me. EMRBY discovers he is my brother, therefore, he has no real choice but to be my friend. Jacob is only friends with me because it pleases Bella. Paul only wanted to be around me because of his imprint. Emily felt sorry for me. Would our paths have even crossed if Paul hadn't imprinted on me and I had become a reluctant partner in the pack? So, where did that leave me? With Adriel, who said, "I" to me in the corridor, and Bella, who was ready to become a vampire and say goodbye to any friendship between us at the earliest opportunity. For the first time since I arrived, I realized quite how much of a rubbish job I'd done at fitting in. I arrived at the theater block and kicked open the door. The stage is set up and littered with paint cans and sketches. The actors have been practicing in the evenings, and I haven't yet met any of them. But a girl stood on the stage, looking like she belonged there, with legs so long that I thought she looked almost as tall as the shapeshifters. "Mum." The girl screeches into a cell phone, and I widen my eyes. She hasn't noticed my presence yet. "Are you at the country club again?" The girl pauses, and I gaze at her bronze legs that stick out of white shorts with strappy gold sandals adorning her feet. "I'm not asking my brother," she barks. I clear my throat and will myself to make my presence known before this grows awkward. I gaze at her again, unable to look away. Her lids are heavy with makeup, and a pale sheen of lip gloss reflects the stage lighting. "Bitch," she says, suddenly folding the phone shut, and I gasp at the retort she just gave her mother. "Oh shit," she exclaims. "A potty mouth. I'm totally not supposed to be here," she gasps, looking guilty. "You won't tell anyone, will you?" She rushes out, looking behind me as if expecting a teacher to burst through the doors. "It's just that I'm new here, and I wanted to try out for the show. I was born to be on stage," she adds with a flourish that makes me laugh. "I won't tell anyone," I assure, climbing up the wooden steps to join her on the stage. "I'm Amy," I introduce myself. "I'm sort of new here. I used to live here a long time ago, and I am here for the summer designing the backdrops for the show." She squeals and grasps my arms. "Oh my God, we are going to be such good friends. We're kindred spirits." she announces, and I don't dare ask what kindred spirits mean. I'm Jennifer, she adds. We have so much in common, well, not everything, but I was sort of born here too, or well, my dad was, she squeaks. We have to exchange numbers. You have a cell phone, right? She continues to talk at a quick speed. I don't have a cell phone over here yet, so I programmed my landline into her flip phone. I can't believe I've actually met someone who looks like they know what conditioner is, she mumbles to herself. We have to go and get milkshakes and talk about this play, Jennifer decides, and I allow her to sweep me up in her whirlwind of electric energy. I answered the landline on its third ring. I was splattered in mud for the afternoon bike ride back from the diner I went to, Jennifer. She had skipped out on her afternoon classes, and I hadn't managed to finish the set design I'd planned. But it felt like a worthy sacrifice to be able to indulge my time with someone frighteningly normal. Amy. Bella spoke down the landline, her voice husky. I imagine her standing in the kitchen, trying to muffle her voice, while Charlie sits watching television in the lounge. Are you ready for tomorrow? She adds. Yes, of course, there's not much to prepare for. I shrug, entwining my fingers around the phone cord. I was nervous for tomorrow and didn't plan to mention it to anyone in the pack. I'm scared that they won't let you cross the treaty line, not with you going to the Cullens, she whispers, and I strain to hear the softness of her words. I chew at my lip, considering that Billy goes across the treaty line to see Charlie all the time, and he isn't a wolf, I pout. But he doesn't go to see Edward, does he? She retorts, and I grunt in agreement. This was a valid point. Billy also didn't have a wolf with anger issues imprinted on him. Edward said he would wait for you at the border. You will have to cross through the woods. Do you remember the route we talked about? Bella asks. I do remember. I had never spent this much time in nature in my entire life. I was immersed in the woodland that surrounded La Push. It was a few strides from the bungalow and engulfed the landscape like a protective cape. Jacob said things are pretty volatile on your side. Bella prompts my silence. They won't dare do anything, Bella, I correct. It's not like they can stop me from moving around and seeing who I want to see, I assure her. Okay, she agrees. Anyway, things are always volatile around here. I shrug. That kind of happens when you live with wolves, I laugh, and Bella snorts in agreement from the other end of the line. The tropical rain was holding off this morning, and the cloudless sky was a welcome relief. The sun was beating down on the meadow around the house, and the wildflowers were sprouting through the unruly grass. I'd dressed this morning for practicality and the warmth of the day, shorts and Converse. The annoying part of the warmth of the days in July was the storms that followed. Bella had disclosed so much to me over the many months before I came to La Push about the Cullens. We discussed them almost daily as Bella slowly fell deeper in love with an immortal vampire. True love, her soulmate, the man who would turn her into a vampire one day soon. Meeting the Cullens in person today felt a little surreal. It was almost like meeting someone famous. You knew so much about them and their lives from other sources, which made it feel like you were already friends. But the reality of it was that we were strangers. I realized what a wild card I was for both sides of the treaty line. I was a danger to the Cullens for knowing so much about them. Knowing so many intimate details of their lives simply because Bella had needed someone to pour her overflowing emotions into. I had no loyalty to them, only to Bella. I wonder if that scared them, or perhaps I should be scared for the risk of the information I held posed to myself. With the pack, I was perhaps even more of a risk. The wolves usually imprinted on lovely local women who don't dally with vampires. I knew far more about both vampires and wolves than they probably wanted to consider. I had picked apart their weaknesses and learned about their team dynamics and strengths. The only thing tying me to the wolves was an imprint, but who would I side with? When things turned nasty, would I stand beside the Cullens when they turn Bella into a vampire and break the treaty? Will I watch as my imprint tries to rip Bella's throat out? I shudder at the thought. Refusing to dwell on such dark topics, I stretch my legs forward, walking into the tree line. Embry stayed over last night and is still sound asleep in his room. I don't leave a note. If he wakes up, I'm sure you will follow my scent and cotton on quickly, no matter which direction I head in. The trees felt as if they were parting before me, clearing a path ahead. The wind blew through the clustered trunks and tousled my hair into my face. I pushed it back with my hand and pressed on. I hoped Bella would truly find her peace with the Cullens, but after nurturing her through the heartbreak of the first time Edward left, it felt only right to make sure this was truly the right decision for her. Love can make us do silly things. The imprint had shown me that. But I needed to make sure Bella was sure about her decision. It wasn't like becoming a vampire was a reversible procedure. Bella had never quite fitted in, and that was what drew us to one another. I never belonged. I wasn't like my peers. I didn't have our old family, they would say, and they used to pick on me after I lost some of my hearing. Bella never seemed to feel comfortable in her own body. She was gangly, unbalanced, and damaged by her parents' separation. If being a vampire made Bella truly happy, wasn't that all that mattered? Perhaps those of us who loved Bella needed to just let her go. But all that, in principle, sounded so easy, but it felt so wrong. The wind pushed me back, fighting against my steps as I navigated the forest. It smelled like pine, and earth. Imogen, a voice boomed, carrying on the wind and making me yelp. I was so naive to think that they wouldn't come after me, especially after last time. Jacob stood behind me. His chest was moving a little rapidly, and his fingers were twitching. He must have just shifted into his human form. I wonder if he'd been stalking me from the moment I entered the woods. That made me frown. "Oh, Jacob, go away," I cry in protest, sounding like an insolent child. Jacob's jaw is set in a way that reminds me of Paul and tugs at my heart. I wonder if Paul is nearby. "Imogen, are you crazy?" he demands. "I know exactly where you are going," he accused, looking visibly angry with me. This isn't the Jacob I was used to being around. "You go to see Bella all the time, and you've met the Cullens before," I retort, kicking at the exposed tree roots. "That's different," he protests, crossing his arms. "I can protect myself." I wonder if they are watching us, hidden within the thicker clusters of trees. Their fur acts like camouflage under the canopy. "I can protect myself too." I object and then immediately balk at the stupidity of such words. "They won't hurt me, Jacob. They wouldn't risk breaking the treaty," I add. Not quite a lie. "They wouldn't risk breaking the treaty for me," I should have said. "We can't be sure of that," he corrects, stepping closer as if contemplating dragging me from the woods, kicking and screaming. "I've been through this. I am my own person. I don't belong to this pack, and I don't need protection. But most of all, I do not need you chasing after me in the woods like Paul's bitch." I spit each word with enough venom that I hope it is unkind enough to make him leave. Jacob's eyes snap wider, and he looks like he wants to laugh aloud but thinks better of it. "Are you feeling okay, Amy?" he asks, gently looking me over. I wasn't feeling okay. I was beginning to feel very far from okay. My head was spinning like a roundabout, and my heart was palpitating with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Where was Paul? The imprint whispered words into my head, and I shook them off. "Yes, I'm fine," I lie. "You don't look it," he shrugs. I itched to ask him where Paul was, but I filled my mouth with other words. "You can't stop me from going to see them." I change subjects quickly. "It is something I have to do. You, of all people, should understand," I whisper. "Why would you want to be around them, Amy? How can you bear it?" he demands, shaking his head in disbelief. "They make Bella happy." I begin. "And we don't?" Jacob barks, cutting me off. "Not as much as they do," I admit. "I want to see why they make her so happy. Happier than we ever could make her, Jake. I want to see that." I finish. I turn my back to him, not waiting for his response. He follows behind me, silently and out of sight. The rain was pounding on his fur, weighing him down with every stride. His brain was full of her, running images of her like film on a reel. He was far away from La Push now. In territory that wasn't his own, but a good distance away at least. That's what Sam had commanded. To get away. Before he'd done something, he would have lived to regret it. With every jolt forward, the wolf willed him to turn around and return to her. But the Alpha's order held. He kept running to stop himself from going to find her. Imogen. The woman who had become his everything. He doubted anyone had hated Bella Swan as much as he did in this moment. Sweet, innocent Imogen is walking right into the hands of the Cullens. He shuddered, shaking his fur at the revolting thought. Sam had sent Paul away as soon as he realized Paul had been tracking Imogen from her house. Sam understood Paul's plan. But he wouldn't let Paul try and kill the Cullens when they hadn't broken the treaty. But how could he not want to rip out the throats of the Cullens when his imprint stepped over the treaty line and onto their land? It would destroy her to see him doing something like that, to realize he was just as much of a monster as the Cullens were. Sam understood. He wouldn't let Paul be so reckless, but it didn't make the order to leave a painless one. I was expecting something to shift in me the moment I crossed the treaty line. Although I'd been over it many times in my life, this felt different. My heart was yearning for Paul, and my body was screaming at me to turn around and go home. Edward was waiting for me, looking thoughtful, looking through me, I realized. I wonder what he was seeing and what scent he could smell that I was unaware of. I expected wolves. Edward was dashingly handsome as ever, tall and slender, with a deadly look across his face. Edward dressed simply, his skin covered with a long-sleeved shirt and trousers, unaffected by the heat of the day. He dressed plainly, but it screamed old money. "I'm glad to see you have made it, Imogen," he announced carefully. "Just," a voice hissed behind me. I snap my neck back and glare into the eyes of Jacob. "Nice of you to join us, Jacob," Edward drools sarcastically. I straightened my back, sensing the tension swirling between them. "Jacob," I warn, feeling a need to protect him and push him back into the trees and away from a possible altercation. "Amy, please be quiet. I need to say this," Jacob stated. "If any of you so much as lay a finger on her, then we will hunt you down and we will view it as evidence that you have broken the treaty. Amy isn't like Bella. She is protected by things that you can't even begin to comprehend. You have no idea how deep the emotions of the imprint run within this pack. It is very dangerous having her here with you, Edward," Jacob explains. "I can assure you, my family will not bring any harm to her," Edward counters calmly. "I appreciate the intensity of your pack's feelings on the matter. But Imogen still has her free will." "Don't manipulate her," Jacob counters coldly. "Oh, I assure you, I won't be the one to manipulate her." Edward spoke with honesty, and Jacob snarled. "Would you just stop?" I interrupted, breaking the heated words before they could escalate any further. "We won't be far away," Jacob warns. I step closer towards Edward and don't look back to meet Jacob's gaze but do heed his warning. It feels a relief to keep moving and put some distance between myself and the border. "Bella is waiting for you at the house," Edward assures. "It will be lovely to see her and to meet your family." I smile gently. The last part is a lie. I'm not sure I would willingly describe meeting a vampire family as lovely. "I asked Bella to wait at the house because I wanted to speak with you privately," Edward admitted. "I hope that doesn't feel like I've overstepped in doing so." "That's okay, I agree. I wanted to talk to you about some things too." "Would you like to start then, Imogen?" Edward requests politely. The trees aren't as dense here, and I realize I feel less comfortable. In this part of the woods, it is sparser and doesn't remind me at all of the wolves. "Bella's told me, she has told me everything," I say, carefully watching his face for a reaction. Edward's features remain blank as he schools his face. I want Bella to be happy, as any friend would. But sometimes I allow myself to indulge in the idea that you never came back. You didn't return to Forks after you all left. Bella will marry someone human and have children, and we will grow old together. These are selfish thoughts, of course. But I must ask, do you truly want this for Bella? For her to never age? Never to have a child? To grow old with her family and friends? To never be able to see any of us ever again? I question. My eyes are unwillingly clouded with tears. The trees have dissipated, and we are walking through an open field. A house is on the horizon, and we only have a few minutes left to speak. "I want Bella's happiness much like you do, Imogen," Edward assures. "But forever isn't something that should be underestimated, Edward. That's what you're offering to her," I warn. I have thought through all possibilities, Imogen. I can only assure you of just how divided I have been over this, Edward states. I don't know if I am strong enough to let her go, I admit. Sometimes we don't get a choice. Some things get taken from us without our consent. You can understand that, can't you? He took your decision from you, didn't he? Edward prompts. That's not the same, I dismiss. She loves you. You are the one secret Bella managed to keep from me. Even her mind protects you. Edward changes tact. It's time for me to say my piece before Bella spots us. I doubt you feel much enamored by the idea of soulmates, especially with recent events. But I have been waiting for hundreds of years to finally meet Bella, Edward confesses. I think she felt the same. I agree. Bella is my everything. In much the way you are to Paul, Edward explains. The house is almost upon us. The conversation pauses as I stand on the driveway, looking up at a flushed Bella standing on the deck. I wouldn't try and compare our situations, I correct sharply. I admire the house, which is so different from anything in La Push. It was etched with an elegance that eclipsed the vampire form. It was a grand rectangular building with a faded white exterior and a glass expanse stretching over one wall. The house was in direct contrast to the woodland environment. Despite this, it has seemed to work its way into the woodland that surrounds it, digging itself into the terrain and adapting to its surroundings. Much the way the Cullens had. Oh dear, Bella frowns as she walks down the driveway towards us. You haven't already had an argument? No, Edward assures her quickly, and Bella's stare meets mine. Oh, she mumbles, and she kicks the tarmac of the drive with her trainer. This isn't playing out as nicely as Bella has dreamed up. I felt guilty for a moment. We simply disagreed on some concepts behind imprinting, Edward reveals carefully. Amy, Bella moans. You've just got to get over it, it's happened. Bella makes it sound so simple, but she doesn't understand the pain that rips through my chest with every breath just from being here. She doesn't recognize the fear behind my eyes. The ache in my chest makes me want to turn back and run through those woods at full speed until I find my wolf. She doesn't understand how terrifying those emotions are. That's easy for you to say, I countered, unwilling to pour my heart out in front of Edward. Well, maybe it's for the best that you just keep yourself away from Paul, she says. What do you mean by that? I press with a frown. It's just that, well, I don't think you're in any state to be in a relationship with someone. You've got a lot on your plate, she rushes the words out, clearly flustered. Excuse me? I ask the question with surprise. Bella, Edward warns carefully, it's the first word he's spoken. I wonder how much he will intervene in our little disagreement. Know if Bella has something to say, then she should say it. I frown, calling her out. I don't think you should be in a relationship with Paul. I think you need to stop flirting with him and put an end to it. He is too arrogant and self-centered for you, and you are too poorly to be letting him fool around with you, she blurts out. Her hands are clenched at her sides, and she is making her best impression of being firm. I think that's ironic, Bella. Paul might be arrogant, but at least he isn't willing to end my life to make me something else, I snap. You can't function without knocking down a concoction of pills, Imogen. You are a mess, and you are not ready for a relationship. Paul will not want to date someone like you, she hurls back, insulted by my attack on Edward. My eyes begin to swim with tears. Her words sting because she's replaying my own worst fears for me. At least I don't abandon people, I screech back. Edward is pulling at Bella's arm, willing her to back off. We haven't argued like this since Bella told me that she was taking Edward back after he'd left her the first time. You're just jealous, Bella snaps. I find myself blushing at the accusation. I could never be jealous of this, Bella, I laugh. At least I'm in the land of the living. Are you really, though? She questions with a hiss. You hardly leave that bungalow. You don't have any real friends in La Push. What is so amazing about your life? She seethes. I came here for you, Bella. I cry, but Bella is shaking her head. I didn't ask you to come. No one wants you here, Amy. You should go back to where you belong. You have caused nothing but trouble since you arrived. Bella balks. Edward is frowning. The tears have sprung from my eyes and are running down my flushed cheeks. I realize Bella is crying too now. Silent tears. Amy, I didn't mean that. Bella tries to step closer to me, but Edward pulls her back. Reading my tense body language and worrying that I may launch myself on Bella. We didn't argue like this. Not with such intensity. But emotions had been flaring since I arrived. I did the only thing I knew how to do. I turned and ran. I'd been learning from the best. My heart pounded. My legs screamed. My tears threatened to drown me. My sobs shocked me as tears blurred my vision. The forest had darkened, foreboding and dangerous as I ran through it. It was just like when I discovered the imprint. I ran blindly, filled with adrenaline. The imprint overtook my mind, guiding my path as the string that stretched between my consciousness and Paul's slowly grew more taut. My legs carried me quickly across the ground I'd covered less than an hour before. I snapped the pine branches as I pushed them out of my path, desperate to reach the treaty line. I stumbled blindly, my heart willingly pulling me to him. I could see them then, the shapeshifters paced in wolf form, collected together. I should have paused. My steps should have faltered at the terrifying sight of these beasts collected across my path. They were just as dangerous as the Cullens, perhaps even more so. But I ran faster. The sleek gray wolf threw back his head and howled in pain. Its body was quaking, and its eyes were molten orbs. I moved as quickly as my legs would carry me, faster than before. I had to get to the treaty line. The shapeshifters were here for me. They wanted me. I belonged with them. I tripped over the unmarked line and into my wolf. I collided with him, unable to slow my pace, and let my legs fold under me as I sank into the wolf's side. The coil was strung tight, burning in my chest as I pressed my tear-soaked face into his fur. I drew ragged breaths, clutching to him like he would keep me from drowning in my own self-pity. The wolf nuzzled against me, its heat radiating across my sore limbs. I was safe. I was with Paul, and nothing would harm me because, through him, I was sheltered from all evils, even myself. Author's note. Reviews are so welcome. It has become a lovely outlet to revisit a story I first started writing many years ago, and being able to take some time to refresh the plan. Any feedback on the plot, characters and narrative are very welcome and appreciated. Thank you for the lovely feedback I have had from guest reviewers. Deja vu la push. July. I wake up on a bed and jolt myself into a sitting position, anxiety flooding my senses. I take a shaky breath. The smell soothes me, and I allow myself to take a deeper breath. Deja vu overcomes me as I turn to see who is sprawled out beside me. His hand is palmed on my side still, and his fingers tug, willing me to lie back down. I had let him take me home from the woodland. My legs had given way, and I couldn't make myself stand as the emotion rocked my body. I felt like a child, desperate for someone to soothe me. Paul had paced around me, snarling at the other wolves in warning, daring any of them to approach me. When my hiccuping sobs had slowed, he'd shifted, right there in front of me, like it was nothing. He pulled on some khakis and scooped me into his arms like I was weightless. He'd cradled my head and pressed me against his chest. I closed my eyes and melted into his arms, allowing my body to get high on its addiction to Paul. Paul tugged at me again, willing me to rest. My face felt too hot, and I had beads of sweat running down my arms. Paul's body was overheating mine in the bed. I had allowed him to persuade me to lie down when he'd brought me back to his house. Out of exhaustion, I'd collapsed onto the mattress and let him stroke my hair until I'd fallen asleep. The room was stiflingly quiet, and I rubbed consciously at my aching ears. The hearing aids had pressed uncomfortably into them while I'd slept. "What time is it?" I groaned, pushing Paul's hand off me as I stretch my arms out, my muscles straining in protest. The bed sheet falls back from me, and I sigh in relief that I remained dressed. Paul mumbles something inaudible and shifts his weight so the mattress dips. He rolls, and his body presses into mine as he leans over me. I inhale sharply the contact of his skin on my thighs, eliciting butterflies in my stomach. I blushed at the knowledge that I had cozied myself up in his bed. Paul fumbles around in the dimly lit room for a moment. I stare harder at him as my eyes adjust to the room. His torso muscles flex as he stretches, and staring at his chest makes me purr in delight. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, Paul sighs, flopping back. You better not be naked under that bedsheet, Paul, I warn, scowling. You can't blame me for making the most of the situation, he winks, and I know he's just teasing. You are joking, aren't you? I check. Paul groans and throws back the bedsheet with a satisfied smirk. Put some clothes on for goodness sake, Paul, I cry as I take in his briefs. I try not to allow my eyes to linger on the black fabric. Paul's eyes have not left my body, and it takes all my willpower not to rub my things together. As if hearing my internal dialogue, Paul's eyes drip down to my shorts, his smirk spreading devilishly across his handsome face. Like what you see, Imogen. He husks. Because it's all yours for the taking, baby, he drools. The imprint hums in agreement. They are both conspiring against me. She is willing to make a move and finish this to seal our intertwined fates. Keep your hands to yourself, I warn half-heartedly. Only if you do Goldilocks, he laughs, and I scoff. Bella's words echoed in my head. How could Paul desire someone like me? I was sickly nothing anyone should be enamored by. In fact, I was a danger to the pack. I was keeping secrets from them, and I'm not sure they'd be able to forgive a betrayal like that. But it wasn't too late. I could persuade Bella to stay human. I could convince her that Edward loved her regardless. She would be happier this way. A warm hand cupped my cheek, and I leaned into Paul's calloused hand. I felt like I was in a sauna, but I couldn't bear to move myself away from him. I wish I could be inside your head, he hummed, moving his hand to stroke thick fingers down my slender neck. My head is full of very dark things, I mumble, thinking of my sketchpad and the images that haunt my dreams. You don't scare me, Imogen, he laughs, grabbing at my chin and jerking it to meet his gaze. Whatever demons you are battling, they don't faze me, he assures, brushing a thumb over my lip. My lip tingles as I pout at where his finger has grazed. It feels like my skin is on fire under his touch. Everyone knows we aren't right for each other. I sigh, shaking my head free of the longing for him. But we could be so right, Imogen. I could make you feel so good, Paul lures, his hands running along the side, tickling my ribs with his feathering touch. Bella is right. I must stop this, I mutter, forcing myself back. My body feels unsteady as I try to stand, and I grasp a side cabinet to steady myself. Paul's bedroom is very simple. The bed dominates the room, with simple matching pine furniture to accompany it. It isn't littered with clothes, but it also lacks much in the way of personal mementos. Bella has no say in this, Paul retorts, leaning over his body, filling so much of the bed. He tugs at my arm as if willing me back in the soft bed. I haven't taken medication in some time, and Paul's touch dulls some of the throbbing off my limbs. It's the truth, though, isn't it? I shrug, twisting from his hold and making for the doorway. Whatever Bella said to you, Imogen, it was bullshit. She doesn't want you to get too close to us. She wants to keep you to help her. With whatever she's got planned, she is going to use you, Imogen, Paul snarls suddenly in front of me. I don't know how he'd managed to move so quickly, but he is standing in the hallway, his temper rising. What happens between me and Bella is of no concern for you, I correct. She is taking advantage of you, Imogen. How can't you see that? He questions me, grabbing my hands and pulling me close. Don't you understand what it does to me to see you upset? To see you crossing that border crying, to see you sobbing? Sam had to command me not to go over that treaty line and rip out all their throats, Paul groaned. I would kill for you, Imogen. I would protect you to the bitter end. You will always come first. This imprint consumes me. I am burning for you, and I would burn the world to be with you, he cries, his voice rising and the muscles in his throat stretching out. That's obsession, I whisper, trying to comprehend the darkness of his words. I never said I was the hero in this story, Imogen, Paul husks, his eyes dark. I must have you. It's a desperate primal instinct. It's the reason I can't keep away from you. It's the reason you can't keep away from me either, he warns. No, Paul, it's called love, I correct. The reason I can't keep away from you is because I think I'm falling in love with you, I snap, trying to push my way around him. Damn the imprint. Paul doesn't move, and we dance around the narrow space as I try to make for the stairwell for a hasty exit. Damn the imprint and the verbal filter that seem to be non-existent whenever I am around him. Sometimes, Paul, you just have to let me make I start but don't finish. I've snagged a bare foot on the lifting carpet and begun a descent headfirst down the stairwell. It happens quickly, and I claw at the air, willing it to break my fall. But of course it doesn't, and gravity is pulling me down. I heard Paul's muffled cry and then the thud of his large weight winding me, making me groan. I scream, my hands, which are clutching for anything, get a hold of his shoulders as we free fall. My heart feels like it's about to explode from my chest as Paul holds me painfully tight and twists. The crash rings in my ears as we hit the floor. The wooden floor cracks beneath Paul's weight, and Paul emits a low groan of pain. We'd hit the floor. Well, Paul had hit the floor, I'd hit Paul. My chest is winded, and I struggle to exhale. Paul's arms hold me tightly, but he isn't shaking like I am. His heartbeat is steady and calm, unlike the erratic beating of my own. I ran through what had just happened, my mind reeling in panic. I allow the imprint to stroke my rattling nerves, soothing my anxiety as it reminds me that I'm safe. I'm with Paul, and he will protect me at any cost. Make my own mistakes, I whisper, my breath ragged. Sometimes you've got to let me make my own mistakes. I gush after finishing a speech, which feels stupid now. Paul chuckles softly as he combs my blonde hair back from my face. I blush, feeling our bodies press so closely together and the warmth that pulses. Our lips find each other, and the kiss is slow and searing. We don't rush. Instead, we move slowly with delicate kisses, tasting one another in tender, long impasses. I run my hands up his torso, digging my nails into his toned shoulders and pulling him closer to me. Paul's lips trail down my neck, a kiss, a nip, a lick. I groan at the pressure between us, rocking my hips into his, earning me a growl of warning. Paul's hands tighten around my waist, and he is standing so quickly that I feel lightheaded. Paul clutches both hands to my ass, the denim of the shorts stretching as my legs tie in around his waist and my arms clutch his shoulders as we are moved to standing. The wolf is in his eyes, and he is shaking slightly. I run a finger over the tribal inking of his forearm. He winks at me, walking as so my back is pressed against the wall of the hallway. I relish the new position as his lips meet mine again. This time he isn't gentle, his lips are more forceful, bruising against mine as we fight to control the kiss. His hand tugs lightly on my curls, opening my mouth for his tongue, and I flex my legs around him, drawing him closer. Paul pushes hard against me, using his hand to push my arms above my head, pinning them to the wall with one giant paw-like hand. My body opens like a puzzle box with every stroke, touch, and kiss, my heart seeming to unfold itself and reveal deeper layers of attraction. The imprint and my body are in firm agreement. Paul is playing me like an instrument, and I move my body to a rhythm only he can play. I can feel Paul's shake continue with every searing kiss. The quake is a light tremble, reminding me that the wolf is never far away. Paul isn't the good guy in this story. Paul, we've discussed this, Emily's voice cries, and I squeal in horror. Paul sighs, turning to look over his shoulder. I smack at his shoulder, willing him to drop me from this compromising position. His fingers flex on my thighs, and for a moment, I don't think he will set me down. His shaking has intensified, and I get the feeling the wolf isn't happy with the interruption. But Paul lets me slide down from his hold, our bodies still tightly pressed together. We discussed not pressuring Imogen. I think you'll find she initiated this, Paul warned Emily. I craned my neck to try and see around his large torso. I didn't like where this conversation was going. I think you'll find we discussed your inability to control the wolf. Sam countered, and I shoved at Paul's chest, desperate to see what was unfolding behind him. Paul became statuesque, his shoulders tense and his jaw tight in anger. You must stop this. You are both unwilling to make a commitment of any sort to one another, but the imprint is pulling you together in a way neither of you can control. It is desperate for a connection between you, Emily warned us both. I flushed, realizing how much the imprint was controlling my urges and desires towards Paul. You are too volatile, Paul. Look at you. Feel it, Paul. Feel how close you are to letting the wolf overtake your emotions. You could kill her if you lost control. You aren't in control of yourself, Paul. The imprint and the wolf have taken over, Sam warned. I reached out my hand to touch Paul's shaking arm. He shifted the moment my hand moved to a stroking motion. 1 minute I was touching warm flesh, then suddenly it was gray fur. I moved back, but the wall wasn't far enough away. Sam was silent as he pushed Emily far behind him. I knew Sam's instinct would be to shift, but I held a hand up, urging him to wait. Paul in his wolf form didn't scare me now. His teeth, his eyes, none of them terrified me. He may be the villain, so be it. I certainly wasn't the heroine of this story. The wolf filled the tiny space, and I was reminded of the similarities to when we were at Emily's house. But this time the wolf wasn't angry. The wolf was proving a point. He nuzzled his head against my palm, knocking on my hand until I ran my fingers through the gray fur. I had tamed the wolf. Fur began to retreat, and tanned skin took its place. Paul's face reformed, twisting his features back to his usual smirking face. He remained crouching, and the only noise came from my thudding heartbeat. I will never harm you, Imogen, I promise. Paul whispered to me, looking up to hold my stare. I nodded, unable to form words for a reply. Get some clothes on Paul, now, Sam warned, pulling us all from a prolonged silence. I blushed and looked away from Paul's nudity as he turned to the staircase. Emily had turned her back on him, tutting, and Sam was scowling. Paul was unabashed by his own nudity, walking up the stairs with every ounce of arrogance he posed. A familiar, high-pitched girl's chunter entered my ears. My head snapped in the direction of the landing, and I could hear Paul retorting a cold reply. I didn't believe it could be her until I saw her long legs begin to descend the stairs I'd fallen down only minutes earlier. Emily and Sam lingered in the hallway, neither willing to leave me alone or unattended with Paul. Her mouth was pouting at me as she titled a roller-adored head in contemplation. It looked like we'd interrupted Jennifer halfway through her makeup application. She was missing her drawn-on eyebrows and had only one lid adorned with fake eyelashes. I was about to laugh until I reminded myself how bad I must look in comparison. In yesterday's clothes, tousled hair, and swollen lips. It made the urge to laugh quickly subside. Paul followed Jennifer's heels hotly, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I ran through the possibilities of exactly what Jennifer was doing at Paul's house. Did he sleep with you? Jennifer asks flatly, showing no awareness of the company in the house. That is why you're here, right? She asks, looking back at Paul with a scowl. She was my friend, you jerk. I found her first, she says, punching his arm with a sigh. No, Amy needed someplace to stay for the night, Paul answers for me. I keep tossing the surreal image of Jennifer in Paul's house over in my head. Perhaps this was a painkiller withdrawal hallucination. Paul pushes past Jennifer and pulls a t-shirt over his head. Sam jerks his head towards the living space, and Paul follows behind Emily. I can't stop snapping my head between Paul and Jennifer. Had I gotten myself into some awful love triangle? Are you sure? I mean, you never bring girls back, like ever, Jennifer calls, cryptically patting after us. Fucking hell, Jennifer, would you shut up? I think I'd know if I fucked Imogen, Paul booms, slapping his hand down on the kitchen counter. Hello, still in the room. I counter in disgust. Both had the goodwill to at least look sheepish. I stared daggers at Paul. You live here? I ask Jennifer hesitantly. Do I really want to know the answer to this question? Yeah, she shrugs, placing her hands on her hips. For now. It's temporary. Paul is my brother. I could wrap my head around most things. The fact that I was imprinted on it, yes, I got that. The fact that Bella wanted to be a vampire, just about. But the idea that what I had thought to be a real, actual, proper friend who was free from all the trials and tribulations of the pack was in fact Paul's sister blew me away. Jennifer is very new here. Sam perks up from the counter, pushing himself up straighter. She doesn't know much about La Push. I guessed what he was implying with those words. Don't put your little size 5s in this, Amy. Jennifer doesn't know about all this crazy stuff. You never told me you have a sister, I mumble coldly at Paul. You never gave me a chance to tell you much. Paul shrugs, and I ache in my chest from the words. I told him I didn't need a friend like him. I'd lusted after his body, but I wouldn't allow him to get emotionally close to me. Would you two both just kiss or something already, please? Jennifer sighed dramatically, gesturing between us. I think I'm going to heave. The amount of sexual tension in this room is not even funny, she added with a shake of her head. She slipped on her heels and headed back towards the stairs. Oh, and I'm going out soon. I've already taken some money from your wallet, Paul. I'll need picking up at 2, she chimed over her shoulder at Paul, and I laughed aloud at her audacity. I pulled out the bedside drawer, darting around to feel for the paper packets that enclosed my prescriptions. I tugged out a slim packet that was full of blue tablets. I popped 2 from the foil and swallowed them dry. The bedroom was pooled in darkness, and I had allowed myself to neglect whether it was daytime or night. The light was blocked out, and I was allowing myself to wallow in self-loathing. The house had become a shelter, but for all the wrong reasons. Since my argument with Bella, I have taken to isolating myself for the coming few days. The world outside seemed unmanageable, and everything I had planned for my time in La Push felt like it had unraveled in my hands. I was not okay with Bella becoming a vampire. I was not okay with Paul imprinting on me. I was not okay. Bella's words haunted my very being. I allowed them to play out on loop, repeating them over and over. I was being haunted by my memories. Sleep was lulling me again, and I allowed myself to answer. My dreams didn't allow me to rest, but at least my subconscious didn't scream quite as violently when I was asleep. Purpuraceous La Push. July. I walked quietly alongside Jennifer on the route to Third Beach. This had been my idea. When I stirred from a third day of drug-induced sleep, I knew I needed to get out of the bungalow. I was being caged by 4 walls and needed to step outside. So, an early morning walk seemed ideal. My mental health felt fragile, but I wouldn't allow it to break me again. I had clawed my way out of the pit of depression a year earlier and would be devastated to find myself back in that place again. Third Beach had been a secret from Embry. Although it was a 2-mile hike to the sand, the beach was considered the most beautiful. In La Push, its isolation also meant no wolves, and no wolves meant no Paul. Which was a good thing. Because the last time I'd seen him, I'd realized I'd started to fall in love with him. My head was clouded with fog, and it was taking me longer than usual to work through my thoughts. But my head felt as if it had broken from the water once more, and I was back. I was functioning as normally as I could. Jennifer's friendship with me had continued to advance rapidly, and she had quickly managed to work out where I lived from Paul, and had visited me twice since Saturday. My feet hurt. Can we just go back to the car? Jennifer whined behind me, and I bit back on the urge to describe to her just how much mine hurt. I told you to wear trainers, I scolded, walking along the flat path. I don't own trainers, she complained, and I turned, eyeing up her sandals. They were a creamy color, strapped with small, embroidered flowers at the clasp and a 20-degree wedge fixed to them. It wasn't exactly the best decision she'd made. This girl has quite the shoe collection. I feel I may have misled Jennifer when I suggested we visit the beach. The temperature was mild, but by no means justified her oversized sun hat and large dark shades she donned. Why did we have to pick this beach? She grumbled, stumbling on the pathway and grabbing my arm for balance. I wanted some privacy, I muttered defensively. Why? She probed. Jennifer had been carefully trying to peel information from me the moment she found me at her brother's house. Jennifer wasn't dumb. She clearly could sense something was being kept from her. If Embry's schedule had anything to go by, Paul would be out at all sorts of hours of the night running patrols. The pack itself was oddly suspicious, a group of jacked men all hanging out together at antisocial hours. I wonder if Jennifer has theorized much about why her brother looked like he'd been using steroids for years. Your brother would end up hearing us if we went to your house. I frowned. I need your advice. On how to put a guy off you, I shrugged simply. Jennifer had been living with Paul for only a few months, after she was expelled from her last high school. She didn't tell me why, and I didn't want to offend her by pushing the matter. Oh, Imogen, she sighed as we stepped onto the sand. Her wedges began to sink, and I chuckled at her wild panic. I wait as she battles the delicate straps to remove them, and we set off towards the water. This is about Paul, isn't it? Paul is the guy, she exclaims, pulling down her sun hat before the wind takes it. I nod reluctantly, not sure if it's appropriate to be asking your imprints, sister, for tips on how to put him off you. You don't want my brother to date you because Bella and a little voice in the back of your mind have schemed together to tell you that you shouldn't. But instead of just telling Paul you don't want to date him, you want to put him off you? She frowns, her eyebrows knitting together. Something like that, I nod. Jennifer's explanation was a very simplified one, but I wasn't about to go and tell her that her brother was a shapeshifter who had imprinted on me and that I was terrified of allowing anyone to love me because of my chronic illness. This way, no one will get hurt, I chirped, proud of my simple plan. Repulse Paul. Break the imprint. Simple. She mutters, jabbing me in the side as we keep pace, her sandals dangling from her other hand. Just to point out a minor flaw in your plan, you get hurt. This isn't about me. I shrug simply. Yes, it is, she frowns. I just think we could be sisters-in-law one day, she grins gleefully, and I bat her away. You're as bad as Paul, I groan. I allowed her longer legs to saunter ahead of me and towards the water. Embry had been correct, the beach was empty, wonderfully quiet. Jennifer and I made an odd pairing. But I found her youthfulness and immaturity hilarious. Jennifer was unabashed and willing to speak her mind without any second thoughts. Jennifer was young, free, and a bit wild. She was everything I had longed to be. It was beautiful to watch her play. How about we start mission ditch Paul? She giggled, gleefully shouting over the wind to be heard. Her eyes were wild in a way that reminded me of Paul, and I had to look away from the feelings that the imprint pulled to the surface. What? I questioned. How do I keep my brother from wanting to date you? She shrugged. I nodded dumbly, allowing her to continue. He thinks you look hot like you are, she said, jerking a hand at my face. So, we start by changing your appearance. When girls go through a breakup, they cut themselves bangs or color their hair. You already have bangs, so we can color it, she implored. I held a cautious hand up to my blonde hair. I'm not sure the hair dye was going to break the imprint. Perhaps I didn't need to break the imprint. After all, everyone reminded me constantly that doing so was impossible. But perhaps I could simply dilute it by removing whatever it had first found attractive about me. Jennifer didn't wait for me to reply to her as the beach opened up further. She dropped her shoes and ran forward, half-heartedly attempting a cartwheel. I shrieked with laughter, allowing it to consume me as her hair caught up in her hands and she landed face first into the sand. You'll did then? She asked as she sat puffing air to blow the hair from her face. It will really put him off. Just imagine the look on his face, she assured. Or just show him I'm mentally unstable, I frowned. Oh, I think he already knows that, she teased, and I tackled her back to the sand, threatening to drag her into the waves for her mocking. This was how we came to be sitting on the floor of the glass room as I eyed up a bottle of purple dye with suspicion. Jennifer was overly hopeful. I'm glad somebody was. Either she'd read too many magazines or watched too many chick flicks because she was quite certain that dyeing my hair some ghastly shade would really put Paul off. It was worth a shot, right? We'd managed to persuade Embry to drive us a few towns over so we could buy supplies. Jennifer assured me that she was an expert at this. Apparently, she'd been doing cosmetology at her old high school. Embry had only agreed to drive me on the condition that I attended the Sunday dinner this evening, which Emily was hosting. I had reluctantly agreed to the blackmail. After all, I loved seeing Emily. It was just the wolves that were an annoyance. You're sure you know what you're doing, right? I question her work doubtfully. Who cares? She laughs with a flippant shrug. What's the worst that could happen? There is quite a lot I want to tell her, but I bite my lip. I knew that this wasn't going to break the imprint. That coloring my hair wouldn't stop Paul from desiring me, and it certainly wasn't going to stop my feelings from deepening towards him. Doesn't that color look a little pale? I balk, and she begins to decant the dye bottle. Not sure, really, she shrugs. I've never dyed my hair purple before, she admits with a light laugh. Kate Bush plays on the record player, and I try to lose myself in the music to numb my anxiety. I have set my fate in Jennifer's hands and allowed her to mix the color with some conditioner. She begins to dab a color-soaked brush at the roots of my hair, moving the brush softly. She works the color through my strands, and neither of us speak. The box is sketchy about time frames for application, but we drink coffee before attempting to rinse. Jennifer is rough as she rinses my head under the sink. It is not like being at the hairdresser, and she flips the temperature from scalding to numbingly cold. The pressure it causes makes my head throb. She ums and ahs every so often until she decides the dye is fully rinsed and it's time to blow dry. What Jennifer lacks in hair washing abilities, she makes up for with her neat blow drying. Her chatter is silent as she moves the hairdryer and brushes through my hair, and I shift in the chair at the kitchen table, feeling a growing sense of doom. I think you should look in the mirror, Jennifer suggests quietly after I put my hearing aids back in. I pad to the bathroom and glare at the mirror. My blonde hair is gone. But in its place, it is not a ghastly shade of purple that is supposed to make me look repulsive. Jennifer, I screech, storming from the bathroom and back to the kitchen. My face is red with anger. Jennifer won't meet my heavy stare. Jennifer, I say again, taking a sharp breath. Why have I got lavender hair? I screech. She shrugs like it's nothing. I guess the dye wasn't as strong as we had hoped, Jennifer muses. But it's more lilac than lavender, she adds, as if this is helpful. Does it look bad? I asked already, knowing the answer. I scrunch my hand into a lilac-colored curl. No, she giggles nervously. Imogen, you look hot, she admits. That wasn't what I was hoping to achieve, I complain. I thought you knew what you were doing. You picked the brand, she snapped defensively. I guess I did, I mused, twisting a lilac strand around my finger. The dark pickup truck was idling outside the bungalow, and I frowned at the sight of it. Of course, Paul would have insisted on being the one to drive me over. We hadn't seen each other since we'd made out at his house, and he'd promised me he'd never hurt me. I wasn't sure I was ready to face him again, but my body certainly seemed to be. It was making me move quickly from the house, pulling on shoes, and closing the front door. I almost bounded to the truck, my heart beating a little too quickly. He made my blood hum with delight and my heart soar. No man had ever elicited reactions like this in me. What's with the hat? Paul scowled the moment I reached the bottom of the steps. I'm cold, I lied. The weather I decided on was conspiring against me. I had braided the hair back at the roots and knotted it into two-space buns, then concealed the color with a beanie hat. But the weather didn't call for a hat. It was warm, and the hat looked stupid with the cotton dress I wore. Paul's shirt strained across his muscles as I allowed myself to stare a little too longingly at him. He noticed, and of course he did. He stepped towards me, and I allowed his warm hand to graze my side as he drank my figure. You look beautiful, he husked, and I blushed at such a compliment. We should go, I retorted, realizing I needed to get myself into the truck and strapped into the chair before I did something stupid. I like to throw my arms around Paul's neck and kiss him. I'm enjoying the view, he shrugged, crossing thick arms and making a play to stand there all night if he had to. Come on, I pushed at his forearm and moved towards the truck. Paul followed to close behind me, the heat he emitted making my spine prickle. He opened the truck door and held my waist as I climbed into the cab. What is with this hat? He asked again, leaning against the car door frame, his scent intoxicating. Let's just go, Paul, I prompted. What are you hiding? I know that look, he warned, grabbing at my chin. Shut up, Paul, I said, leaning forward and brashly kissing his cheek. His stubble grazed my face, and I shivered. Yes, ma'am, he teased, giving me a wink and pulling me forward, his hand palming the back of my neck to pull my face to his. His lips teased mine slowly in a tender kiss that made me melt into him. "Stop it," I mumbled, pulling back and watching him smirk, delighted with the turn of events. He barked a sharp laugh, slammed the door closed, and walked around to the passenger side. Paul drove us with only the radio breaking the tense silence. He grazed my thigh every time he changed gears, and I gritted my teeth at the heat that pooled between my thighs at the touch. Damn him. The sun was burning through the glass of the windscreen, and Paul had rolled the windows down. I considered, for a split second, trying to push Paul from the driver's seat, hijacking Paul's truck, and turning it in the direction of home. But it was too late. We were bumping down the dirt track to the Yuli's house, and Sam stood on the porch as if he'd heard our arrival. Paul helped me down from the cab moments later, and I didn't meet his eye or offer him any more illicit kisses. I could smell gravy and stuffing mixture from the small property and followed Paul beside me through the driveway and onto the porch. Sam nodded in greeting, and Emily wrapped her arms around me in a tight embrace as I picked up the spare apron and took over from her at the stove. She began to tell me all about a new book she'd started reading, and her idle chatter allowed me to get lost in my surroundings. Her cooking smelled like home and made my mouth water. The house was quieter than usual. Paul hadn't followed me inside, and Embry wasn't present. Sam and Jared were now sharing beers as they set the table and discussed an upcoming tribe meeting. I tried not to eavesdrop and instead mashed the potatoes with an intense focus. "Goldilocks!" Seth exclaimed, bounding into the kitchen and bumping shoulders with me. His grin was innocent, and I felt myself beaming. "Back." He snatched up a chair alongside Jared, who batted his hand away from attempting to take an alcoholic beverage. For such large creatures, the shapeshifters had grace and fluidity to their movements, which was baffling. I had never looked that coordinated in all my life. Emily began to place the food into serving dishes, and Sam helped her carry them to the table. The room began to fill with noise as more of the shapeshifters began to file into the kitchen space. Jacob eloped me in a bone-crushing hug as I stepped towards the table, and my feet left the ground as I squealed. I hugged him back, laughing as he sat me down. "I'm sorry about what happened," he added gently. "It's okay," I whispered. I moved to the table and sat in the chair that Jacob pulled out for me. "So, Goldilocks," Jared prompted. "Recovered yet?" he asked, spinning his fork around his plate, the silver blurring. "From what?" I asked, straightening my back. Sam coughed, and Jacob was frowning as if sensing what Jared was about to say. "From the Cullens," he shrugged. I heard Sam cough, and I watched a few glances being passed in the silence. My mind had worked to block out the images of the wolves lining the woods as I ran towards them, sobbing. I reached across and slammed my hand down on the fork. The mental object stopped spinning and stabbed into my palm. "Let's not talk about them here," I demanded flatly, moving the fork back to the place where I was sitting and daring him to meet my gaze. I thought Paul was going to go ape shit. "You should have seen what Sam had to do to get him not to cross that border and rip Edward's throat out," Jacob laughed. "Shouldn't you be with the brat?" Paul's voice snarled across the room, causing us all to fall silent. He was so huge, he almost blocked the entire doorway, which was ajar, allowing the heat from the kitchen to pass outside. We all knew the brat he referred to as Bella. Jacob was tense beside me. "Why don't you come over here and say it, Lahote?" Jacob cooed, daring him to fight. "Watch me," Paul hollered back, stepping forward eagerly, ready to tussle Jacob from his chair and brawl right on the floor. "Boys," Emily scolded, lightly moving the last dish to the table. This stopped them all. Everyone muttered an agreement thanks to Emily and began to serve themselves steaming hot food. The food was a well-timed distraction from whatever brawl Jacob and Paul may have erupted upon us all. I jerked back as Jacob and Paul ignored the food to my annoyance, instead having one last tussle for my attention. Paul put in a dirty punch to the gut, winding Jacob and claiming the chair beside me triumphantly. I shook my head, disapproving of such antics. Embry arrived late and drew up the final chair. No one made to question his punctuality or seemed remotely concerned with where he had been. "You're late?" I questioned, frowning, as Paul overloaded my plate. I think knowing he could steal whatever I didn't manage, as well as having his own seconds from the serving dishes, he was savage when it came to food. I was busy, he shrugged, reaching for a serving of food. "What's with the hat?" he questioned with a laugh as his eyes appraised me. I blushed and ducked my head, suddenly becoming fascinated by the arrangement of vegetables on my plate. "Have you shaved all your hair off or something?" Jared teased lightly, causing a few chuckles. Embry eyed me suspiciously. "You can't really be Goldilocks without the locks," Seth noted with a cheeky smile. "Fuck off all of you," Paul seethed through a mouth full of food. "I'm cold," I lied, feeling the need to strengthen my argument for the hat. "You can't be serious?" Embry asked, trying not to laugh. "Deadly," I confirmed. "Take off the hat," my brother dared. "Don't take the hat off, Amy," Paul snapped back, slamming his palms on the table, making it groan. "Take the hat the hell off," Embry prompts again with frustration, the food becoming secondary to the argument that was brewing. "No," I mumbled, cutting carefully at the chicken, unable to meet the stares of the wolves. "Shut the hell up, Embry," Paul commanded. "No," he retorted. "Not until she takes the hat off and shows us what she's hiding," Embry cries. Paul's chair scrapes back with a high-pitched squeal that makes my ears throb. He is so distracted by his desire to punch my brother in the face, which he does as he pulls him from his chair, that Paul isn't able to catch Jared before he leans over, and in one swift motion, he has tugged the beanie hat from my head. The silence is deafening as he reveals a color that Jennifer has coined, purpuraceous, which, in lament terms, is a shade of lilac. The side braids leading into space buns were tied with complementary purple hairbands, and Jennifer had told me I needed to start color coordinating my outfits to match my hair. The silence was thick, and Embry stopped ogling Paul, who had fisted his shirt, and was instead gazing wide-eyed at my hair. I want to excuse myself and crawl under the table to cry from embarrassment. "If you were that desperate for the nickname to stop, you should have just said something," Jared teased me, and Paul growled. It was at that moment that the weight of the situation suddenly weighed firmly on my shoulders. An outing La Push. July. The days in La Push felt endless. The clocks moved slower here, and time dripped like water. Perhaps it was how far removed La Push was from the bustling pace of neighboring communities, or simply the feeling of belonging that had settled over me. Belonging for the first time in my life? In the sickly hot air, I leaned back on the outdoor swing. It was sun-stained now, but it made for a perfect seat to observe the woods. I loved watching the woods for signs of them. Often, they never strayed into my line of vision as they took this route during patrol, but sometimes they would appear momentarily between the trees. I always tried to pretend I couldn't see them, for fear they'd stop coming. My sketchbook lay open beside me, and I had been trying to sketch an outline of Paul in his wolf form mid-leap. The angles were frustratingly dull and couldn't quite capture the true magnificence of such a sight. I was falling behind with my work on the backdrops of the play and needed to cycle to school this morning to pull off an all-day session of painting. Sitting out in the garden was far more alluring, allowing the sunshine to soak into my freckled face and warm me. Sitting outside also didn't require changing out of my lounge wear or attempting to do something with the lilac hair that was curling around my torso. A half-eaten box of cereal was to my side, and I took a handful of chocolate Cheerios. Crunching on the dry cereal, my stomach didn't feel like it was about to empty its contents over the lawn, which I took as a win. I had gone back to sketching intently at the wolf on the page, willing it to life, when I noticed the battered truck rattling towards me. I gulped upon seeing Bella driving it. Perhaps she wouldn't slow down and instead plow straight into me, squashing me under the tires of the dilapidated truck. I suppose she would consider it putting me out of my misery. I slammed the sketchbook shut and shoved it under the swing, unwilling to share this piece of treachery with anyone. It was one thing to know, another thing to draw the horrors in such painstaking detail, preserving them for history. Bella moved quickly, willing her gangly limbs towards me with nervous energy. She was here to finish what she started, perhaps. "Hi," I said first. "Why aren't you wearing your hearing aids?" Bella snapped. Immediately, noticing I was looking at her face a little too carefully, waiting to lip read. Sometimes the world is too loud, I shrugged flippantly, fumbling with a thread on my bottoms. Well, you should be wearing them, especially outside. What if something was to happen? She began to talk in a worrisome panic, which only further irked me. I've got wolves that deal with that, I joked with a flippant hand. Even Bella managed a small twitch of her lip at that sarcastic comeback. Your hair. It's purple, she mumbled. Really, I hadn't noticed, I retorted, frowning. It looks nice, she clarified. Bella turned her hand tightening around the car keys as she moved back towards the truck, making to leave. If you came to apologize, you should actually try and say the word sorry. It really helps, I call her before she can open the door of the cab. But I accept your apology. I'm sorry to Bella, I admit. But if you ever speak about me like that again, the friendship is over, I warn. Her stare ices over my skin as we communicate non-verbally, assessing one another wordlessly. I didn't mean it, Amy, Bella admitted feebly. I just hate that Paul has imprinted on you, and I don't trust him, she huffed, returning slowly back towards the house. She doesn't dare sit next to me, like she is scared I might bite. I am just trying to be happy, I shrug, running a hand across my face. I know, she nods. I want the same for you, Bella, I add. She nods wordlessly. I shake the cereal box towards her, and she steps closer, taking out a delicate handful of cereal and coming to rest beside me on the swing. We both sit consumed by the silence of the morning, each working out what to say next. How much longer have we got now? I asked, carefully picking up another handful of cereals and chewing on the chocolatey goodness. Not long, Bella admitted, and I knew she didn't want to meet my eye but had no choice but to in order for me to lip read, screwing her out of hiding. Will he really do it? I ask cautiously. Bella nods again. You realize what the pack will do if they find out? I question. Bella eyes me cautiously. Her eyes dare me to expand, daring me to suggest how they would find out before it occurs. I don't bother probing that argument. It is already at the forefront of my mind. I need to decide who I will side with on this. We should throw you awake, I tease, giving her a playful nudge. She allows me a half smile, and I decide to push it further. That's what I came here for, wasn't it? Originally, before I got sidetracked by Paul, I came here to help Bella tie up her loose ends and decide if she really didn't want to be human anymore. To make sure, she was sure that being human had nothing else to offer her. I'm not going to be dead, Bella husked in warning at my jabs. I will be immortal, Imogen, she sighed, her eyes rolling. Humor me, I winked. What about a bucket list? Before you kick the bucket? I chuckle, and Bella's eyes look ready to bulge from their sockets. I grab her hand before she can jump from the swing and head back at full throttle to the forks. I'm being serious, Bella. You're still so young, and we have weeks now before your wedding, and who knows when I will see you again after that, I add. Would it be so bad to make a list of things you want to do with the last of your human days? I suggest. Bella is still looking unamused. Her face was a mask, void of joy. Isabella Marie Swan, we are so doing this, I tease. The silence lulls, and I allow my thoughts to power forward with all the wild things I could suggest she does in the time we have left. I'm not sure I have anything to add to a bucket list, she concedes finally. That's what best friends are for, I assure. I reach for the sketchbooks and carefully peel off a slither of paper from the back, cautious to avoid Bella catching sight of any of the charcoal-smeared pages. With my neatest handwriting, I title the page, Bella's Bucket List, and look down, feeling rather pleased with myself. People never end up completing these lists, she hums in protest, prickling next to me. I shrug and begin to form some appropriate bucket list suggestions. Skinny dipping off the cliffs at La Push Beach, sleeping under the stars for a night, going on a road trip across states, trying a food I can't pronounce, and watching a horror movie marathon. Bella is watching closely over my shoulder and reading my words carefully. I thought this was meant to be my bucket list, she questions. It is, I assure her, pressing the paper into her hand. You're just a little slow, I tease. Bella thumps my arm playfully, and I throw my head back and giggle at her sulkiness. Making Bella complete this bucket list was going to be a challenge, to say the least. A date. That is what Emily initially called it on the landline, but she quickly realized her mistake with the silence that she was met with. No, it was an outing. That made it sound better, less formal. No strings attached to an outing, right? A date meant you were looking to be in a relationship with the other person. A date presupposed a mutual attraction. Sure, I wasn't delusional. I recognized quite strongly how strongly my feelings towards Paul were. I recognized the mutual attraction that was fizzing between us. But I wasn't sure I was ready to allow myself to fully come to terms with the idea of dating one another. That would mean accepting that this situation was normal. It wasn't. Imprinting had made falling in love work backwards. The feelings the imprint stirred in my relationship to Paul were primal, ones that should have taken months to fester. It had bound us to a path that neither of us could stray from. I looked away from the mirror, which was taunting me. Dress nice, Emily had told me. I wanted to remind her that she'd been the one to imply this was an outing, not a date. Still, I'd panicked and called Jennifer, who'd bunked class for the afternoon, to come and thrust me into clothes in varying shades of purple and varying styles of inappropriate. I'd quickly put a stop to the fashion show and opted for a black sundress and matching Converse, which I thought was the least offensive shade with the lilac hair. It was pulled back into a fishtail braid. Keeping it back was the most subtle way to manage its bold shade. Jennifer told me it would wash out in a few weeks. I fumbled in front of me, looking for a bobby pin and a comb to deal with my heavy fringe, which was disliking the clamminess of my skin. I screech when I catch my reflection again. Body bins clutched between my teeth. I whirl around to berate Paul, who leans smugly against the doorframe. His eyes linger on the curves of the sundress skirt, and the slight swell of my breasts the dress tantalizes. I spit out 4 bobby pins into my hands before I can tell him off. You're early, I complain. My heart is erratic, and I know he can hear it beating like it's about to go into an arrhythmia that feels like it may explode my chest. I looked him up and down, trying to determine where we were going based on his outfit choice. It was disappointingly unrevealing. I knew you'd be counting down the minutes, he winked, stepping forward. I stepped back, my legs hitting the bed frame. I did a cursory glance around the room, checking for how many inappropriate items I'd left littered around the space. I wondered whether Paul had clocked the lingerie in the corner. I met his eyes, which were fixed on mine. Damn him. The smirk told me he knew exactly what I'd been checking for. I'm a little disappointed you didn't choose to wear those for tonight, he teased, eyes on the pink thong and bra set. Maybe you'll like the one I'm wearing right now better, I flirt back shamelessly. Who knows, perhaps I should find out, he drawled, his hand carefully reaching out to caress my hip, tracing where the top of my pants line fell. I sucked in a breath through my teeth as heat pooled south. Paul, this close to me, in my bedroom, dressed in so many clothes, too many clothes, was making my mind delirious with wild fantasies. He was in dark jeans. I'd never seen him in jeans, I realized, always shorts. A button-up shirt, not a t-shirt. I didn't know they made button-ups that wide. I was worried the buttons might pop off with one muscle flex. I imagined my fingers fumbling with those buttons, slowly undoing each one. Are you ready for this? He asks, and I realize his hand is still on me and has etched up to the small of my back, caressing there. My legs are still against the back of the bed frame, and it would take a small tap to push me down onto the mattress. Yes. I sigh breathlessly. The hum of energy between us is burning. We should make a move then, he suggests, and I realize he is talking about the outing, and I pull my mind from the gutter. Bad Imogen. We could stay in. He adds quietly, nudging me closer to him with a warm palm across my back. I promised Emily I wouldn't let you persuade me to do that, I confess sheepishly, and Paul barks a laugh. It tickles my insides. What a nice evening walk in the woodland. We could dance to those old records you love, and I make a mean spaghetti, he shrugged. And I wanted to sigh at the beautiful simplicity of it. When I didn't answer because I didn't trust myself to reply, Paul led me silently to the truck. Where are we going? I finally asked, bowing to the question that had been eating me up all day. On our outing, I add with a blush. Just for dinner, he mumbles, starting the truck's engine and drowning out the rest of the words. I doubted it was just dinner. Paul was working with other forces, the forces that went by the name of Emily Yulee, and she was formidable when she wanted to be. I was screwed. Are we having pizza? I like pizza, I suggest as Paul drives us through the country lane. Or are we going somewhere fancy? I would have worn heels. I should have asked that. I realize, allowing the thoughts to whirl. I thought you wouldn't mind where we went as you were up for the whole dating thing. He asks with a quirked, dark eyebrow. I'm not, I snap back defensively. If it were a date, it would mean we were dating, which we aren't. Yet, he smirks. The imprint jerks in agreement with him. Bella came over earlier, I inform, changing the subject on impulse to will him to stop talking about our impending relationships. But I realize quickly that this conversation is just as much of a stab in the gut. Talking about Bella was dangerous because it reminded me of how, very soon, I may be forced to take a side. I wondered if Sam would task Paul with trying to manipulate information from me. Bella apologized, I add, watching the veins pulse in Paul's neck and his hands flex around the wheel. She's dangerous, was all Paul was willing to say, not meeting my eyes as he drove. He was right, of course. Bella was very dangerous. Would the wolves kill me if they realized I had a role in breaking the treaty? Would Paul ever be able to forgive me for betraying his pack? Could I betray them? I allowed the silence to echo hollowly between us, soaking up the self-wallowing nature of it. I could ask Paul to turn the truck around right now and drive me home. I could buy a ticket back to England and be on the next flight within 24 hours. I could leave this life behind and stop myself from hurting the people I cared for anymore. Do you want me to drive you home? Paul asks as if he's just read my thoughts. The car idles at the red light, and I consider the question. No, I think we need to do this, I admit. It was true. I did ache to be driven home, maybe for more than that. To go back in time and erase my shared history with Bella and all this has brought upon my life. No need to sound so positive, princess, he teases, pulling a small smile from my lips. You know me, I giggle, bumping my shoulder with his. Will you tell me where we are going now? I added in pleading, tugging at his arm and feeling the delicious warmth pulsing through his shirt. No, he snapped as we moved on from the lights, and he took a series of turns. Fine, I frown, moving myself back to the far side of the cab, keeping a distance between us. Don't go getting prissy with me, Imogen, he warns. I'm not, I cry hotly. You always get prissy, he complains. Shut up, I hiss, crossing my arms over my chest and glaring at him. Whatever, he moans, pulling the truck to a stop in a small parking lot. The lot is empty except for two other cars. A traditional American diner sat beside the parking lot, its glowing neon signs and red faux leather booths visible through the glass frontage. Seriously? I ask hesitantly, trying to work out if he is winding me up. I hadn't exactly gotten a vast set of experiences to compare this date with, but based on what Jennifer had divulged, you should expect your first date to be romantic, not an American diner. Not good enough for your standards, princess? Paul retorts, and I realize he's left the car and is opening my passenger door. I didn't say that, I snap, sliding down from the seat and ignoring Paul's hiss as my body brushes against every sensitive part of his own. Liar, he hisses, tipping his head back to laugh. I wait a few beats for him to walk across the tarmac before I follow. You love me really, I tease, grabbing at his splayed hand. The words are out of my mouth before I realize their implications. Do I? He smirked, using my hand to pull me to his side, his eyebrows quirked. I think so, I admit shyly, my blush burning my exposed skin. Paul's eyes drink me, running over my limbs, over my braided hair, the flowing dress, and the scuffed Converse. His wink is enough to make me weak at the knees. I am grateful for Paul's hand pulling me towards the entrance of the diner as we start talking again. I don't trust my legs to oblige after the look he gave me penetrated right into my soul. Next time we go on an outing, can I pick the place? I ask as Paul holds open the door for me, and the smell of deep-fried food engulfs me. You haven't even finished this one yet, and you're already planning another, Paul mocks. Someone is eager, he drawls, and I jab at his side. Did you make a reservation? I ask, scanning the small dinner, which is empty of patrons. Paul laughs at the stupidity of my question and shakes his head. Let's sit here, he suggests, tugging on my hand and leading me to a booth that overlooks the parking lot and is a safe distance from the smell of grease. The table is clean, and the seats aren't sticky. I've never done this before, I admit, fiddling with the laminated menu. Dating didn't really happen much for me because of my diagnosis. I was too busy coming to terms with an autoimmune condition to be able to pay much attention to attraction. It made me feel clunky around Paul, feeling wrong-footed at every turn. Me neither, Paul reveals, allowing me a snippet of information into his past. I never had real relationships, just sex, he shrugs flippantly. I tried not to allow the words to sting. The imprint recoiled with jealousy and the thought of Paul having been with other women. But Paul is a player, or so everyone told me. Or, I suppose, he used to be a player. I had everything ready for tonight. I wanted to take you down to First Beach, and we could have had a bonfire and eaten some food. But Emily thought that you wouldn't want that you would want a real date, so she told me to take you here. Paul confesses, his smile weak. I would have liked your date idea, I admit, setting the menu down and looking across from him, meeting those heart-stopping eyes. This isn't really me, I confess, looking around nervously. I concur with you, he laughs, and ditto, he adds, gesturing to his button-down shirt, which makes me giggle. But I think the other thought you deserved some normality, he said. The words implied a lot. What was going on between us wasn't normal. Paul could not offer me normality as a shapeshifter. It was the safest option. It would have ended up raining if we went to the beach, I tease, trying to soften the tension of the words shared between us. Jared suggested I take you to see a film after this, so I thought we could grab some food and then bounce, Paul suggests. How very traditional, I tease, hot air blowing out of my mouth in a sigh as I feel his leg brush against my own. Paul smirks and picks up the menu, looking over it with a seriousness that only seems to come when the shapeshifters are around food. Anything taking your fancy? I ask, looking for encouragement on what I should pick. Yes, he nods, seriously setting down the menu and leaning back. She is sitting right across from me. I could eat her right up and she'd be begging me for more, he smirked. Paul. I seethe, the feeling of the blush erupting again. The imprint hums with delight at being wanted, and I curse it, feeling jaded. A light cough pulls me back to the present, and a young lady stands holding a small notepad, looking expectantly between us. She was slightly built, her face a little wide in structure, and she was blushing almost as much as I was. Hi Paul, and you must be Imogen, she adds, turning to me shyly. Kim. Paul nods, his eyes not leaving my face. You guys ready to order? She asks, her voice light and soft. The name clicks into my memory, and I realize this is Kim, Jared's girlfriend. Apparently Amy isn't on the menu tonight. Paul gestured towards me smoothly, and I batted his hand away in warning. It only earned me another wink. Kim looked mortified, her face hot, and the eye contact continued to be avoided. Who could blame her? Sorry, Paul doesn't have a filter, I admitted, giving Kim a gentle smile. Dropped on his head at birth, I teased, and it was Paul's turn to be mock offended. Please, could I order some fries, chicken dippers, and a strawberry milkshake? I told Kim. She moved her pencil quickly across her notebook. The usual, Paul ordered, his arms stretching out to rest against the top of the booth. I watched the arm porn unabashedly as the shirt stretched against his biceps. How would it feel to be on the other side of the booth right now, pressed up against Paul's side? I close my mouth, realizing I have been gaping at him in longing, and quickly move to talk before he can comment on my staring. So, this is when you tell me about yourself, I tease, trying to imagine what a date should entail. Not much to tell, Paul shrugged broad shoulders in response. Well, it's going to be a long night then. I sighed dramatically, and Paul nudged my leg under the table again. I grew up out in Tacoma. You won't know where that is, he added, a laugh rubbing at the side of his face. I stuck my tongue out, playful, at his insult to my geography skills. It's bigger than La Push, he added, trying to give the place some context. But my parents split up when I was 8. It was for the best. It's hard growing up with parents who clearly despise each other. They argued a lot. It was hard on Jennifer. They just split the custody down the middle. My dad took me back to his hometown, which was La Push, and Jennifer went with my mom. We had limited contact over the years. Paul spoke slowly and thoughtfully. It was apparent this wasn't something he was used to discussing from the way it spilled out in quick succession. As if now, he had started saying it and couldn't stop. I shifted into the wolf when I was 16. I like it a lot. It's good to belong to something, to have a purpose, he said, looking away from me, his eyes lost in the distance. I think I enjoy it a lot more than the others do. Maybe too much, he shrugged. I allow myself a small smile. Paul felt like the most temperamental of the wolves, or perhaps that was the wrong way of looking at it. Paul was the wildest of the pack, he was the most at one with the wolf. Your turn, he winked, breaking the intimacy between us. You already know about me, I shrugged. Not everything, he disagrees. The immediate reflex when asked about myself was to divulge my medical history. Too much time is spent in doctors' practices, and not enough time is spent with socialization, I realize. But I realize Paul does not need to know about that right now. Because although that was and is still a part of me, Paul wanted to know the pieces of me that remained that weren't defined by an illness. It takes me another pause to consider what there is not to say about my story that isn't already interjected or tarnished by vampires, wolves, or medical issues. While I'm lost in this train of thought, a phone vibrates, and Paul reaches into his pocket, frowning. He hits the reject button, moving it back into his pocket. He nods silently, urging me to speak. I remember very little of being in La Push. We moved when I was still quite young for my adopted father's studies and work. I was very privileged. I had a very sheltered childhood. Living in Oxford, I was able to have so many wonderful experiences, so much more than I would have had if I had grown up here with a single parent. I trailed off at the insistent vibrating from the mobile. A conflicted look clouds Paul's face, and I turn to see Kim approaching with steaming trays laden with food. Answer it, I assure as Kim sets the food on the table. It could be really important. Kim looks between us carefully, as if she were questioning who would be calling. Paul is speaking in thick Quileute, and I am surprised to hear him use the native tongue. The conversation lasts mere seconds, but Paul's body language moves from cross to nervous jittery energy quickly. He is shaking, and I scan my eyes across the thick limbs, wondering how long he will last before the wolf erupts. Paul is standing, and the phone is shoved into his back pocket. I have to go, right now, he says quickly. Something's come up on the border. I nod, and Kim gasps, moving back to the counter quickly, her thoughts clearly on Jared. Okay, I managed to say, looking down at the wasted food and considering how this was totally not on my list of options for how this night could have ended. Paul has moved out of the booth and is pulling me with him to stand together. His limbs still shake, and I wait for the wolf's fur to cover his tanned skin. Lips crash against mine as his hand firmly tugs my head towards him. He pulls my hair braid to deepen the kiss, and it stings in a delicious way that makes me groan, and my legs feel weak. I scratch at his neck as we kiss desperately, both yearning for more. Paul's kiss stops as suddenly as it began, and I pant, trying to catch my breath. His lips dance smaller, gentler kisses across my forehead. Someone will come and pick you up. Stay here and don't you dare try to walk home, he warns. I watch the hulk of his body run for the door and flush. Stay out of the woods, Imogen, Paul adds as an afterthought as the door slams after him. The imprint protests at his leaving, and I feel the urge to run after him, but I know where he is running. I would not be welcome, nor would I be safe. So much for normality. I sink back into the booth and bite down on a steaming hot chip. I watch as Paul pulls the buttoned shirt up and off over his head, and I gawp at the muscles over his back as he throws it into the empty cab of the truck. In go his phones, shoes, and then, I am about ready to press my face against the glass when his trousers come off. all get thrown into the cab, and he is shifting, just like I'd tried to replicate in my art. My beautiful wolf is leaping through the parking lot, through the darkness, and into the night. I watch until he reaches the tree line and becomes invisible. Paul's assurances that someone would come to collect me were false. I waited, and I waited. I ate my meal in relative silence, trying to make conversation with Kim, but I knew I was keeping her from the closing down procedures. I allowed my mind to race through all the worst possibilities of why Paul had left. What could have happened on the border that was so urgent? Could the Cullens have done something to Bella? Or perhaps another vampire had crossed through the territory, in which case the wolves would hunt them. I lay on my back, pressing my clammy skin against the red faux leather of the booth, and I listened to the hum of background music being played. It had been well over 2 hours since Paul had left. Kim was frowning from the counter as she dialed and redialed Jared's number on repeat. Every time it went through to voicemail, she set her phone on the counter and returned to the kitchen to answer the calls from the manager. No one else had come into the diner since I'd arrived, and it was clearly almost closing time. Kim was taking off her apron, and the manager had come around to the register to start cashing up for the night. "We are closing now, Imogen," Kim explained, coming to the booth, and I sat up, feeling an ache all the way through my limbs. "Do you need a lift home?" The blood rushed to my head, which was upright, and I tried to think. "No, I should be all right. Someone will be here soon." I thanked Kim, who was looking a little sick with worry. Her phone was clenched in her hand, still waiting for a call. I left the diner quietly, and the night air was cold against my skin. It stung at my bare arms, and I shivered as I padded towards Paul's truck. Without thinking, I stood on my tiptoes and pulled the button down out of the open cab. It smelled delicious, and my insides squirmed as his scent filled my senses. Slipping my arms into the shirt, I wrapped it over my cool lips, folding the sleeves to a more manageable length. The shirt was almost as long as my dress, and I allowed it to bring comfort. Pumps were slapping against the tarmac, and Kim rounded the truck, waving a phone at me animatedly. "They're back," she gasped. "Jared phoned. He's told me to take you to Sam's." I nodded mutely, agreeing to this. I wasn't sure what I'd been hoping for, but a lift to Sam's was not quite what I'd imagined. Kim led me to her car, and the drive to Yuli's was not memorable. Kim wasn't the talking type and seemed especially awkward in the presence of a stranger. In fact, I was worse than that. I was a stranger with strange, purple fucking hair. We kept talking about her schoolwork, and neither of us allowed things to stray to the shapeshifters. Bella has told me that Kim was besotted by Jared and hadn't seemed to even care about the other things that came with the imprint. When we'd reached the Yuli house, Kim had dropped me off and wheel spanned the car in her rush to leave. Clearly, Jared wasn't waiting for her here. The cold was niggling in my bones, and I looked around the eerily quiet expanse of woodland and house before me. I was used to the smells of baking and the hum of activities spilling from the open door. However, the house felt stiff. My hearing aids were making my ears ache, and I knew I'd had them in for far too long today. "I never meant to cause you any sorrow. I never meant to cause you any pain." A voice chuckled. Someone was tugging at my hip, and I whirled around. Jacob continued his terrible key singing. "I only wanted one time to see you laughing. I only want to see you laughing in the purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain," he sang out of tune, and I recognized the Prince song as he lifted me up, spinning me around tauntingly. I squeal, slapping at his arms to put me down. "Hello, our beautiful purple rain," he retorted smoothly. "What did you just call me?" I demanded, looking around for his co-conspirators. Where was Paul? "Purple rain," he revealed with a laugh. "It's your new nickname, to match your hair," he began to explain. "I know what it is," I said, seething and turning away from the oath. I began up the porch steps, silently desperate to find Paul. "Oh, come on, Amy," he calls behind me, "it's only a joke." "Well, it's not very funny, you're overgrown, bloody child," I screamed, turning and jabbing him in the chest. "You and your oversized bunch of bloody dogs have ruined my date. I have been left waiting for over 2 hours and had to hitch a lift home with a practical stranger. I cry, feeling close to tears as the exhaustion overwhelms me. A date? Hey? Jacob asked, lightly falling back into step with me as I knocked on the door that was closed. Is Paul okay? I asked, ignoring the question. Jacob shrugs flippantly and throws back the door, calling a greeting and announcement. Want Emily to knock you something up? He asks. What's happened to Paul? I demanded, ignoring his unsubtle change in topic. He's fine, just a little locked up, Jacob shrugged. Excuse me? I demanded. He's just in a sticky situation, Jacob shrugged, dropping his shoulders lowly. We haven't moved over the threshold. My fingers flexed around his firm bicep. Jacob, what happened? I hiss. There was an incident, he said delicately, and I tensed. Speak, Jacob, I retorted, slapping his arm, willing the words out of the mouth. Paul got arrested, he spits out at last. I can hear chairs scraping back, and I screech. It's animalistic and comes from something deep within. The imprint feels like it's tearing away from me. Jacob's arms are steadying me, and I realize I am swaying with tears burning hot tracks down my face. It gets worse, he mumbles, unable to meet my waterlogged stare. Embry was with him. I slumped into Jacob's side, feeling as if the wind had been knocked out of me. Jacob is pulling me into the dimly lit kitchen, and someone is filling a kettle and settling it on the stove to boil. Jacob is kneeling in front of me, and I feel like I'm about to vomit. How did this happen? I manage to croak between hiccuping sobs. I clench my hands into the material of Paul's shirt that encases me, feeling another sob of panic rack through me. Both of them were arrested. In my terror, I don't process the shadows of other figures moving around the kitchen. I feel Emily sit beside me, her presence comforting as the rake's slender fingers cross the top of my head. Seth and Quill picked up the scent of a vampire on our side of the border. It wasn't the Cullens. They alerted us and took chase. The vampire was close. We picked up another scent, and Embry and Paul went to follow up on it. He began, and I pressed him with begging eyes for more on the edge of my seat. They ran until they were a few towns out, but when they were chasing it, they went onto some private land. Some humans were close by. They could hear them, and the boys were forced to shift back. They got arrested for trespassing, Jacob explained, and my jaw hung slack. I stood up abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor. Where are you going? Jacob demands as my unsteady legs make for the door. Where do you think? I hiccup back. I stumbled towards the exit, but a different man blocked my path. Amy, stop, he commands, his jaw tense. You don't even know where you are going. Sam warns, already sensing my intentions to go and find them both. I come to a halt, small sobs shaking my body. I want to shove Sam Yulee to the floor and stamp into the woods, calling for Paul and Embry, as if that will bring them back to me. An idea leaps into my mind. I turn sharply and round on Jacob. You can drive me to them, I said hopefully, and Jacob shook his head vigorously. No, Amy, you just need to go home, he retorts, squashing my plan. Please, please Jacob, I beg. My heart is burning knowing my brother and Paul are imprisoned. Take her home, Sam commands Jacob, and Emily sighs as if knowing this isn't going to end well. My brother is not spending a night in a prison cell. I snap back, my voice shrill. Neither was Paul, but they didn't need to know that. It isn't for you to decide. The silence pulled around the room. Even my hiccuping sobs had stopped. I could see the surprise tainting their dark eyes. I just disobeyed Alpha's orders. But I wasn't part of the pack, and I would not allow Sam to stop me. I am going, and that is final, I say, stamping my foot, as if this will cement the decision. My voice is wavering on the bad side of hysterical. Now I suggest one of you drive me, or hell, I will walk, I threaten, sounding like a toddler, irrational, and out of control. You are not going, Imogen, Sam's retorts, widening his stance in the blocked doorway. Yes, I am, I say, looking at the shaking Alpha. I guess he'd never been disobeyed before. Now, if you don't mind, Sam, I have a lift to find, I snap. In 3 strides, I am before the towering man, and my mind is screaming about just how stupid this is. I keep walking and don't stop until I slam straight into the older man's chest. I hear gasps behind me, and I wonder how best to play this. But the imprint is screaming at me to find Paul, and I can't let poor Embry be tarnished by prison. It would obliterate any chance of him rebuilding his relationship with his mother. I crane my neck to stare daggers up into the Alpha, unable to stop the hostility that has overcome me. If the imprint made the wolves overly protective, then I guess it wasn't so made to think that it made their lovers just as irrational. Sam Yulee, I suggest you move out of my way this instance, or God be my witness, I will knock you into the next century. And I break my venomous words as he steps aside from the doorway. Thank you, I say sarcastically, and I turn to pull a reluctant Jacob towards the door. Amy, I can't drive you, Jacob mumbles, pulling away from my grip as we dance on the porch. Fine, I snap in frustration. Fine, have it that way. You can all go and fuck yourselves. I am sick and tired of this pathetic game. I am done with all this. You claim to be a family, and yet you are happy to let Paul and Embry sit and rot in a prison cell. Not even being there to defend them. I wail the tears back again. I was a balloon. I was filled with air, pumped to the bursting point. I had popped and was off whizzing around the room, like an explosion of emotion. There was no stopping me. It would have to be released. Emily tried to approach me with her own face wet with tears as she looked at my pained face with understanding. But I was done. I let Jacob's abandonment sting, and I turned for the doorway and made sure to do exactly what Paul had told me not to do. I wanted to go into the woods, the only place I felt might be able to calm me. Sit the hell down, Imogen, a voice warns from outside. Paul, a softer voice scolds, and I spring out onto the porch steps. My hands paw at the tears, and I gasp in delight at the sight of them both. Embry, I cry in relief, catching sight of his frame behind Paul. I launch myself down the steps and into my brother, crushing him with relief. Amy, what's happened? Embry asks, holding me back and looking at my blotched, tear-stained face. But I am hiccuping sobs again, the words unspeakable. I turn to Paul, my hand still on Embry, as if worried he might vanish again. Paul looked exhausted, his eyes were lidded, and his hair was disheveled. The imprint wanted to whirl at him, to tell him how worried I was and how sacred I was that he was gone. Why are you crying? Paul demands, palming his teared face. I just hiccuped in reply, tears thick. He stepped forward, grabbing my chin and brushing away my calloused fingers. I transferred myself onto him then as I clung to him with relief. Why the fuck is she crying? Paul's voice was so primal and rough it almost shook the very ground we stood on as he directed it up towards the group collected into the house, and no one dared to answer. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. Reviews are so welcome, so please do leave one. They really help with the writing process and the direction I might take the story in. Thank you. Plunge plunge la push. July. I lay down to sleep with Paul on the soft bed. The double mattress was sagging under the weight of us both and creaking. Playfully, I continued to knock my cold toes against Paul's face, making him grumble. Paul had left me with Emily while he collected his truck and grabbed some fresh clothes and a shower. Then he'd driven me home, made me shower, and cranked the heater up to try and help my shaking limbs. So, Paul began. So, I repeated back to him, and he nudged me in the side. His touch was a delicious fire that stoked every nerve in my body. How are you feeling? He asked. Meh, I stated, examining the ceiling. That's not the answer I was hoping for, he complained, pushing at my foot. Sorry, I am so thoroughly captivated by your presence and bathing in every second spent in your glory that I have lost the ability to speak, I teased, and he jabbed at me again. Why did you dye your hair? He asked, turning suddenly serious, his wild eyes settling. I decided, I stuttered. I thought that I needed to try and put you off me. It was my last bid attempt to get you to stop liking me. So I dyed it. Slowly, I ran my hand through the damp lilac locks from the shower. Paul sat upright, his chest was bare, and his shorts sat low, He gazed at me with an intensity that I didn't know was possible. "You did it to put me off?" he asked with a slight laugh, his smirk playful. "I know." I groan in disgust, flopping my hands over my face. "I kind of like it," he admits coyly, and I groan again. "That's not what you are meant to say," I driveled. "Well, you always look beautiful to me," he stated, lying back on the quilt. I nudged his eyebrow with my toes to shut him up. I'd painted them to match my hair, a final sign of acceptance. "I'll bite you," he warned, moving his head to the side. "You wouldn't dare," I screeched, withdrawing my foot. He moved quickly, scrambling onto his front. He grabbed my leg, tugging it towards his face. I screeched childishly, trying to pull away. Teasingly, he racked his teeth across my foot, placing a delicate kiss on the inside of my ankle. I screeched in protest. He began to laugh and jerked my foot away, rolling back onto his side. "The wolf is being playful." "Paul," I complained, wiping my foot against the bed quilt. "Serves you right," he countered. "Meanie," I moaned. Paul sat up and gave me a pointed look, playing at being offended. I giggle as he drags me onto his lap. His hand skims the thin materials covering my ribs. "Say that again," he winks. "I love you," I say instead. The words didn't weigh heavy on my tongue because they felt true. I had fallen in love with Paul. I had fallen so quickly that I hadn't even realized it was happening at first. "I love you too, Imogen. I loved you from the first moment I set eyes upon you," he said back, stroking my cheek. I shifted under his gaze, no longer feeling uncomfortable with it. It was something I was slowly learning to accept. "You make me want to be a better man, Imogen," he confessed. "I don't know any better," I assured him. "Paul, I love you, but I don't know what this means for us. I can't separate my feelings from the imprint." I sigh, shifting closer to him. The pull is impossible to resist. "Then don't try," he husks, draping his body half over mine, crushing me in the most pleasant of ways under his weight, and I tangle my legs around his waist, dragging him closer to me. "We belong together, Imogen, just," he didn't manage to finish as I closed the gap between our faces. The rain was back again. La Push was clouded in thick storm clouds that had swept in through the night and were battering us with rain that made my bones ache. I had slept fitfully when Paul had left for patrol, and Embry had woken me in the early hours of the morning, soaked to the bone and desperate for sleep. We had acknowledged each other silently, and I hadn't been able to sleep since then. Embry hadn't stirred for school this morning, and I was leaving him to sleep. I, on the other hand, had a significant amount of painting to continue with. The drama group was beginning rehearsals, and the sets needed to progress more quickly. I was getting so caught up in the trials and tribulations of the wolves and the vampires that I was losing sight of what was important. A car horn is bleeping loudly from the driveway, and I jump up at the arrival of my lift. Jennifer had offered to take me to the high school. Carpooling with Jennifer was far less taxing than it was with my brother or Paul. I stifle a giggle as Jennifer struggles to roll the window down on the aged Yugo. The car was likely once gold, but after years of being bleached by the sun, it is now more of a moldy white speckled shade. Everything about the car looks like it's ready to fall apart. It's strikingly out of place against Jennifer's put-together persona. "What the hell are you wearing?" Jennifer demands from me hotly, shoving her round face through the car window to gape at me. Jennifer clearly wasn't flattered by my paint-flecked clothes. I frowned at her for pulling the bag that contained my best brushes higher onto my shoulder. "I am set painting today," I accused back with an eye roll. Stepping towards the car, I appraised it with concern. "What is this piece of scrap anyway?" I warn her, kicking at a balding tire. "You are more than welcome to walk," she seethed, flicking her head back into the car with annoyance and making tightly curled hair bounce about. Jennifer immediately commenced her attempts to roll the car window back up. She moved it with such force that the plastic handle came off her hand. Her potty mouth rant filled the clearing, and she pushed the handle onto the back seat. Not wishing to cross Jennifer any further out of fear she may decide to run me over in her anger, I walked towards the passenger side. I instinctively reach to pull for a handle that is missing, meaning Jennifer must lean across to open the door from the inside, which pains her from the huffs of frustration she produces. This is Delilah, and she may not be the most reliable car in the world. But at least she's a car, and it means you don't have to cycle. Jennifer defends, going to turn the key to the ignition. We sit in silence as she tries and fails 3 times to get the engine to start. On the 4th, we are lurching forward up the driveway. What's wrong with my outfit anyhow? I ask as I scan the scarlet floral dress that grazes her mid-thighs. With Jennifer's long, tanned legs, the dress looks ravishing on her. It's just, you know, not very feminine, Imogen, she sighs, puffing air in frustration. I mean, I know you're trying to put Paul off you, but really? She turns to look me up and down. With a screech, Jennifer hits the brakes as the traffic lights for the crossroad turn red, sending me reeling into the dashboard. I take it. Seatbelts don't work on this thing either, then. This has nothing to do with Paul. I frown, shoving my feet onto her dash to annoy her. Jennifer stalls the car, coming off the lights, and the driver behind us blares his horn with such rage that it makes me flinch. Being unable to fit her head out of the window to curse the driver, despite being persistent in her efforts to try, Jennifer is reduced to making vulgar hand gestures to defend her scorned dignity. We can't get to school quick enough, and I almost want to kiss the tarmac when she pulls into a space. We parted shortly after, and I reached the theater in a few minutes, relieved to escape the bustle of the corridors. The stage is vast, and the boards for painting are erected. Some of the set work I've already completed stands proud, looking whimsical and magical and every bit as Shakespearean fantasy as I'd hoped for. For a moment, I am relieved to be the painter rather than the performer. I couldn't think of anything more daunting than performing on that stage for so many people. I suppose actors performed for the thrill of it, but still. Life has become a big thrill recently. There are too many thrills. I swear it was taking days off my life. I climbed onto the stage and strapped my hands before I attempted to hold the fine brushes between my aching fingers. The fabric stretched tautly between my fingers, easing some of the tension with the compression they applied. The doctor had told me that it would be difficult to pursue a career in the arts with an autoimmune condition that pained my body as mine did. I had gone for a long time without even picking up a stick of charcoal. But now that I had started to explore my medium again, I couldn't bear the thought of it being taken away from me. I watched as the colors began to bleed into one another as I painted beautiful floral images across the canvas. The door slammed into the room, and I looked behind me towards Jacob, who was swaggering between the chairs in the theater with a playful smirk. I flicked the paintbrush in my hand, looking at him with concern. Alpha's order to watch me, I questioned, frowning. Jacob came closer before speaking, ambling onto the stage and looking in puzzlement over my shoulder at the piece I was working on. Something like that, he said, shrugging, and I winced. I'm teasing, he added, barking a laugh, his eyes scanning me, hovering over my torso for a moment, then moving back up to my face. I actually just really like your company, he added to soften the blow. I wasn't sure if that was fully true, but perhaps that was me being a little pessimistic. Perhaps I did make for nice company. This is actually really good, Jacob admitted, surveying the set. You sound surprised, I questioned with a suppressed laugh. There's a reason I managed to get into university to study art, Jacob, I teased, pushing his shoulder in jest. Jacob looked sheepishly back with a smile, and his eyes strayed again. Stop it, I snap, catching his eyes on my chest. Stop what? He asks dumbly. Stop staring at my chest. I snap feverishly. Not my fault. Paul can't stop fantasizing about your body. It's on loop in his head every time he shifts into a goddamn wolf. I am more familiar than I ever thought possible with multiple areas of your anatomy, Imogen, Jacob flirted. I balked in horror. Okay. It will stop soon. Once Paul gets better control of himself, or satisfies himself of his need for you. He's mad with desire. It's putting him in an extra bad mood. Be a friend and help us all out, he teases, wiggling his eyebrows playfully. I'll tell Paul you keep ogling me, I threaten. You wouldn't dare, he counters, crossing his broad arms and shoulder tensing under his shirt. How could Bella not fall in love with this creature? I don't know how Edward could compare. You're right, I wouldn't, I nodded. Your face is far too pretty to get smashed in by Paul's fists, I wink, turning from him. Jacob laughs throatily, and I stick my tongue out at him over my shoulder. That's it. I'm off to get us donuts from the canteen, he announces, and I wonder how many donuts will make it back to the theater. He jumps from the stage and lands the jump like a gymnast. A jump like that should have broken both his ankles. I shake my head and allowed myself to be consumed by my art. I patted my bare feet over dust sheets that covered the stage, sketching, painting, and shading in different mediums. Jacob returned with donuts, and I allowed myself a break. I was flexing out stiff fingers that were starting to seize and licking powdered sugar from my lips. Today was going to be a good day. I was staying over at Jennifer's this evening and we'd planned a movie night to celebrate our hard work today. Jennifer constituted turning up to class as hard work, and I wasn't going to deny her of her victory. A foot collided with my head, bumping against it and making me flinch from the pain. I jerked away as the manicured size 9 came close to my nose once more. I am more fully awake now and look around me. I am asleep on Jennifer's bed. The room is littered with mounds of clothes, makeup, and odd footwear. I sleep on top of the covers, draped in a shirt of Paul's I'd stolen from his room. The thoughts of Paul make my skin blister with longing. Jennifer, I groan, shoving her foot away from me in frustration. What? Asks a groggy Jennifer, her head popping out from the other end of the matter, her body buried under mounds of quilt. You just kicked me in the face, I accuse hotly, jabbing a finger towards her. Sorry, she groans, her face pushing back into the pillow once more. I was sleeping, she defends weakly. Good job one of us was. You snore like a pig. I sigh, rubbing my face. At least I don't starfish and take up the entire bed, she says back. I hear a satisfying thump as she hits the floor. I just pushed her out of bed. Uncalled for, she cried, her head springing up before me. Do you want ice cream? She asks, standing to her full height and flicking on her bedside lamp, pulling the room into a warm blush of light. Do I want ice cream? I laugh incredulously. Jennifer, it's the middle of the night. Just go back to bed, I insist. Now it's my turn to bury my head into a pillow. Come on, live a little, she counters, her belly flopping onto the bed, making the springs groan. Do something adventurous. Ouch, I groan, trying to push her weight from my body. I'm not moving until you think of something exciting for us to do, she says, shifting her weight. I rack my fuzzy brain, still heady with the lulls of sleep, as I try to think of how I can entertain this girl. Or at least appease her to shift her dead weight off my body. Adventure. Move. I command excitedly, the smile creeping up my face and dancing about my eyes. Why, you haven't come up with anything yet, she accused me but moved to sit beside me. Oh, but I have, I corrected excitedly. What? She squeals in high-pitched surprise. Skinny dipping, I blurted, shifting to sit on my feet on the bed. Are you being serious? She asks, her mouth dropping open and her eyes wild like mine as she processes. You told me to be adventurous. I laugh. Are you a chicken? I lured her, knowing she wouldn't be able to resist the dare. Of course not, she dismisses, scooping up the car keys from the side table. I smiled in delight. My heart races as I realize what we are about to go and do. I wish Bella was here. This would be an amazing adventure on her bucket list. You do realize this is probably highly illegal or something, she says, and she launches a coat in my direction. Does that bother you? I asked, quirking an eyebrow. No, she laughs giddily. Well, then let's do this. I cry in excitement, shoving my arms through her coat that drowns me. I can't tell who is more eager. Jennifer rushes ahead of me, scooping up extra clothes from the piles that litter the room. More awake and agile, she takes the stairs 2 at a time as she descends with ease, spinning around the room in delight. We pull shoes onto our bare feet and move quickly to the front door. The noises of the house haven't woken anyone, so Paul must still be out on patrol. We have the perfect opportunity. The perfect opportunity to do what exactly? To be reckless, be childish, or do something stupid. Maybe that is exactly what I need, to let it all go. I can't believe we are doing this. Jennifer laughs like a child as we climb into her car, and I hardly have time to buckle up before Jennifer starts the engine and pulls off. I have to stop myself from asking Jennifer to drive to Forks. I want nothing more than to haul Bella out of bed and make her join us, too. Feel the thrill that can come with such spontaneity, the thrill of being human. But I doubt she'd agree. Edward definitely wouldn't let her go with us, not skinny dipping. Where to? Jennifer demands, crunching gears along the main road. I scrunch my nose in thought. Locations were fuzzy to me, but I remember Bella talking about the Wolves cliff diving before in the summer. You fancy diving? I ask, and Jennifer's laugh of acceptance borders on hysterical. Maybe I had finally lost the plot. Perhaps my medication had thrown my brain chemicals out of whack. Follow this road, and we can get to the cliff above First Beach, I direct, the moonlight filling the sky. Dawn was starting to break, giving an ethereal glow to the sky. The formalities of the task at hand slowed us down, and we dumped the car by the beach, loading spare clothes in the sand a good distance from the shore, and the plan was rolling forward. We were on top of the cliffs shortly after, and the sun was fully starting to break on the horizon. The wind was gentle, thankfully, even from this height, and the water looked deep and alluring. Are you ready for this? I asked Jennifer again as she shifted from one foot to the other. I wondered whether this could be considered leading her astray. I knew Paul would surely kill me if he found out. What with endangering my own life being bad enough, but that of his sisters. But the wolves could be reckless. Bella could turn into a vampire. I could jump off a cliff into the sea. Did I ever tell you I don't like height? Jennifer laughed giddily from beside me, looking cautiously at the cliff edge. But YOLO, she adds, shrugging and hiking off her shirt. What? I laugh at the question. YOLO, you only live once, she shrugs nonplussed, like it's a term I should be using on an almost daily basis. That's new, I mumble, joining her in stripping off my layers. Jumpers, t-shirts, jeans, and socks are begging to pile up on the grassy bank. My slender limbs prickle with goosebumps from the cool air, and I cross my arms over my bare chest. So, we just jump, just like we are at the swimming pool, she explains calmly. I nod in silent agreement. People do this all the time. Particularly from here. Should we do a countdown? She asked, curling her toes into the dewy grass. Guess so, I agree as we edge to the cliff's end. 3, 2, 1. We counted down in unison, our voices not betraying our nerves. We clasped hands in decided agreement, both pulsing with adrenaline. We squealed as we ran to the edge, our feet not stopping as the grass beneath our feet was replaced by air. The descent was fast. Invigorating. I felt alive. The feeling reminded me of the way Paul's kisses set my soul on fire. Jennifer's fingers slipped from mine, and I took a large intake of air. Just before hitting the water, the pressure pressed tightly against my body like a cocoon. The water enveloped my body, willing me down into its depths. I kicked out strongly with my legs to bring me to the surface. As I bob in the water, I turn until I catch sight of Jennifer swimming towards me. I allow a wild laugh that is almost musical to fall from me. Jennifer looks equally wild. Her hair weighs down her back, and her makeup-free features make her look almost like a different person entirely. The water is lulling us towards the shore and carrying Jennifer easily towards me without her having to kick too hard. You're one crazy bitch, she cried in delight, splashing water around her in excitement. From anyone else, the comment would be anything but endearing, but from Jennifer, it is a clear compliment. I laughed, shaking my head in disbelief. I rubbed the water from my eyes to make sure I can clearly watch her speech. That was just, she broke off and began to laugh heartily. Mind-blowing. I questioned her, and she managed a nod. Can we go again? She said, kicking away from me and towards the shoreline. No. We've already chanced death once, I protest, moving my chilling body towards her. Spoil sport. She cries just loudly enough for me to depict. It was my turn to begin to laugh, this time at her childish antics. The moon is glistening, lulling the waters, and lulling my heart. I tilt my head back, soaking up its radiance. Perhaps the waters could cleanse my tarnished soul and allow me to leave these demons behind. I bump into Jennifer's back and revert my gaze forward, wondering why she has stopped. I force my gaze towards the beach. It becomes quite apparent why she has stopped. Shit, I curse, moving myself back into the water. I need to put as much distance as I can between us and the beach. Would it be possible to swim home? The beach no longer seemed like a viable option. Start swimming, I warn her as I push myself through the water. He'll come after us, she gasps, catching up with my strokes. He wouldn't dare, I retorted. Jennifer looks back across her shoulder and urges me on. Shit, Amy, he already has, Jennifer explains. Shit, shit, shit. I seethe in frustration, smacking my palm against the water as we pause to bob. My heart rate increases, and the imprint even dares to ping with desire as Paul pushes through the water, the gap between us closing by the second. Stupid wolf, stupid shapeshifter powers making him superhuman. Did he have a sixth sense that we would be here or something? Just to be clear, Jennifer says, looking directly at me. I'm going to hold you fully accountable for this when he asks. She shrugs, and I manage a small smile but can't form a reply. I'm too busy trying to conjure up excuses. An excuse as to why I am swimming naked in the early hours of the morning with his sister. Mental breakdown? Maybe I should just run with that line. Paul's hair is sodden and slicked back, and his tanned limbs have pulled him easily across the distance from the shore to where we swim with little effort. He stops at a safe distance from us both, or at a distance that makes us feel comfortable. The muscles that cover him awake something primal in me, and I ache with desire. I'm thankful Jennifer is with me, knowing if she weren't here, he'd think nothing of closing the gap he's left if it were just the two of us. As we tread water, only our heads and shoulders peek out from the water, and Jennifer is the same shade of red as Bella's truck, her blush feverish. I don't allow myself to back down or show any sign of weakness. What the fuck are you two doing? Paul booms his lips, spitting the words. Swimming, I call back with a smirk. Paul looks ready to lunge for me, and I want to swim further back but hold my stance. Get your asses back to shore right now, before I fucking drag them there, he warns, his eyes drifting down my face and under the water. Make me, I counter, calling his bluff. Amy, Jennifer warns, her voice low. Jennifer begins to paddle towards Paul, and I feel a stab of disappointment at her backing down from him. I would not allow Paul to bully me. I stick out my tongue in protest as I pad the water. I wonder if Paul would transform into a wolf and come right after me through the water, but I shouldn't have been worrying about the wolf. Paul didn't hesitate once Jennifer had swum past him, keeping a wide berth. The sun made my back prickle, and I gasped aloud as I watched him duck his head under the water, submerging himself beneath a blanket of watery darkness. I looked around, panicking as the water rippled in his absence. We were a good distance apart before. I kicked my feet, willing myself to move back. Jennifer was making quick work of eating up the distance between the water and the beach. The water was still, and I wondered how long Paul could stay submerged for. His lung capacity must have been high, much higher than that of a normal human, even higher than that of an athlete. But he was coming for me. I blushed at the thought. I bobbed in the water like a sitting duck. A very naked, sitting duck. Perhaps I didn't think skinny dipping through as thoroughly as I should have. Strong fingers caressed the arch of my calf, and I growled, kicking out in protest. For a moment, I thought he might pull me under with him. I hoped the murky water was so dark he wouldn't be able to see everything. The thought of him doing so filled me with pleasure and horror. The imprint hummed around me, romanticizing the idea of Paul's warm body pressing against mine as the sun peeked over the sky, breaking the dawn. But I shook my head, erasing such illicit thoughts. Get off, I cried, kicking at him again. The water rippled all around us, but he still hadn't emerged. His hands slid to my thighs, moving quickly now, sweeping over the bare skin with calloused fingers. He traced the outlines of my hip bones, eliciting a groan from me as his head broke the water and he shook water from his face like a wet dog. Or rather, a wet wolf. As Paul rose from the water, so did his hands. They sit on my waist now. Both hands were almost touching as they engulfed my frame. I couldn't meet his eyes. I would have been lost in those black orbs. The dark moon that I was orbiting. Instead, my eyes traced the water droplets that ran from his thick neck down his pecs and below the water. Paul wasn't naked below his waist, not like I was. You shouldn't have done that, I husked, referring to the touches of his hand and the way the tide pushed our bodies together and drew them apart again in a soothing movement that elicited a devilish friction between our bodies. Then you should have been a good girl and swam to the shore as I told you, he noted, a hand tilting my jaw, so our eyes finally met. His pupils were so big that it looked like he was high. Perhaps he was high on the imprint, which was getting its fill of me with every touch and stare. You know I'm not a good girl, I husk back as the water presses us together again. I brace my hands against his bare chest and rake my nails down his torso, making him growl. The water splashes around us as Paul tugs me roughly, knocking the air from my lungs, and I gasp. He whirls me in the water, his bare hands tugging across my bare skin, erupting my skin in prickles of desire. He presses my back against his chest, and his fingers skim the delicate skin beneath my breasts slowly and teasingly. I bite hard on my lip to stop the groan. I push myself back into him, but he relents, making me hiss with need, unable to resist the strong masculine hands that fondle my body, promising so much pleasure and heightening my desire in ways I never imagined possible. I think I could make you a very good girl, Imogen, Paul assures as he finally allows our bodies to meet, and I close my eyes at the pressure of our bodies together. Hard against soft. My bare skin nestled against his clothes, too many clothes. I push into him, and it's his turn to moan now, his hands sliding in a caress up my neck and into my hair, tugging my head back as our bodies hum in pleasure at the simple connection of being pressed together. It's maddening, and my nerves are stoked at the thought of what the imprint would do if our bodies connected on a deeper level. Paul was going to screw up any hope of a man ever eliciting pleasure in me again. Paul drops his hand from my hair and pushes me gently away from him as he turns in the water and towards the beach. I follow his stare and watch as Jennifer and Embry appear in heated debate. I will be waiting for you in the parking lot. If you aren't there in 5 minutes, I will be coming back for you, Paul warns, and I wonder what would happen if I tested that theory. Embry and Jennifer have moved out of sight, and I bobbed about as Paul swam ahead of me. I gave him a good head start before I slowly ambled after him, caught up in his riptide. I hoped Paul hadn't brought any further reinforcements. He stood when the water became too shallow and walked onto the beach, a wall of muscle and testosterone, and I relished the amazing view of his backside in damp shorts like the hussy I was. This man was a god, I swear. Paul didn't hesitate to stop as he walked into the tree line and away from the water. I followed his steps a few minutes later on the deserted beach, pulling my bare body from the beach's waves and clambering towards the piles of clothes we'd left behind on the top of the cliff. Jennifer appeared from the trees and was looking at me expectantly. She silently handed me clothes, and I stepped into my pants and shorts. I fixed my hearing aids in place next, pushing back wet hair from my face. I reached for my bra and the hoodie when I heard a shout. My name was being called in a voice I didn't think I wanted to answer. Jennifer looks unbothered as she steps aside to wring her hair out onto the sand. Things tonight just kept getting better. Embry had clearly not expended his anger with Jennifer and was back for round 2. I snatched the jumper to my chest, trying not to lose my last shred of dignity. Although at this point, with Paul's telepathy with the wolves, all hopes of that were surely lost. However, I kept my back firmly turned on my brother as his hot words filled the air between us. You could have died, Imogen, he seethed. Are you crazy? He accused. Well, we didn't die, Jennifer mumbled to herself, flicking her wet hair over her shoulder and stink-eyeing my brother. Anyone could have seen you both. You'd have been the talk of La Push, he began, but I cut him off with my own raised voice. Too late for that. It seems someone did, I accuse. We were in the area, he snapped, and I laughed accusingly. Liar, I hissed, turning to face him, and now my anger is spiked. You've been following me, like you always do, and I have had enough of it, I warn, and he covers his eyes, spluttering in protest. Geez, Imogen, put some clothes on. He squeals, wincing away and stumbling back into the sand. Embry, get a grip. I cry back at him. Their breasts something close to half the population have. I yell as I continue to press the jumper to my chest. I drop the jumper as Embry turns away and towards the trees. He is stumbling blindly and groaning as if I've caused him physical pain. I snag the sports bra over my head and meet the eyes of another wolf in the clearing as I pull it firmly over my chest. My wolf. Paul's stare is wild, a tremor consuming him. I do have the modesty to at least blush. Could you go away too, please? Have you invited anyone else to this little pity party? I demand. What is with you guys? Jennifer sighs, her tone bored, as her eyes flick between us suspiciously. Why are you all following Imogen? She adds, this time looking a little suspect. But Paul's gaze has become a blank mask, void of emotion. Get in the goddamn car, Jennifer, he states in a flat tone, his eyes not breaking the stare we hold. Jennifer sighs, rolls her eyes, and plods past us both, agreeing to Paul's demand. Even she knew better than to test his current mood. Go with Jennifer and your brother, please, Imogen. He can run you to Sam and Emily's so you can warm up and eat some breakfast. Paul gestures to where Jennifer has set off to. I'll be damned if you think I'm going over to Sam's, I challenge him, wincing at the thought of squaring up the pack alpha again. Not. While our last argument was burned so freshly into all our minds. Nor now the whole pack while watching a run through my breasts on. Repeat from the moment Paul shifted into a wolf. My dignity may be a little bruised, but I wasn't going to hell with it. Listen to me, Imogen. I'm trying to help you, Paul counters, pawing at his face. I don't need your help right now, Paul. I snap back, kicking at the sand. Just leave me alone, I decide, turning my back on him. That's right, I'm better on my own. That way, I can't hurt people. Imogen. Paul tries again, but I shake my head firmly, denying any protest. I walk to the water's edge and sink down onto the sand. The water laps at my toes, and I will use it to wash the terrifying desires I feel for Paul away with it. Author's note. I hope you have enjoyed this chapter. Please follow and favorite the story so you can keep track of the updates. I love knowing people are connecting with the story. I am loving the reviews and the engagement from readers. It is so lovely to read feedback and hear your thoughts on how the story is progressing. I love hearing your takes on the characters. I have had some really nice new reviews from guest reviewers which I am so grateful for. Fire Lottie's 17,864T thank you for the feedback on the quality of the writing, and I am looking forward to posting more updates. To my other guest reviewer, I'm sorry I felt so torn with the last chapter. I really wasn't sure whether they could make up, but a reunion was needed to support the wider plot of the story. I agree Bella hasn't been the best friend thus far. Thank you for the other guest review on the last chapter. Love that you're enjoying Imogen's character. Magic Boba Girl, thank you for your review on chapter 13, so appreciated. Happy reading everyone. Ceremonious La Push. July. What do you wear to visit the dead? Do you dress in black out of somberness, or do you wear something bright to show the vividness they brought to your life? In truth, I can lay claim to neither emotion. I never fully grieved my mother because I never knew the women I could only grieve for. What could have been? I have no memory of the warmth of her touch or of her soft voice bring me comfort. I hadn't even been to a funeral before. I didn't spend very much time with my adopted parents' extended family. When their parents passed, I was too young to attend any of the funerals. I had no symbol or grave to visit to remember my mother in Oxford. Pulling on jeans and a t-shirt, I opted for simplicity and then wondered whether I should get flowers for her grave. I hadn't told anyone I was going to visit her. I had to do some research to find out where the graveyard was in La Push and to figure out where she was buried. Some subtle probing of Charlie was enough to get the bulk of the information I required. I wasn't sure what I was hoping to achieve by going to visit her. I hadn't for my whole life. I doubted this was going to be a groundbreaking experience. But I felt I owed it to her. In quick succession, I found my bike helmet, locked up the house, and was cycling up the driveway. It took a little longer than I'd planned to reach the graveyard, and my legs were a little shaky from the hard cycle, but I was here. The gravel crunched under the wheels of the bike as the spokes turned, moving me across the parking lot of the graveyard. For a moment, I wished Paul was here, his warm body embracing me in a firm hug, containing me from my anxieties. But I had shouted at Paul the last time we'd seen each other. Being naked in the water with him, it felt like we'd crossed over a line, and it was impossible to go back. He filled my mind, thinking about him more than I thought was possible, even more than I had before. My desires for him niggled at my soul, and I pined for him even now. I propped the bike against a wall and opened the gate to the entrance of the yard. It is full of headstones. Some look incredibly old, and their inscriptions are unreadable. It saddens me tremendously, and I pause to think of the souls that consumed this space. The lives of the Quileute people who lived before me. Apparently, my birth father had paid for her burial. That's why she was buried here. I wonder if he did that out of guilt. It took me a while longer to find her plot as I wandered through the ghosts and their headstones. I stopped at my mother's gated plot, where a marble headstone dominated, large and shining, with 2 stone angles on either side, guarding over her. The inscription was simple, with her name and dates. Nothing personal. There was no mention of how loved she was, of who she left behind, or of how wrongly taken she was from this earth. Instead, she is dissolved into just a name and a date. She was born, and she died. I ran my fingers along the headstone. "Hi, Mom," I whispered. I looked around nervously, hoping I was still alone. The plots around me were empty, the sky was clouded, and no one strayed nearby. No one could hear me talking to myself. "I'm sorry, I've not been here before. But it looks like someone's been looking after you," I add, sinking down to the manicured lawn, the marble glittering even in the darkness. "I've got so much to tell you," I start to say, breaking off as I realize my cheeks are damp. I brush hurriedly at them with the back of my hands. I wasn't going to cry. I was not going to grieve for a woman I did not know. I was not going to allow this to be another connection to La Push. But I did. I sobbed silent tears, leaning my head against the cold marble. I told her how much I missed her. How angry I was that she'd left me, how hard it had been not having my real mother. I raged, and I sobbed harder, and I pleaded with her to help me find the strength to do the right thing. The television hummed from the living room, and I looked at Bella in defeat. Charlie and Billy seemed thoroughly settled in for the evening while watching the match. I hadn't asked permission to come to Forks, and I wouldn't have taken any attempts to block my travel over here lightly, however. When I arrived and found Jacob looking sheepish in the living room and Billy grinning from his wheelchair, I knew I'd been set up. Damn wolves. I wasn't sure how openly we could talk, especially not with Jacob's freakish hearing, but the television was on so loud that I'm sure half the neighborhood knew the latest scores for each team. My heart was pulling me back to the reservation, and I tried to block such thoughts. I needed space, something that would be good for me. Plus, it was nice to spend some time with Bella. We'd excused ourselves as soon as was politely possible, and Jacob looked pleadingly at us to rescue him. But he deserved to suffer in the company of his dad and Charlie for his betrayal. Bella sat upright, her posture tense, even in her own bedroom. I, however, was sprawled out on the carpet, trying to calm my racing mind. "How is the wedding planning coming along?" I asked lightly, allowing us to plunge into the topic that must be consuming Bella's life. I think I do well at keeping the hurt from seeping into my voice. I always imagined, as a child, planning our weddings together. I'd been blissfully naive then. "I avoid getting into it," she shrugs, shaking her head. "Alice seems to have everything in hand," she says, breaking off with a shrug as if trying to sound as nonchalant as she can about the topic. But I can see it in her eyes. I stand slowly, my body throbbing in protest. I sway slightly from the palpitations in my chest, but step to the bed and sink down next to Bella. Slowly, I cup her hand and give it an assuring squeeze. "Families, hey," I laugh, gently nudging her. "You should elope to Las Vegas. You could go to one of those drive-through ceremonies. That really would be a good one for the bucket list," I suggest with delight, my smile widening at the thought of an Elvis impersonator blessing Bella and Edwards in a ceremony. Bella rolls her eyes, shaking her head. I'm sure Edward will be delighted. Charlie would have kittens, she winced. We lapse into silence, and I stretch out my legs as a cheer erupts from the room beneath us. Talking about the bucket list, Bella muses, standing from the bed, crossing to the window, and pulling me with her. She opens the window and leans out, a breeze running through our hair as we press our heads tightly together. I sense that whatever she is about to tell me is deeply private, not to be overheard. Her skin is blushing feverishly, and I cringe, unsure if I want to be given another of her secrets. What more is left to go on the list? I ask, allowing her hand to set upon my arm. I wanted to add one more, she admits, looking down at her lap, and I wonder quite how bad her announcement is going to be. Charlie and Billy are blissfully unaware beneath us of the gravity of what Bella is about to share, and I pray Jacob has fallen asleep or is equally drawn into the conversations going on downstairs to be ear-wigging. Well, spit it out. I laugh with a nervous hum of energy. Don't get mad, she warns, taking a steady breath. I want to lose my virginity before I become a vampire, she splutters out. Who with? You can't possibly ask Jacob, I warn, immediately jumping in to protect him. Of course not, she snaps impatiently, frowning at my lack of sensitivity. It will be with Edward. Is that even, possible? I demand. A wave of nausea is rocking me. I mean, he is a vampire, I press. Yes, it is, she sniffs. I nod wordlessly back. Bella looks away from me, eyes distant in the twilight of the night sky. He could kill you doing this, couldn't he? I ask with a voice so soft that it is barely audible. Maybe, but he would never hurt me, Amy, she assures, grasping my hand and giving it an assuring squeeze. Of course not, I agree, but I feel the world crumbling before my eyes. He might very well kill Bella before he is even able to turn her into a vampire. It just makes sense. I think it's a human experience everyone should have, she assures, grasping my hands in hers and squeezing assuringly. Yes, I agree. A human experience between two humans, that's how it tends to work, Bella, I deadpan. Paul isn't human, she counters with a stab I hadn't been anticipating. None of the wolves are fully human. Does that mean they can't have sex with humans? She demands. Her defenses rise to a fortress at the threat I've staged against her beloved Edward. That's not the same, Bella, I dispute. They're still very much alive, and Paul would be fully in control of himself. I didn't add that wolves don't have a desire to kill the person they're making love to by drinking their blood. She releases my hands as if I've stung her. My own are clammy with sweat. If this is what you want and need, then I can't stand in your way. But I can't help but feel you wouldn't have told me if you weren't seeking my opinion and my advice. I press, giving her an opportunity to confide in me. I wanted your reassurances, she saddens. Hey, when have I ever been reassuring? I tease, bumping her arm and slinging my own around her to hug her to my side. Valid point, she admits, smiling weakly, her mind consumed in her own thoughts. How long has this been planned for? I ask her. A while, she shrugs, looking through me. Why can't you just wait until you've become a vampire? I ask, panic creeping into my voice. He could kill her, I mean. Not just turn her into a vampire kind of dead, but dead. When I become a vampire, I will desire blood, first and foremost. Not Edward. I want my first time to be special, she whispers, her gaze meeting mine and becoming a wild mix of longing and fear. I have a feeling I know all too well, but for different reasons. When are you planning on, I break off, trying to shift the topic away from the darker themes. On our honeymoon, those are the terms we agreed on, she reveals bristly. The terms? I laughed. This was beginning to sound a little sinister. Edward will take my virginity if I marry him. That's what we agreed to. He's traditional like that, she shrugs, like she's just commented on the weather. But that's God, Bella. You can't agree to marry someone just because they say they will then have sex with you. You can't form a marriage on that, I cry in horror. It wasn't like that, she counters, backpedaling quickly. I do want to marry him, she added, her voice becoming weaker. Bella, I say, grabbing her firmly by the shoulders. You shouldn't do anything you don't want to do. You can't form a marriage out of a trade-off like that. Just because you don't marry him, that doesn't mean you don't love him, I explained to her firmly. I need to do it. I'm going to do it, she whispers defiantly. I know, and it's killing me that I can't stop you. I gulped and pulled her into me as the tears began to fall from my eyes. And then suddenly, within that moment, it became clear. The future is more visible than Alice could ever foresee. Bella was going to become a vampire. Bella would be stolen from us all. It was decided, destined now, and fated in the stars. Nothing I could do would stand in the way of Bella and Edward's story. Their fate was as intertwined as that of mine and Paul's. Author's note. I hope you enjoyed reading this latest update. I'm loving the reviews, so please keep them coming. They are so helpful for the story development and to see how readers are engaging with the fiction. I also wanted to thank everyone who has followed and favorited the stories so far. Thank you to my guest reviews again. I am really excited for the journey Imogen is going to go on with working through her autoimmune condition and finding herself on that journey. It isn't an easy path to take. Lauren Elise 10, thank you for the question. I haven't yet labeled her autoimmune condition, but yes, her condition is lupus. Thank you for the feedback. I'm glad you gave the story a chance. I look forward to checking out some of your stories. The Bonfire La Push. July. I had been invited to my first tribal meeting. Clearly, I hadn't disrespected the elders by cliff diving naked from First Beach earlier this week. Or perhaps Paul and Embry had managed to keep their thoughts in check. I wondered how I'd managed to snag a ticket to what the pack was acting like was the event of the year, from their heightened behavior. Perhaps it was because I was Paul's imprint, or maybe this meeting was being disguised as a questioning session over Bella. My attendance, although not voluntary, was something I aimed to see the positive side of. I had spent the entirety of yesterday evening, after painting all day, arguing with Sam Yulee over dinner with the shapeshifter about my having to join the meeting. It wasn't helping. The art was flaring my pain levels, and I was double dosing on medication, which was wreaking havoc on my body with its flurry of side effects. You need to put some clothes on. Embry ground out from the doorway of my bedroom, frowning at me. I had just finished throwing up for the third time today and was about to slip him off when another voice dismissed him. Leave her be, Paul warned with a growl, and I balked at the sight of him. Had he gotten taller? He leaned past Embry to look at me. My frame was lost within the size of the double bed, and I huddled myself in the quilts, wanting to sink deeper into the mattress to avoid his probing stare. We had been trying to avoid one another since the beach. Paul hadn't been near the Yulee household in days, and Jennifer had told me he'd gone AWOL. You really can't go out dressed like that, Amy. Embry continued, ignoring Paul's warning. I am in clothes, I whined, turning my face down in the bed and groaning into the pillow. I needed the bed to swallow me whole and avoid this situation. Trust me, you wouldn't be here if she wasn't. Paul smirked, and I heard something collide with what I hoped was his skull. Man whore. I ground out into the pillow, lifting my head to give him a filthy stare. Paul chuckled and crossed the threshold, striding into the room and sinking onto the mattress. He hesitated for a moment, and our eyes met. I wasn't sure what I would do if he didn't touch me. My body was begging me to allow his fingers to run along my tender skin to soothe the aches. I sighed aloud as he slid me onto his lap, and I pressed my throbbing head against his warm chest. He hummed in agreement with my sigh, and I was enveloped in his warmth. People will stare at you, Embry complained, unmoving from his stance on why I couldn't go to the meeting in a pastel pink tracksuit set. Paul rested his head on mine, and I smirked at the glare. I knew he'd be firing towards Embry. Sam wanted her clothed, Embry countered, remembering the vicious argument I'd had with their alpha over the dinner, where I'd threatened my lack of attendance. I am clothed, I complained again, this time from the crook of Paul's neck. He stroked lazy circles on my back, his fingers tracing burning trails along my back under the hoodie. You'll freeze. Embry tried one last time, and Paul tensed. I felt the muscles in his arm flex like he was ready to shift into his second skin, the wolf. I'm sure I can find a way to keep Imogen warm, Paul scoffed at Embry, who seemed to recognize the idiocy of his words. Fine, he cried, throwing up his hands in defeat. Whatever, you can deal with her, Embry groaned, slamming the bedroom door behind him. I like the sound of that. Paul smirked at me, throwing me back on the mattress and making me squeal. Just how do you plan on dealing with me? I crooned, propping myself up on my elbows to take in the wolf standing before me. It was as if he broadened under my stare. I wondered if it was something about the imprint. I could have sworn Paul seemed taller than when we'd first met, certainly taller. It was as if the wolf's desire to protect had packed his body with more lean muscle. Paul pulled on the waistband of my sweatpants, easily sliding me over the cover of the bed. I believe we have some unfinished business, Morgan, he husked, dragging me quicker so my core collided with his lower waist, and we both groaned in unison. My mind clouded with thought of the water lapping at my bare breasts and the way Paul's calloused hands slid across my flesh. He'd grabbed my soft parts, molding me under his hard hands in the water at the beach. Try me, I smirked back, flexing my hips from the bed to push into his need. Paw-like hands clutched firmly down upon hips, holding me in place, the touch firm, making me wither. My own body shuddered. In pleasure, damn him. Paul made me forget my pain. He dulled the aches of my body, and the imprint hummed in pleasure with every illicit stroke he gave me. Damn woman. Are you trying to kill me? Paul husked, his voice deep and threatening, but he didn't move my hips away. The wolf was in his eyes, and the orbs the color of the dark side of the moon beckoned me on. I would drive this man as crazed as he had made me. I don't know what you mean, I giggled, throatily sliding my calf behind his firm ass to push him into me again. I longed for the idea of touching like this. I'd missed him greatly. Paul flipped me roughly onto my stomach, and I groaned at the pleasure of the dominance he exerted over me. I withered under Paul as his firm hands dragged my waist higher, grounding his thick desire into me through our clothing, pushing so hard against me that he could feel the heat between my own legs. The imprint needed him. So fucking good, he husked, stroking his large palm over the curve of my arm, and I whimpered for him. Whimpered. Like a fucking hussy. His other hand moved, pulling through my waved hair, making my nipples tighten with desire as he pulled on the hair, tugging my head back as he ground into me, making me throb with need. Don't play with me, Goldilocks. Paul warned, punctuating each word with a thrust into me. The clothes the only thing keeping this barely from crossing a line. The wolf doesn't like to be teased. He smacked my ass and dropped me back onto the mattress. The only reason you aren't naked right now is because your brother is in the house, he husked, sliding his body on top of me and pressing me into the mattress with his weight. I will have you, Imogen, and when I have you, you will be beginning for me to take you, to seal the fate of the imprint. You will moan for me in pleasure, so wild the trees will shake, and you will beg me never to stop. When I take you as my mate, Imogen, there will be no going back. The gods made us for one another, Paul warned, his voice cooing in my ear. His weight retreated, and he was pushing off me and stepping back from me as if he needed to distance himself to stop him from reaching out to me again. I spluttered for words, trying to decide whether I wanted to slap him or pull him back down on me and beg him to devour me. I wasn't doing anything you hadn't done to me, you jerk, I rebuked, puffing hair from my face and dead-eyeing him. I rolled over and shuffled to the edge of the bed, sitting upright. He leant forward, grasping my chin and dead-eyeing me. What I would love to do to that filthy lil mouth, he drawled, his beautiful accent curling around my skin like an embrace. I pushed against his hand, nearing my face to his, and licked my tongue over his lips, brushing over them with a teasing gesture that was surely going to make me burn in hell. Embry called from the hallway, and Paul dropped my jaw, his hands slack by his side. It was his turn to be speechless for a moment. The door rattled as Embry smacked his hand against the door, urging us to hurry up. Get in the car now, Morgan, Paul demanded, and I giggled, falling back onto the bed in hysteria. Go figure. I ended up sitting in my tracksuits still. However, we had compromised, and I had agreed to wear a coat and stay next to Paul for the entire meeting so as not to become hyperthermic. This arrangement also meant I might be able to squeeze a power nap in while people were talking about politics. The drive was painfully long as Paul took the truck on a route I'd never crossed before. It was dust tracks and off-roading, and I was glad of the truck's power. Embry was silent the whole drive, as if knowing the impending doom we were driving towards. We pulled up in a dark field, and there were no signs around to indicate where exactly we were, but Paul was down from the cab and by my side in mere seconds. A small cluster of other vehicles were in the clearing, and the wind was bitter as it nipped at my extremities. "This way," Paul gestured after he'd helped me from the truck, and we walked together, the three of us in agreeable silence. Paul's fingers held mine, his palm warm against my own. The men didn't complain about my slower pace as we padded across a pine-covered clearing. I could smell the bonfire, the smoke twisting up into the dark night sky. The stars were beautiful here. Unlike in Oxford, light pollution was minimal. I looked in wonder at the vivid constellations above us. Bella had spoken to me about the bonfires. That was how she had managed to piece together the mystery of the wolves and the vampires. Her emails had been hazy. They came in a constant flurry of details, initially like a tangled web. "Earth calling Imogen," a female voice boomed, and I realized we had stopped suddenly. "Leah!" I exclaimed with delight, widening my eyes as I realized we had reached the crackling fire and the muffled voices that sat camped around it. "I didn't think you'd come to this," she added the last word with disdain. I was coerced. I laughed softly, looking at my bodyguards on either side of me. "Me and you both," she nodded with an eye roll. "See you around Goldilocks," she added with a brazen shrug. Emily was waving to us from across the bonfire, and I processed Leah's dismissal. My heart pans for a moment, and I sigh as we move towards Emily. We embrace, and I look for a space to sit. We are back from the fire, but the heat flickers towards us, the wood sparking and crackling in delicious pops. Paul sits on a makeshift bench, which groans under his weight. I feel tense as he encourages me to sit between his legs. The position is so intimate, and I can feel people's gazes on us. But if I want warmth, Paul is my best option. I sit between his legs, so he cradles me. I shiver as the predator holds the prey. His touch is nothing but comforting, and he keeps it PG rated. "I just got woken up about 20 minutes ago for this," I sigh, turning to Emily, who chuckles at my antics and obvious frustration. "There's going to be hell to pay for this," I tell Paul and Embry. "You're always pissy when you wake up," Paul's gravelly voice reminds me, his chest rumbling as he talks. "Maybe that's because I am always getting woken up by one of you bursting into the house from patrol," I snapped back in jest. "You're not the only one who wants more sleep," he laughed, stretching out behind me, his arms coming back to rest around my waist, pulling me closer into his bear hug. "Can we go home yet?" I whined in mock jest, and Paul tensed. "You're worse than Jennifer. I should have brought her instead," he teased, his voice whispering into my ear. I grinned and laughed at the thought of her stomping around the meeting. Paul buried his face into my hair, and I wiggled as he inhaled my scent, the movement tickling my neck. "Good idea. We should have time for a swap," I giggled in agreement. "I think people would be wondering what happened to the girl with the weird, colored hair." He laughed, stroking fingers over my hip bones, making me fall silent. "Don't talk about yourself like that," I said back with a smile. "Whatever, Morgan," he mumbled, nuzzling my neck. "Bite me, Lahote," I laughed. "Don't tempt me. I could leave you a love bite just here. Mark you as mine," he suggested, nudging the collar of my neck with his nose. I blushed feverishly at the thought. "Get me a bucket." Leah snarls, and I look up to realize she has come to stand in front of us. I gasp and move to stand, realizing the taint of emotion behind her words. My heart throbs, and I grab out for her slender wrist, urging her to stay. "Where are you going? Sit with us, please," I plead with a small smile, willing her to listen. Leah roughly shrugs me off for jerking her hand from mine and shaking her head. I watch her go, wanting with all my heart to fix her, to mend the broken pieces the imprint has left behind. Emily doesn't meet my gaze, and my heart aches for her too, for the lives the imprint has impacted. "She's always like that. Don't take it personally," Paul mumbled into my ear, and I followed Leah as she moved around the bonfire to a quieter side, almost out of our line of sight. "It's so sad," I whisper, and Paul tenses as if he can feel the pain I feel for Leah. "Don't go there, Imogen, please. There is too much shit going on for even you to try and interfere with," he warns. I was about to tell him that I did not interfere when silence fell around the campfire. My nerves were stoked at the eerily silent silence, and I settled back deeper into Paul's embrace. Billy Black began to speak, and his voice was entrancing as he talked over the crackle of the fire. His voice sent me on a mystical journey through the legends I'd grown up hearing as a child. The stories danced aloud, shared amongst the firelight. The history of our shared ancestors, of the origins of the pack, and of the reasons for their presence. It brings a hum of reminiscence for me as I remember listening to my adopted father tell me such stories as a child, the stories of my true family. The tribal folk stories continued late into the night. The people attending flittered in and out, with only the pack members remaining for the duration of the evening. Food was passed around, delicious home-cooked cuisines that even willed my unsettled stomach into eating. Paul wolfed down 3 platefuls, laughing as he teasingly balanced a plate on my head. While eating in jest, the fire was down to the embers, and I had been drifting in and out of sleep for the last hour. I blamed Paul's ridiculous body temperature and the atmosphere that was pulling me in, enveloping me like a blanket. The feeling of home. Huga. It was only the shapeshifters, the elders, and a small number of others who kept their secret left around the burnt-out pit. "The Cullens," Sam began, and it perked my sleepy head to rapt attention. Now was my time. Now I had to make my choice. If I didn't speak, I wouldn't be able to protect my family, my true family. The Cullens. The Cullens meant Bella. They're due to be married imminently. The Swan Girl talks of wanting to be changed, he announced to the group, his voice husky. I sensed his hesitancy and his fear. "There is no wanting about it," I correct, crossing my arms with a humph that has Paul tensing and every word whirling towards me. "They've never made it to break the treaty yet," someone prompts, challenging my stance. "Well, perhaps we'd be better off hearing from the one person here who can give us real answers." Imogen, Billy probes, and I meet his eye, accepting the fate handed to me. I wonder if this is a test. I wonder if I will fail miserably. Paul's hands dance nervously around my hips, and I can't stop his shaking that is jerking my own body. The imprint wills me to run with him, to run again, and to never stop running from this dream-like world. Billy knows. I can see it in his eyes. His pleading face. The hatred he feels towards Cullens shocks me, but I understand that the need to protect is innate. Billy knows what she has planned, and he knows I know. I wouldn't want to speak out of turn. I'm not here to cause any trouble, I shrug softly. "Why are you here, then, Imogen?" Sam snaps, and I wonder if he is trying to rile me up to get a reaction. I came here because I was due to start my university degree in the fall. My birthday had meant my mother's trust was open to me, and she'd left me her bungalow. I had planned to come here to sell it before leaving for university. I came here earlier than planned, and things happened. I paused, looking over my shoulder to try and see Paul's face in the darkness. The dying fire had stripped us of much-needed light. But I came here early because Bella has been telling me things for a very long time. She told me about vampires, about you all, your history, and your pack, and she told me. I break off, not sure if I am ready to confirm their worst fears. "Answer the question, Imogen. For the safety of this tribe, you must answer the question," Billy pleads, and I look around in the dim light, looking at the faces that surround me. I look at my family. The family I can have is the family that makes me feel like I belong. The family I was destined to be with. There was never a choice, really. Bella hopes to be changed when she leaves high school. They're planning a wedding. They will be married. They will share something intimate. Then he will turn her into a vampire, I whisper. Edward will make Bella a vampire. If he doesn't kill her in the process, that is, I add icily. They will break the treaty, Sam roars, and I am tense. She won't change her decision. They have not yet broken the treaty. You cannot act on possibilities. The future could change. She could delay it. She could decide to wait longer, I countered in warning. They can't change her. Embry mutters, looking from me to Sam. They can't really do that, can they? He balks, looking pale. The action we take must be decided upon, Billy states, firmly looking to Sam. But Sam is staring at me. His eyes were looking into my soul. If the Cullens do intend to break the treaty, if they change Bella Swan into a cold one, they will have broken the treaty. Meaning the Cullens will have to be hunted and killed, Sam confirms, and I let out a small sob at the truth I knew was coming. The treaty would be broken, Imogen, Paul pleads, turning me in his hold to paw the tears from my face. It means they could kill someone. They could kill any of us. To kill our families, they could kill Jennifer, Emily, and you, he warns me, willing me to see the severity of the situation. And I knew it all. You can't kill her, I plead. Please promise me you won't kill Bella, though, I whisper. If they turn her into a cold one, we have no choice, Sam warns. She would be bloodthirsty, a newly changed vampire. She could take out most of our population if she was left unchecked. I'm so sorry, Imogen, Emily soothed beside me. So am I agreed, looking around the group. We have a duty, Imogen, Sam added, and I nodded sadly in agreement. I understand, I agreed with a soft nod. Sam looks at me softly, his gaze brotherly, as he watches Paul console me. I stood willingly with Paul. No one spoke as I tugged his hand, leading him with me. We walked in silence, padding deeper together into the woods. I want to speak to the wolf, I sighed, turning to him and meeting his dark orbs. Paul looked taken aback and tilted his head in surprise. I am the wolf, he laughed, and I shook my head. You are and you aren't, I shrugged. You are a wolf in human clothing. Paul found this highly amusing and continued to chuckle as we unbuttoned his shorts and tossed them aside, shifting on command. I didn't stumble back as they towered over me. Instead, I stepped closer, reaching to touch his soft fur. Whatever happens, I need you to still love me. No matter how bad things get, I need you to remember our connection. Please, please, don't kill Bella. Unless you must, unless someone's life is in danger, please don't kill her. I can't tell you not to. I understand that would be wrong. I know you have a duty, and this is primal. But please, if there is ever a choice, don't do it. She doesn't understand what she is doing. I whisper, stroking the snout of the wolf, my finger running over its pointed ears, my fingers lodging into the fur of its back. The wolf stooped down, pawing at the dirt, until he sat and stretched out the towering frame, willing me to go with him. I lowered myself onto the dirt beside him, pressing my face into the luscious fur, breathing in the wilderness. It was clear that Bella was going to have to die. In one way or another, Bella would be dying. And if it looked to be going the way it seemed bound to play out, Paul, my wolf, was going to be tangled in this web of fates. Author's note. I hope you have enjoyed this update. It has been lovely to continue writing about Imogen and Paul. Your feedback is so helpful, please leave a review. Thank you to my guest reviewer. I am so sorry to hear you are battling with your own autoimmune diseases. It's lovely to hear that you are enjoying seeing some representation of these struggles in literature. It is a real passion of mine to bring awareness to this. Thank you for a lovely review and for sharing such kind words with everyone. Jaded La Push. July. I lay awake toasty under the bed quilts that made me feel heady with lust. Paul's scent engulfed the bedding, and I snuggled deeper. My body was sore following the treaty meeting last night, and I laughed at my stupidity. I was pushing my body, ignoring its need for rest. I would not allow myself to be weak, but perhaps a lazy morning in bed wouldn't do me too much harm? However, to my disappointment, the bed was very much empty of one particular wolf, and I'd fanned my hand out the moment I'd woken up, reaching for him. But the bed was empty, and the spot he'd slept on next to me was still warm. I closed my eyes, allowing the blush to creep over my neck. We'd slept clothed, barley clothed, but clothed. I could feel every inch of his hard body pressing against mine all night. I didn't think he could smell the desire in me, the heady need to be satisfied. But I was too tiered. The night had been testing. Many secrets had been spilled between us. The door to the bedroom opened, and I shot upright, whirling at the intrusion into my sanctuary of silence. Oh shit. Sorry, Goldilocks. I thought this was the door to the bathroom. A gruff voice apologized hastily, slamming the door shut, and I heard footsteps retreating across the landing. Jennifer's latest conquest, or a member of the pack? I ran through the conversations. Goldilocks. Damn those wolves. Paul hardly allowed the others around here, mainly because of Jennifer and his antisocial tendencies. Which meant that Jennifer was dating a member of the pack. I brushed my hair back from my face and moved to pull on one of Paul's only t-shirts, wondering if I could salvage some fresh clothes. From Jennifer's room. Paul's room remained almost as sterile as the first time I'd visited. The only difference was that now I had a small collection of clothing here, dotted around the room, asserting my mark on his life. I reasoned that a trip to Jennifer's room would in fact be too risky, so I pulled on a pair of shorts from a previous visit. When I went downstairs, the kitchen showed a sign of the tornado that was familiar to the likes of my brother and Jennifer's messes. Cutlery spilled across the drainer, and we were also out of milk. Great. I pulled my hair back into a bun and set to work uncluttering the counters. I was midway through making a cup of tea when the man from earlier appeared again. Jennifer, I assumed, must be sleeping soundly upstairs, enjoying sleeping in again. I tried to place his face. He was very familiar. Perhaps I had seen him last night at the bonfire. He had fanning blonde hair and long, lanky limbs, a teenager rather than a man. Sorry about earlier, Goldilocks, he apologized sheepishly. At least he was dressed. It seemed not all the wolves prided themselves on walking around shirtless. Goldilocks, I rebutted, frowning. They call you Goldilocks, he laughed nervously, looking around the empty kitchen for an escape route. Who? I cry outraged. Everyone, he shrugs nonchalantly. I don't think we've met before, he adds boldly, considering his earlier statement. I'm Imogen, but it sounds like you've already heard everything about me, I mock, and he blushes. I'm Brady, he replied with another boyish grin. Look, have you seen Jennifer? We spent some time together last night, but it seems she's bounced, he sighed. Looked a little defeated. Paul would kill him. Rip him in half right here on the kitchen floor if he catches wind of this, I realize. Why don't you have some breakfast? She might turn up in the meantime. I suggest kindly, trying to rationalize my thoughts. Paul couldn't hurt Brady. They were pack brothers. Food sounds good. Brady laughs, his face lighting up. It was such a baby face. His skin was olive and his hair dark as coal, but he was still so young to be a shapeshifter. It saddened me. Brady was already filling the coffee pot, and I widened my eyes at the brashness of the gesture. He seemed quite happy to settle himself into Paul's kitchen, and it made my skin prickle. But it was done with such innocence that I allowed myself to calm down. Toast. I think Jennifer used the last of the milk before she bounced, I admitted with a helpless shrug. Brady agreed on toast, and I even managed to find some bagels in the freezer, which I set to grill. So, Jennifer, I asked, lightly accepting the buttery bagel he passed me on a plate and bit down. Brady looked at me with a quizzical expression. Jennifer, he shrugged, turning his back away from me to dump the butter knife in the sink. It's complicated. She keeps changing her mind about what she wants, he laughed, sighing. Is that why she'd left this morning before he'd woke up? It's a woman's prerogative to change her mind, I assured her with a laugh, and Brady groaned, palming his face. But if you want Jennifer, you can't just sleep with her, you need to love her. She wants to be loved so desperately, I added, biting down again on the bagel and enjoying its buttery taste. His eyes looked fascinated, and he leant forward on his forearms, peering at me from across the counter, but before he added anything further, his gaze darkened, and he drew back. I turned to follow his stare, craning my neck to meet a tanned chest. Bravo! Paul teased at my little speech, plucking the remaining bagel from my hand and chewing it down with one large bite. I gasped as his tongue came out to swipe the butter from my thumb, all coherent thoughts dissipating. That was mine, I husked, my eyes widening with lust. It tasted pretty shit. I think I did you a favor. How about I take you out for breakfast somewhere instead? he teased with a wink that made me feel delirious as he palmed at my hips. But first, here is a question. Paul's tone darkened, and the predator took hold as he turned his stare onto Brady. What are you doing in my house? Paul leveled at him. Just brunching your girlfriend, Brady joked, and it would be his downfall. Paul didn't show a sense of humor when I was involved. His hand extended too quickly for my eyes to take in. His hand flexed to lock around Brady's neck, dragging him across the counter and slamming him into the wall. The move was freakishly fast, blurring before my eyes. Paul! I screeched in horror and panic. I rounded the counter desperately, trying to separate Paul from Brady. Paul's body caged Brady as he held him, choking him out and landing a punch to his ribs. Maybe Paul couldn't kill Brady, with them being pack brothers, but that didn't mean Paul wouldn't try. Where was the pack alpha when you needed them? I launched towards Paul, wondering what I could do to make him loosen his death grip on Brady. I opted to slam into his back, hoping the motion of a collision might be enough to make him halt, but he didn't even flinch. Let the hell go, Paul, I hiss, flexing my shaking hands around the top of his arm. Paul! I cry again, my own voice becoming hoarser, but Paul is lost to the will of the wolf. Brady chokes out a breath, and I wonder why he hasn't tried to phase yet or whether he's still so new to phasing that he is too panicked to manage it. I reach my hand back and slap the hand holding Brady's neck. I scream and reel back from the pain. I heard a crunch, and I know it's from the thin bone in my finger snapping. Paul has whirled me around and is pressing me into him, his reflexes unnaturally fast. His mouth peppers kisses over my face as he cradles my hand, his face ashen in horror. You broke my finger, I whimper, holding my hand up aghast. You don't hit wolves, Imogen, Paul grunts out, cradling my hand. I look past him to where Brady is rubbing his neck, taking husky breaths. You still here, Paul hisses in warning, still holding me as he turns back to Brady once more. Brady, this time, flinches and recoils at the threat. Get out, I state, flatly pulling my throbbing hand from Paul's, stepping away from the cradle of his arms, and sinking to the floor of the kitchen. Excuse me. Paul laughs coldly. I said, get out, I repeat. You're telling me to leave my own house. Paul barks a laugh, stepping forward and reaching for me. The imprint begs me to close the gap, to rest my throbbing fingers on the warmth of his chest, and to allow him to comfort me. You need to go somewhere and calm down. I shrug stubbornly. If you don't leave, then I will, I add with defiance. Go for it, he shot back, calling my bluff. I glare at his slitted eyes. The imprint pulls back into my chest, recoiling at his taunts. Brady, help me up, please. Don't touch her, Paul snapped venomously, looking ready to whirl on Brady with his fists once more. I scowled at them both and bit back the snarl I wanted to rip into Paul. How dare he try and assert his protectiveness over me? Not when I was like this. With gritted teeth, I grabbed a hold of the counter and used it to push me up, preventing Paul from fussing at me with a fierce glare. Jennifer appeared from nowhere, clutching a pint of milk and a box of cereal tucked under her arm. Her makeup was fixed immaculately, and her hair was carefully styled, even during the morning. Brady waved at her as if this could diffuse the tension that chalked the room. As I looked her over, I wondered how long she'd been in the house for. None of us had given her too much of our focus, which was sadly often how we acted around the girl. Left her always looking in from the outside. There are so many secrets. Jennifer flicked her eyes from me, clutching my hand to Paul's split fists, dripping blood onto the floor but healing even before my own eyes. They settled on Brady's neck and black eye. I ignored them all, not ready for the explanation that Brady and Paul were going to cobble together. I didn't want to hear any more lies. I would go home, strap my fingers up, and stay clear of the wolves until I'd gotten a tight lid back on my temper. I had a collection of painkillers that could rival the local chemist, and years of playing netball as a younger teenager meant I was a dab hand at strapping up broken fingers. I ran from the house, past Paul's reaching grasp, and slammed the door to the yelling that echoed through the small space. The pain in my hand niggled. Paul and Brady would be fully healed within the hour, I would bet. Me, not so much. I lacked the superhuman healing powers of the wolves. I was far too human for that. The idea of walking home was a foolish one, especially in my attire, but I wasn't about to turn back to the house. With sheer determination, I made it onto the main road, planning to walk the entire way to hell with it. But fate had other plans. I recognized the black truck hurtling towards me from the direction I'd just left, and I stepped back into the tree line, hoping it would accelerate straight towards me. The truck thundered past, and I sighed in relief. At least one unnecessary encounter was avoided. However, I realized luck was not on my side. The truck's brake lights danced in the sunlight, and the wheels screeched as Paul swung the truck across the road, turning right there, recklessly, narrowly missing a tree with the sharp circle he turned. I gulped as the truck hurtled towards me once more, pulling up beside me before I could even contemplate bolting for the woods behind me. Paul's eyes were so dark, I could hardly see any white left as they stared at me from the cab. "Imogen," Paul boomed, his voice thick with emotion. He looked away from me, sliding a mask in place and schooling his features. "Imogen," he tried again, more carefully this time, "please get in the truck." He leant himself back into the leather of the cab's seats, forcing himself to stay in place. His paw-like hands clutched the steering wheel so tightly that the veins in his arms popped speckles of blood dust at his knuckles. "The cuts are invisible now." "No," I snapped, curtly walking around the truck and continuing along the edge of the road. The engine of the car continues to idle, and I hear the purr of the acceleration as Paul edges up beside me once more. He was losing his willpower now. I could see him desperately restraining himself from jumping out of the car and shaking me with all his might. Because he was Paul, he was my imprint, he was my protector, and my being in pain was killing him. "Imogen, can you please get in the car? I will drive you to see Sue. She can help with your hand," he insisted once more. "What part of no isn't clear enough, Paul? Just leave me alone," I warned, trying to quicken my pace, stumbling over the uneven terrain. "I am so cross with you right now," I seethed to myself, but I know Paul will hear with his freakish sense of sound. Paul keeps up with me easily in the car, his eyes alternating between my path and the road. The tears well in my eyes, and I shake them away. I'm not sure why I was crying. It wasn't from the pain. My body had subjected me to far worse than this. Perhaps it was the adrenaline wearing off. Had Paul fighting with Brady scared me? Had it frightened me to see the depths he would go to protect my virtue? Maybe a little? The tears slid quicker, and I shuddered a little. "Imogen, get in the fucking car." Paul barked at me, and I flushed, hesitating to take another step. "I am not the hero in your story, Imogen. The imprint makes me dangerous, Imogen, so dangerous. I've warned you before. I would kill for you. I am a predator, Imogen, a dangerous one. That scares you, I know. I want to be better and not scare you, but when it comes to you, I can't act rationally." Paul finished with a sigh, stopping the car and sinking his head into his hands. "The fact that you are hurt, Imogen, it is breaking me," he gulped, his voice muffled in his hands. "I can't even begin to explain how sorry I am for your hand." I wanted to step forward, but I also wanted to turn my back on him. But my heart whimpered with the urge to comfort Paul. I told him he might scare me, but I was also enthralled by him. I want to tell him that if I hadn't hit him, my fingers wouldn't be broken. To tell him, we were both at fault. I moved into the passenger seat of the car and rested my palm carefully against his bare bicep. I kept my sore hand cradled in my lap. Paul's eyes turned to meet mine, softening. There was neither a sarcastic comment nor an angry exchange. Instead, Paul hit the gas, speeding us down the road. "Well, hey, kiddo," Charlie cooed from the doorway, slapping me on the back and throwing a questioning look at Paul over my shoulder. Seth stood behind him, his eyes bulging at my bruised fingers. "What happened to you?" He gushed, the repulsion clearly displayed on his face, and he paled as Paul stared him down over my shoulder. This guy was something else. Trying to get something into Paul's thick skull, I joked, and Seth looked away. Charlie looked in confusion, and Paul's hands came to flex around my waist, nudging me through the doorway of Clearwater's home. Charlie padded back across the carpeted room, dismissing the riddles we were talking about, and sat beside Billy on an old sofa. They watched the screen intently, and I was thankful for the game, which proved a great distraction. You broke your hand hitting Paul, Seth faltered, looking between us and piecing it together finally. Paul's mouth set into a firm, grim line, and I nodded. He was trying to kill someone, I shrugged in a matter-of-fact way. I wouldn't have killed him. He just needed to remember his place. It's a pack thing. Paul bit back in a hiss. Well, that just makes it dandy, then, doesn't it? I snorted with an eye roll. It's a wolf thing, Imogen, he reiterated. No, it's a Paul thing, I corrected. We followed Seth away from the living room. Even though Charlie was distracted, we shouldn't be talking about the pack this close within his earshot. When we crossed the threshold to the kitchen, I groaned aloud. Paul's hand hadn't left my waist, and it was stroking soothing circles over my skin. Oh dear Lord, who called in the cavalry? I whined, meeting eyes with my brother across the kitchen. Nice to see you too, he shot back, moving towards me and ignoring Paul's snarl of warning as he picked up my hand. I didn't flinch under this warm touch, and he looked over my hand like it was a specimen in a lab. Whose side are you on? Seth asked, slipping past us and sliding onto one of the counters. Embry stared at him for a little too long, as if trying to decide if he was joking. Paul's, he shot coolly, and I balked at the answer, feeling betrayed. Sorry, I scoffed. Embry shrugged, raising broad shoulders up and down, sighing almost as if the weight of them was a task in itself. Brady should have known better. I would have freaked out if another guy was in my house chatting you up. He was not chatting me up. I cried a little too loudly as the voices from the living room quietened for a moment. I blushed and looked down at my feet. Paul remained silent as they debated our situation. You should not have hit Paul. You don't hit wolves unless you have like a crowbar. Seth appeased me. I barked out a laugh. Duly noted. Sam is going to whoop your ass though, Paul, Embry mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, and Paul grimaced a little. You're in his good books after the bonfire. Seth added, as if needing to justify why Sam would be upset with me being hurt. Shucks, thanks guys, I spat sarcastically, frowning. It wasn't meant to sound like that, Embry corrected quickly. What we mean is that Sam really respects what you did, Imogen, for the pack. He knows how much Bella means to you. I nodded. The emotions stirring within me were nauseating. Before we could proceed with the topic further, a woman with a slender face and eyes as dark as her hair stood in the doorway. Her hair is cropped short, and she looks between us all with a questioning stare. Mum, I will look at your hand now, Seth acknowledges, nodding in the direction of his mother Sue. Sue had gently taped up my broken fingers, assuring me that I hadn't broken anything else, and a few weeks of keeping them strapped up should allow for adequate healing. We hadn't talked too much as Paul stood close to my side, his nervous energy rippling the room. His fretting continues to bubble over until, finally, with a snarl, he storms from the house. Billy rolls himself into the doorway, looking from me towards my brother in the absence of my imprint. I wouldn't worry yourself, Imogen. He's likely gone to take out his frustration, Billy assured, keeping his voice low as Charlie still sat in the living room. Or gone to meet his fate with Sam. Embry barked out a laugh, and I winced at the thought of Paul being punished for the situation. He'll be back, Seth added buoyantly, and I nodded meekly. The wolves hadn't lingered too long, all sensing an urge to be present for whatever repercussions Sam would be dishing out. I waited with Billy, Sue, and Charlie until the game finished, and I shared a lift with them. Billy seemed more relaxed around me, and Charlie remained blissfully ignorant of the tensions frolicking just out of his sight. The bungalow was quiet when I got back, and I bumbled about blindly contemplating how to end my evening. Usually I would email Bella, but I felt at a loss for what to say. Sorry Bella, I have totally spilled my guts to the pack, and they know you want to be turned into a vampire? Instead, I did a few chores around the house, biding my time in the hope Paul would arrive before the night set in. I am interrupting your internal conversation. Paul's voice came crisp through my hearing aids, and I scanned the kitchen, shaking the glaze from my eyes. My heart lurched at the sight of him, and for one horrible moment I retched, but I managed to stop myself from being sick. "Your face," I gasped, tears pricking my eyes. "It's fine," he grunted out, his split lip moving as he spoke. His torso was bare, but clawed, deep gashes that had clotted were slowly knitting themselves together. I stepped towards him, but my bare feet faltered again as I took in more of the damage that ravaged his godlike physique. A black, swollen eye, dark-colored bruising dancing his ribs. "Who did this?" I spat, my fists clenching as the imprint between us curled up like a spooked cat, hissing and spitting. Paul should not still be healing like this, so slowly. Unless, of course, it was inflicted by someone powerful, the Alpha. I took my punishment, Imogen. I shouldn't have put you in danger. I should never have attacked Brady with you so close by. Paul hung his head low in shame. "I hit you," I shrieked in protest, storming towards him, pressing my hands to his open cuts. I know wolves heal freakishly fast, but to see Paul injured like this stabbed at me. "Sam needed to punish me for putting you at risk. He has his own responsibilities to you," Paul scoffed, shaking his head. "What do you mean by that?" I questioned him, reaching up on my toes so I could grab his chin, turning his face from side to side, and analyzing the damage to his handsome face. Paul went to speak but cringed, as if the words wouldn't come out. He growled, his snarl low and fierce. I went to step back, but he encircled my wrists. "I'm not snarling at you, Imogen," he corrected quickly, tucking lilac blonde strands away from my face. "Being in the pack, the Alpha, Sam, he can forbid us from acting on a scenario or disclosing information," Paul told me, his voice icy. "That's not fair," I cried. "None of this is fair, Goldilocks," he agreed, resting his forehead against mine. A dull ache in my head probed at the words. What loyalty did Sam owe to me? How could we possibly be connected? "Imogen," Paul's voice pushed, and I looked up at his dark orbs, seeing concern flashing in them. "Sorry, what?" I asked softly. I said, "Would you like a glass of water? You've gone a little pale," he mused with concern, a large hand resting on my hip to steady me. No, I'm fine. "Thank you," I dismissed, allowing his warm hand to ground me. I was so in tune with the desires on the imprint now. The coil that stretched thin and achy when we were apart, how it twisted in delight when we were close. "You are so beautiful," he husked, his other hand stroking my freckled face. I cast him a warning stare. He had wounds that would drop most grown men, yet here he was, walking around like a war victim. "Shove off, Paul," I warned him, making him smirk. "You don't know how much that pout makes me want to kiss you again, Imogen," he husked, pulling me firmly into him, our bodies pressing together. I crane my neck to meet his eyes. One still looks painfully sore, and the other dances with mischief. My breath comes out shallow, and I lean unconsciously closer to him. "Why don't you then?" I challenge, my voice soft, and a boyish smirk overcomes his face. Paul moved with freakish reflexes that made my head whirl. Suddenly his face was a breath from mine, his hands cupped underneath my bare thighs, lifting me with ease onto the counter of the kitchen. I gasped into his mouth as he pushed my legs wider, nudging his body between my legs, which quickly encircled his back, willing him close. His lips were hungry, stealing heady kisses from me that made me groan in longing. Our tongues danced rhythmically, and I willed his pain away, longing for the thread between us to allow me to tug the pain he must be feeling away from him and into my own aurora. "Gods have mercy. I love you so much, Imogen," Paul husked, his lips nuzzling the outline of my jaw, then my neck, nips, kisses, and licks. Whispering delicious Quillette words between breaths, me pulling him tighter. My wolf, my imprint. Correspondence la push. July. Paul had slept beside me for most of the night, and I had stirred in the early hours at the feel of his heated fingers dancing along my rib cage. I sighed as his fingers grazed the bralette I wore, teasingly stoking longing in me. "Get some more sleep, Goldilocks. The wolves are going out to play," he cooed, nuzzling at my neck and pecking my cheek. I mumbled something, still on the cusp of sleep, my head full of fog. The imprint was subdued by having him so close, and I flexed my fingers around a toned bicep, willing him to stay. He gave a light, throaty laugh and prized my fingers free, soothing me away with more soft kisses. Sweet dreams, Goldilocks, he sighed, and then he was gone. I slept fitfully until the sun rose, and I padded around the kitchen, waiting for Embry to wake up, having returned hours earlier from his shift. Correspondents Isabella Marie Swan and Edward Anthony Masson Cullen, together with their families, request the honor of your presence at the celebration of their marriage. Saturday, the 13th of August, 5 o'clock in the evening. 420 Woodcroft Avenue, Forks, Washington. The arrival of this invitation this morning signified so much. It proved I'd failed in any meek attempt I'd made to stop Bella from getting this far, distracted by the wolves. It proved fate was forever set in motion and I'd been naive to believe otherwise. But most of all, it proved that soon all hell would be breaking loose. I cringed while setting the crisp card on the counter. Embry read the words over my shoulder, and I could feel the tension radiating from him. "You don't think," he began, but stopped. My mind was quickly following that thread of thought. Surely she wouldn't have, I broke off, considering this. Surely she wouldn't have sent an invitation to Jacob. Surely she wouldn't be so callous. I whimpered, thinking of Jacob sitting at his kitchen table, sliding an identical invitation from a crisp, lightly scented envelope. I turned to look at Embry, my eyes wild with worry. Paul wasn't due back for another few hours from his patrol, and goodness knows what edge of the La Push border he was currently patrolling. I tried to keep the nausea from rising at the thought of Jacob reading this invitation, knowing how it would trigger his already raw emotions. The breakfast mixed with tablets churned in my stomach, and I wanted to heave into the sink. My chest had broken out earlier this morning in a rash that was stinging my skin, and I had hidden it from Embry's gaze with a high-necked shirt. "We have to go to Jacob," I say to my brother, my legs carrying me on an adrenaline that pulsates, numbing the ache that usually follows me in every step. I moved quicker than I had in weeks, and even Embry looked a little baffled as he followed me. The bread that was slotted in the toaster would burn, and I hadn't had a chance to braid my fading lilac hair from my face. But I moved on, down the porch steps, somehow having snatched up a light rain mac in the process. My feet were pummeling on the ground as I crossed past Embry's car. It would be quicker on the shortcuts through the woods. "Slow down," a fierce voice cried behind me. I guess he'd rescued the toast then. "You are meant to be superhuman," I challenged back to my brother, who kept pace easily with me now. "Well, superhumans don't run well on empty stomachs," he retorted. "Embry, for once in your life, you have to stop thinking about food," I cried, appalled at his terrible prioritizing in this situation. He snorted a huff, taking my arm and willing me to jog quicker. The path is well trodden by the wolves, and I am grateful for my brother guiding me through the dense pine trees. "Paul always thinks about food," he scoffs after a moment. "Does he?" I question dubiously, faltering mid-step. "Of course not," he bites back. "He thinks about you a lot, and trust me when I say I don't want to repeat what that looks like," he adds a little sheepishly. I wiggle my eyebrows teasingly, and he mock gags in disgust. I shake the smile from my face and remind myself of the reason we are running through the woods like two crazed people. Why would she invite him to her wedding? Embry asks, breaking into my thoughts, seeing me as the only one who could explain or understand Bella's actions. "Because he was her best friend," I hissed sharply. Embry only grunted in response. "It's going to really hurt him, Embry. We can't let him do anything stupid," I worried, gnawing at my lip. Where the hell was Paul? Or, better yet, where was Sam? He could use his freaky mind control on Jacob to stop him from doing anything crazy. I allowed my jelly-like legs to carry me faster. Emrby was growing more agitated by the second, his legs carrying him further ahead, so I was being tugged along behind him. "I should shift, Emi. Hurry up," he ushered, and I bit back the urge to spit at him, saying that he was lucky I hadn't thrown up or passed out yet, and that if he had consumed the amount of prescription medication I had this morning just to make it out of bed, then he'd Likely be in a coma. I can't go any faster, I whined instead. As the admission fell from my lips, he caught my arm, tugging me onto his back. Please don't lose your shit, he hissed, and suddenly he was leaping forward. I shrieked a shrill, wild cry as we hit the ground and raced forward. I realized I'd pressed my eyes closed in fear and willed myself to open them. Embry's back was no longer bare, it was covered in fur. I felt faint at the realization that he was carrying me in his wolf form. I dug my fingers deep into his fur, clinging for my life. The speed he took through the woods was unnaturally fast. It was something I'd never wish to repeat again. The rush made my ears pop and my stomach drop out. My legs quaked in fear as I sat high up the back of the gray wolf. I will kill you for this, Embry, I gasped as he turned us, and I nearly smacked my head off a nearby tree. I will kill you, and then Paul will kill you, I warned, and he shuddered. The sound of the wind dulled, and I reached up to try and adjust the hearing aid on my left, but the movement almost set me off balance, and I clutched firmly back onto Embry, yelping. The trees were beginning to thin out, and I sighed in relief. We were close now. Embry jerked, dropping me roughly from his back and onto the ground, making me cry in surprise. I flashed him a filthy stare, but he merely jerked his head towards the black property. The ground was solid and I brushed the earth from my clothes. I know, I snapped back, but the words were silent. My hearing aids really were playing up. The forest had protected us from the brewing rain clouds, but they were gathering thick and dark here in the clearing. A storm was on the horizon. I could smell it in the air. The vibrant red of the black house stung like a beacon. It spurred Embry on, and the wolf paced ahead. I faltered, wondering what the hell I was going to say to Jacob. What words could possibly make this situation better? None I knew. The wind rippled Embry's fur, but he didn't shake from the chill. I pulled the rain mac around me, holding it against my shaking torso as the wind tore at my clothes. Embry stopped before the porch, remaining in his wolf form, willing me along with his eyes. I strode through the neatly trimmed grass of the garden and called out for Jacob. My voice was inaudible even to my own ears. This wasn't a good sign. Even with faulty hearing aids, I should be able to still hear myself speak. I hadn't had an episode of my hearing dropping out like this in a long time. Paul's words stabbed in my mind as I hammered against the black's front door. Dangerous. Wolves were dangerous. Imprints made them dangerous. Love made them dangerous. But Jacob wasn't dangerous. He wouldn't willingly hurt me or Embry. The door opened swiftly, and the rain spat on my forehead. I moved my numb fingers to push it away. Good morning, I chimed. Billy looked up at me, mumbling something back to me, and I struggled to read his lips. He spoke again, and I continued to stare in confusion. No sound was entering my ears. This was definitely bad. Even Billy looked concerned. Billy, I can't hear you, I sobbed, panic seeping into my voice. The man wheeled himself back, allowing me enough room to shuffle into the tight doorway and out of the rain. Embry remained in the garden, pacing back and forth in his wolf form. Jacob's appearance was a welcome diversion. It pulled me from my spiraling panic. Even in the faint light of the corridor, I could see the vibration that was pulsing from him. He was a wolf about to shift. I had seen it before and felt it before. Jacob, I warned, pushing myself into his path. He looked at me with sharp eyes I didn't recognize, for life had dimmed in this. He was pushing a path through to the doorway, and I tried to tug at his searing wrist as he barged past me and his father. Jacob, please, stop. Let's talk about this. We want to help, I protested as he pulled back the door, allowing the howling wind to beat down on us once more. The rain was teeming now. The invite sat uncomfortably in his right hand, and I winced as my eyes drifted across the scroll of text, the ink bleeding in the rain. I know you love her, Jacob. I cry. His head flicked back for a mere moment, his eyes softening. But too soon they cleared, the pain-etched darkness returning once more. He was sprinting into the eye of the storm. Billy wheeled himself after the body but made no progress. He quickly ground to a halt, and I sucked in a breath through my teeth. Embry looked between Jacob and me, his fur sodden and his eyes looking like those of a lost child. Jacob soon became no more than a blip in the tree line, and Billy turned away and moved into the house. He didn't speak to either of us. His own eyes were lost, hurting the child he couldn't help. I walked slowly to my brother. The feeling of uselessness stung at me. We couldn't comfort Billy, and we couldn't take Jacob's pain away. My mind wanted to focus on trying to find Jacob. The anger I felt towards Bella was pulsating through my body. She'd hurt him. She'd hurt a member of the pack, my family. I typed fiercely, smacking each word on the laptop's keyboard, still unable to hear the sounds it produced. Subject: what you've done is this time. Bella, as your friend, I would like to take this opportunity to say congratulations. Thank you for the beautiful invitation. Of course I will be attending. Sort of the whole reason I came here in the first place. We have a lot we need to talk about. Call me. But as your friend, I also have to say, what the actual hell? You don't invite Jacob to your wedding, Bella, for goodness sake. If you were that adamant that you wanted him there, the least you could have done was broach it in person. I know you haven't intended to hurt him, but he's broken bells. You could have given me the heads up. I might have been able to ease him into it a little, but it's all still so raw for him. Jacob is missing, so I suggest you get down to La Push quickly. Love, Amy. I closed the laptop lid and shoved it under the sofa. The room was dark, and I could see the stars glittering in the sky. Emily was asleep on the armchair, with Sam towering over her like a knight, solid and unmoving. Her body let out little shakes as she slept, and her hair had fallen across the scarred side of her face. The room was beautifully quiet. Not even Sam grunted at me as I stood and wandered into the kitchen. The wolves had descended shortly after the morning's events. Jacob was missing. No one had heard from him, and the wolves said he was too far away for them to even use the telepathy they shared. I shivered at the thought of Jacob out in the wilderness alone. After Jacob had run away, Billy could hardly speak to us. He was so upset, and I was on the edge of a full nervous breakdown with the combination of Jacob running away and my hearing fading into nothingness. After losing some of my hearing during a viral infection as a child, I had adapted as best I could, but using the aids was not always comfortable. Nor was it easy growing up as the child who wore aids to school. Children didn't like things that were different, and I was different painfully so in many ways. My hearing was quite stable. It hadn't deteriorated, although it would never fully return to the capacity of a normal person. However, during the height of my illness, when the autoimmune disease had taken a stronghold on my body, my hearing had dipped out for a few days. It had been terrifying. My nightmares coming to life. Of course, it returned an infection the doctor had cited that a course of antibiotics could help treating. But to have the world fully silent, to be tuned out of it like that, was alienating. This, of course, happened today. Again. I had managed to convince Embry to drive me to the hospital after. We had trudged ankle-deep through the boggy mud of the forest, the rain like a torrent. I was crying for Jacob's pain. Paul had been sent after Jacob, along with Sam and Jared. They were worried he would do something stupid. Embry had told me. He had made his words slow and overpronounced so I could read his lips. They all had. All of them horrified by what was happening to me. The accident and emergency department had seen me quickly and diagnosed a severe ear infection, which the painkillers I'd been taking had clearly masked. They suggested it should clear up with the antibiotics and I should be back to normal within a few days. By the time we'd arrived back, they'd been waiting for us. I'd leapt from the car, hoping for an update. But here they were fussing over me, like I was what mattered here. I dismissed their petting, asking about Jacob, but no one had any news. Embry had managed to get some takeout pizzas from the diner, and as we'd crowed into the glass room, someone had fumbled with the record player. The music filled the room, and they'd smiled and cooed to each other in delight, but the silence embraced me. I finally allowed their concern to comfort and soothe me. I'd lolled on the sofa, cuddling with Paul, who was tenser than usual, his expression a gloomy mask. I pull out a tub of ice cream from the freezer in the kitchen and arm myself with a dessert spoon. As I turn to pad back to the glass room, I meet Paul's skeptical eyes. My heart thumps in surprise at his presence in the room. I of course hadn't heard his approach. In challenge, I pop the lid and shove a thick spoonful into my mouth, widening my eyes and giving a sarcastic sneer. It's funny how much I exaggerated my expressions when I couldn't hear my surroundings. "What?" he challenged, stepping closer. "You're just going to eat yourself into a coma?" he asked, ensuring he overpronounced each syllable for me. Paul's mouth was so familiar and so easy to read that he needn't have bothered. "Problem?" I challenge, curtly shoveling another mouthful in. Paul sighs, palming his face, and he looks emotionally drained. I think back to the others, lounging, waiting desperately for some news that Jacob is okay. I hadn't realized Paul cared so much. "Talk to me, Paul," I say softly, setting the ice cream down and stepping close. "Please," I husk. "What? Like you talk to me?" he spits, giving a bitter laugh I can't hear. "What do you mean by that?" I demand, crossing my arms over my shirt. I struggle to keep my voice low, not wanting to give Sam or Embry any motivation to come and eavesdrop in more detail. "For fuck's sake, Imogen." Paul seethes, spitting his words, which I know must be raising in volume from the way his lips rush them out, losing patience. "You can't hear. You've gone completely deaf in the space of a few hours, and you're acting like it's nothing. You are so wrapped up in everyone else's life. Your illness is so apparent to us all, the pain you're in. But you won't talk about it. You never talk about it. Not to me, not to anyone. I feel it sometimes. Down the connection. The pain," he breaks off, and I realize I have backed myself further up in the small kitchen. Paul's words cannon into me, taking the breath from my lungs. "It's private," I whisper. "Private," he sneers, pacing now, wildly back and forth, hands clenched. "Private? I can't see you like this, Imogen. I can't watch your body destroy itself. You're my imprint. Do you not understand what this is doing to me? You need to explain," he commands, stopping to stare right into my soul. The imprint lurches away, willing me to shut down and put a stop to any talk of this. So, it has finally come up. My health. This was sure to be a disastrous series of events. I needed to make him stop, to silence him. The only way I could do that was to hurt him, to stop him. Paul had seen too much now. He'd seen the painkillers, the nausea, the aches, the rashes, the vomiting, and the ignored doctor's letters requesting appointments. We hadn't touched on the subject. He hadn't dared bring it up, and I had too much self-loathing to address it. For a moment, I'd convinced myself I could be a normal young woman with Paul. I deluded myself that this condition would go away. We could pretend I wasn't ill. With Paul, none of it seemed as important as it once had. The maximum dosage of painkillers, the physiotherapy, and the possibility of my organs failing as I got older. None of that was my focus. "You're just a summer crush, it was nothing you need to know about." I lie, the imprint making me want to physically retch as the words leave my mouth, a sucker punch to the gut, and I hold the counter to keep myself upright. "You're a liar, Imogen. Just like you've lied to me. You tried to keep this from me all this time," he accuses. "I wanted to protect you, to let me tell you when you were ready. You never were going to tell me. Were you?" he added, his realization splitting across his twisted features. "You have no idea what I wanted to do, Paul," I cried back, losing the composure I'd been clinging to. "I know they must hear us now from the glass room. I wonder if one of them will try to intervene. You might have an inkling of what my body is going through, but you can never understand." I whimper, curling in on myself and dipping my head low. Paul is suddenly before me, grabbing my chin so I can meet his eyes and hear the words he is wanting me to read from his lips. "But they can make you better. You just need to see a different specialist. They will fix you. I'll make them take the pain away, Imogen," Paul assures. "That won't happen, Paul," I dismiss hotly, as if it could really be that simple. "But he doesn't get it, does he? He will never get it." "I will fix you, Imogen," Paul snarls. "I can't be fixed, Paul. People like me aren't made to be loved," I countered, tears stinging hotly behind my eyes. "You don't mean that," Paul says, palming the dampness from my face before I'd even realized it. I was crying silent tears. "You need to accept who you are, Imogen. Accept what it's made you. I don't love you any less because you're in pain, Imogen." "I am disgusting, Paul." What my body has done this to itself. It is destroying me from the inside out. I sob. There is nothing in me worth loving, I shriek, my voice shrill. I need to get some air, Paul sighs, defeated and palming his face. Breathe. There's plenty of air. I snarl the words, ripping them free, and I want to shake him. Paul leans forward and plants the most tender of kisses on my forehead. Come find me when you're ready to let me love you, Imogen, he nods, stepping back again, retreating further and further until he's left the kitchen. Until the ice cream has left a wet puddle of condensation on the worktop. Until Sam is the one catching my arms to stop me from crumbling to the floor of the kitchen. I am engulfed by the scent of the wolf. The smell is so foreign yet strangely similar, almost like embry. Being in pain doesn't get easier. You can tolerate more and live with more. That's how you manage to cope, slowly. You must grieve the life you thought you were destined to live. At first, you have hope to hold on to hope that you will beat the statistics or that you will in fact respond well to the treatments offered. However, you realize you aren't going to break the curve. You too are sealed to a life of pain. I spend every day of my life in pain. Sometimes it is unbearable, it was for a long time, but more so, now it's tolerable. A cloud that lingers over me, a constant reminder that I will never be quite normal. I will never fully return to my old body. I will never forgive myself for the torment my body has caused, for the life it has robbed me of. I am for the first time glad I cannot hear, for the animalistic screams as I cry for Paul, for my mate, and for my imprint as Sam holds my body, shaking with pain, would make my own ears bleed. Author's note. Hello readers, I hope you have enjoyed the update. Things have really come to blows between Imogen and Paul. I would love to hear your feedback, so please leave a review. Thank you for the follows and favorites on the story, they are much appreciated. Lauren LC10, thank you for another review. I totally agree. Yes, Jennifer is very much in the dark on things currently, but I am looking forward to drawing her more into the story as it progresses. I had been waiting to build up to the discussion about the illness. There were some very big feelings going on in this chapter. Thank you for the heads up over the rating. Tidal waves Tidal waves La Push. July. Paul has been foolish enough to believe he could outrun them. There was no possibility of outrunning the feelings Imogen evoked in him. Such images would never leave him. They were seared into his very soul. Paul weaved through the trees, giving free to the predator within him, running dangerous and wild. His pack brother was hot on his heels, and he knew once Sam caught wind of where he was, he too would come after him. It was not only the imprint that protected Imogen. Sam, his connection to Imogen, meant he would protect her, and he wanted to rip strips from Paul. The wolf let out a howl and pounded faster. Not even Sam's hatred could be as strong as the torment that rages through Paul's body now. He despised himself for the pain he'd caused Imogen. His thoughts wandered to her creamy caramel skin and the scent of lavender that lingered on her fading lilac hair. The way her heart would flutter in his presence, the tug of the imprint, was firm and taut between them. Her hitched breaths when he kissed her touched her. It took everything in him to keep running. He wanted nothing more than to turn back, find her, hold her, and give her everything he could possibly offer. A life, a future together. But he knew better than that. Going back, he would only bring Imogen pain, too much pain. An ache ripped through his chest. The paws of his wolf form folded under him, and he slipped, hitting the dirt hard. The ache became a tear, almost like it was cleaving him in two. His pack brother neared, Jared jerking to an abrupt stop, nearly skidding into Paul in surprise. The dust of the forest floor rose up, kicking pine needles twirling in the wind. Imprints, hey? Jared teased, pacing beside Paul in his wolf form. Of course, Sam had sent his right hand after him. Paul snarled, baring razor-sharp teeth in warning. Jared merely shook his head, fur cascading. The pain had become an ebb now, stinging at him. That's the imprint calling you back to her. Jared clarified, and Paul tried to shut him out of his mind and close the vortex of thoughts that were spilling out of the dam of his emotions. But the thoughts, an array of them, climbed over each other, desperately pushing to the surface. Imogen's musical laughter. She was dancing, swaying back and forth, The blush on her neck. The first time he'd kissed her. Nuzzling against her in his wolf form. The images, like the woman herself, were uncontrollable, forcing themselves forward, forcing Paul to start running again. "Shouldn't you be with your imprint?" Paul snarled the words to Jared even in his head, twisting them. With the thought of the other perfect imprints, his pack brothers didn't have to try and tame the storm. "Shouldn't you be with yours? Leaving someone else to mop up your mess?" Jared attacked back with venomous words. It stoked Paul's jealousy, and he wanted to take a chunk from Jared at the suggestion of another one of them being near his Imogen. "She doesn't want me there," Paul shot back, thrusting images of their argument into Jared's mind. "She needs you. Paul, listen to the imprint. Listen to the wolf." Jared willed him to slow slightly, but Paul didn't abide, a stride between them now. Paul had to ignore Jared and his cryptic ideas. He swiped out at Jared, knocking the wolf abruptly off his feet. He cannons rolled, taken aback by Paul's show of strength. "Don't cross me," Paul threatened. The wolf remained grounded, trying to look for the humanity that should remain in Paul's eyes. He'd heard him thinking about Imogen doing that sort of thing a lot. She read him often through his eyes, but today, all Jared could see was darkness. It made him stay down. The strong, calloused paws of the wolf pounded the ground again, and Jared no longer tried to keep up with him. After a while, Jared's thoughts became more distant, allowing Paul to plunge quietly into his own mind without fear of anyone overhearing. I watch the water in silent contemplation. The tide crawls forward, threatening to tickle my toes, but pulls back, retreating into itself at the last possible moment, as if it were afraid of me. My hearing had begun to come back this morning. It was still a little patchy, but clearer than it had been in days. The relief that flooded me made me cry. The bungalow was empty this morning. Even Emily realized she couldn't keep watch over me for an extended period. I'd kept a firm lid on my emotions since that night. I hadn't let the mask of pain slip until today. Instead, I focused my energy on any news we could garner on whether Jacob was okay. Because when I did let the emotions flow forward, I drowned in their pain. I wasn't meant to fall in love. I wasn't made to be loved. Not like this, with such fierce passion and longing. People like me, people who are chronically ill, we live on borrowed time, and by some cruel twist of fate I'd been promised a man that could never truly be mine. "Wow, bad hair day." A cheerful voice laughs beside me, and I jerk around, knocking sand around me. The weather has picked up, leaving a golden shine in the sky, and the sand beneath me is warm to the touch. My heart lurched at the sight of him, my mouth dropping to form a perfect O of surprise. "You're back," I managed, the words sounding stupid as they tumbled from my mouth. "Looks that way," he shrugged loosely. He looked like he hadn't slept in days, his hair matted and a stumble broke out across his face. "Everyone's been looking for you," I snapped, still disbelieving the wolf that stood beside me. I wondered for a moment if I was hallucinating, perhaps a side effect of the medication. "I know. I've seen my dad and Sam," he shrugged, folding his long limbs to come and sit beside me on the sand. "It sounds like I'm not the only one they've been looking for," he added, bumping a muscular shoulder with me. The move set me off balance, and Jacob's firm hand re-righted me. "Well, they haven't been looking very hard," I snapped dismissively. I did not need to be at the top of the watch list for the pack. I was allowed to take a walk without being a missing person. "Nah, I just got to you quicker," he laughed, his smile not quite meeting his pained eyes. "You mean, they couldn't deal with the whole grieving for Bella and breaking up with Paul thing, so they sent you over instead," I corrected, shifting in the sand uncomfortably. Jacob's lips twitched, revealing a knowing smile. "I think they don't understand any of it," he shrugs, kicking grains of sand aside in frustration. "Well, unfortunately, my life can't be simple like the other perfect little imprints." I snarled the words, surprising even me as I spat them out. The imprint curled inside me, brimming with hostility. "Hey, we're just guys. We aren't supposed to understand feelings," he defended, lightly raising his sandy palms in mock surrender, making me frown. "Point taken," I sighed, conceding. "Why are you at the beach anyway?" Hiding from them or looking to go for another skinny dip? Jacob teased, and I glared at him in warning. I like the water. It calms me, I quipped, hotly shutting down any talk of skinny dipping. I prefer the forest, but there are these strange animals wandering around in there, so you don't get much privacy, I teased Jacob. He grinned back shamelessly. Really? He teased back. Best stay away from them, they sound like trouble. Agreed, I nodded, and we both laughed aloud. The laughter eased from our chests, and we fell into a pause, neither quite knowing what to say next. There was so much left unsaid between us. Why'd you run away, Jacob? I ask after the pause is too great and the water begins to lick at my toes now that the tide is coming in. I didn't think she'd actually go through with it, he mumbled, keeping his gaze out on the expanse of water before us. I hoped she wouldn't either, I nodded solemnly. Bella isn't ours anymore, Jacob. I don't think she ever was, not really. We have to let her go and accept her choices. I sighed, running sand between my palms, unable to look at the wolf with the broken eyes. And if we can't do that? He rasps beside me. I didn't say we had a choice, Jacob, I challenge, sinking my head onto his shoulder. He held me as I cried, his own eyes dampening at the edges. The waves slowly began lapping further up our legs until we stumbled from the beach, leaving our grief for Bella alone once more. She slept upstairs, and he could smell her scent filling the house. The imprint's tug had crippled him over and over as he tried to leave the borders of La Push. It had fought against him until he had whirled. Following the tug, he ran faster than he even had, defying every need to stay away to protect Imogen. Until the wolf was fully raged-free, until he could smell her scent so strongly, he could track her down to the Yuli's property. The scent of her lavender hair wash, the cocoa butter she smoothed over her skin after a shower, and the oils that she rubbed into her hands to soothe the aches. Her beautiful scent made him heady, but they were mixed, pulted with the smell of another. Jacob Black. Paul had raged, smashing through the front door like the beast he was. Emily had shrieked, dropping a mug, but Jacob was as quick. The man met him mid-leap, clothes tarring, and animals slamming. Together, skidding down the steps of the small house. Cracking the woods, Paul's fury roared to full crescendo, and he was ready to kill Jacob. He would kill him for touching her and holding her. Sam stopped them, of course. He would never allow such depravity between them. Your brothers, he had snarled. Pack brothers, did this mean nothing to them? The Alpha had roared with fury at the risk Paul had put upon them all. All Paul could think of were the shallow breaths of Imogen, soft, supple breaths as she slept unaware upstairs. Jacob had left quickly, and Paul has watched him go. The hold of the Alpha is the only thing stopping him from tearing the man to shreds. The furniture inside the house had been righted. Something was propped against the door to keep it upright and barley on its hinges. Paul had never seen Emily look angry. She was mellow and calm, a maternal figure to the pack. Sit. She gestured towards the chair at the wooden table, her brow deepest in a scowl. I think I'll stand, he shot back, his body thrumming with pent-up energy. The need to lash out at someone overwhelms him. Sam stood with his back to the door that would lead up to the staircase, a barrier, a very physical one between him and his imprint. Sam cocked his brow. It was clear this conversation was non-negotiable if we wanted to see Imogen. I ask you to sit, Paul. Emily shrieked, her voice shrill, her hair drooping across her scars as she slammed her palms onto the counter. Now sit, she commanded in a way that reminded him she was very much related to Leah Clearwater. Paul tilted his head in challenge towards her, fascinated by the emotions that were spilling from her. He wanted to provoke Emily until Sam lunged for him. Paul needs to shake out this energy that was drumming through his veins. Like I said, I'll stand. He laughed at her frustration and at Sam tensing, pressing himself into the door. How much would he want to rip Paul's voice box from this throat? You could have killed Jacob, she began. Her voice was gentle, and he could see the control it was taking her to keep her voice level. Killed him? She stressed, dragging out the chair and dropping herself into it with a heavy sigh. He looked from her to Sam, trying to understand why he was allowing Emily a chance to calm him and rationalize with him. It would never have gone that far, he lied, clenching his hands into fists. You tried your luck with Jared earlier, but you're after Jacob clearly, she shook her head in frustration. What if I am? He challenged, looking at them both in warning. Jacob has nothing to do with you. Emily challenged. I am telling you, Paul Lahote, that you stay away from that boy, or mark my words. You will be off his reservation quicker than you can ever try and throw a punch. I don't answer to you. Paul turned his back on her and gripped at the nearest piece of furniture, digging his hands into the dresser. You answer to this pack, and our imprints, our families are part of that, she snapped, and he heard her chair scraping back. Imogen values Jacob as a friend, nothing more, nothing less. You walked out on her, he came to see her. Don't try and read between the lines, Paul. It doesn't do anyone any good. Emily soothed her hand, dancing across his should. He allowed her hand to settle, allowing the warmth off her palm to soothe him for a moment. Bullshit. He groaned, turning around, needing to leave before he shifted again. I've seen the way Jacob thinks about her and what he thinks of her body. What happens when Bella fucks off to the land of the living dead and Jacob wants a new playmate? Huh? He accused. You tell him to keep away from Imogen, or my God, he won't live to see Swan's wedding. Paul spat, the shake of the need to shift overwhelming his body. We all care for Imogen, Paul. She is our family, Emily snapped back, and Sam grunted in agreement. Paul's head snapped towards the ceiling as he heard the floorboards creaking and the change in Imogen's breathing as she woke. Please, Paul husked. He had never begged before, but he would beg and plead on his hands and knees to be allowed to see her. Emily and Sam shared an unreadable look. Paul could feel the wolf shaking, so close to shifting. The alpha spoke for the first time. If you hurt my sister again, Paul, I will personally kill you, he warned, stepping back from the door and coming to stand beside Emily, holding her waist. Table talks, La Push. July. The spare bedroom of the Yulee house was something I didn't expect would be spared for very long. I pondered as I looked around the soft, simple furnishings if they would wait until after they were married to begin trying for children. Emily was broody. Her house was always so full of people, food, and warmth. She'd been feathering her nest, making a home, and preparing in herself for a family. I'd returned here with Jacob from the beach and waited, hoping and wondering if Paul would arrive, but he hadn't. I'd stayed the night, unable to face the empty bed with the sheets that would have his scent still clinging to them. Voices had stirred me in and out of sleep, but I remained stubbornly in bed, unwilling to face the harshness of the day, of the time I'd willed away. A sound like thunder hurtled through the house, and I pushed myself out of bed, feeling the stirring of something primal and familiar within me. My wolf was back. The bedroom was bathed in half-morning light, the curtains still drawn tight. The room was snug, and I couldn't imagine it possibly being able to hold the emotions that would soon fill this small space. I sighed in relief as the door opened then and Paul stood before me, my Paul. The imprint hummed in delight, willing me to leap into his arms, but I stood firm, my bare feet planted on the wooden planks of the floor. Emi, he sighed, his words like a prayer. His eyes were as dark as the night sky, and I wanted to lose myself in the vortex of them. Paul was a planet I would forever orbit. I scanned him. His face looked tiered and older, but his body remained lean and indominant, stooping to fit under the door frame, his bulk filling the room and making me feel very small. His eyes rushed over me, quickly at first, then teasingly slowly. Lavishing over my skin, looking closely at my features, he was flirtatious as he lingered on my most private areas, only hidden by the undergarments I'd been sleeping with, my clothes lost somewhere on the dresser. Can you hear me now? He asked slowly, his eyes skimming my body as if he still wasn't sure I was before him. Is it a problem if I can't? I bite back, the venom stinging my words. The imprint tried to soothe the hurt that echoed in my heart. He was back. He'd come back to me, but I couldn't forget the pain. Come find me when you're ready to let me love you. Was I ready? Paul didn't speak. His figure was still crowding the doorway. There is so much to say, yet there is still so much left unsaid. Paul begins but the words falter. His shoulders are tense, and his eyes scan me rapidly, like he'd been starved from the sight of me. A blind man seeing for the first time. When did this all get so messed up? Paul sighs, palming at his face, the exhaustion evident. I want to step towards him again, the imprint urging me to return to his embrace. The warmth and comfort I know he will bring me. It's been messed up from the start, Paul, but you've only just started noticing it, I scoff, wanting to laugh at the reality of our situation. I'm sorry, Imogen. I didn't handle things well. His eyes flicked to mine, and I allowed the contact, allowed myself to be pulled into the weighty emotion behind them. I guess I just didn't know what to do. I said some things I can't take back. I know that. But I never meant to hurt you, he confesses, kicking at the floor with his bare feet in frustration. I should have spoken with you about things sooner, I conceded, not moving from my spot in the room. Where does that leave us, Imogen? He asks, his eyes dancing to mine again. With us. I shrug and watch his head tip to the side in consideration, and he hums in thought. Your hearing's back then, he acknowledges, and I realize the only way to move forward is honesty. Yes, I nod. I had an infection. My painkillers, which I take for my lupus, were masking it temporarily. Paul looks perplexed for a moment, taking in the word he has probably never heard before, lupus. That's what the tests concluded the cause of all my suffering, my own self-destruction. The atomic bomb within my own immune system. Sam told me I shouldn't feel sorry for you and that you don't want my sympathy. Paul spoke, his voice raspy, addressing the floor. His eyes unable to meet mine. I don't need anyone to feel sorry for me. I agree, snapping at him fiercely as my back snaps straight. But it's kind of hard not to when you spend half your time around me nearly dying, Imogen, he teases nervously, and I manage a weak smile. Trust me, you've seen nothing yet. I manage back, my face moving into a smile, the movement feeling unfamiliar. The silence protrudes again. I want to invite Paul to sit beside me, but things still feel so fractured between us. Like strangers sharing a space once more. I'll tell you a secret, I say softly. I am scared of a lot of things. I am scared that I am unworthy of your love. I am scared that being ill will stop me from having anything I can love. You, my art, my life. I am scared you won't like the real me. Paul rubs his face with what I think is strain. Then I see him palming his eyes. It's okay to cry, Paul, I whisper, the imprint forcing me forward, my hand stroking his jaw, scuffing along the light stubble that has shadowed his face. Paul turns his head down to meet my gaze. He leans into my touch, his hand coming up to cradle my own, his other resting on my hip. I am scared, Imogen, so scared that one day I am going to lose you and that this illness will break you, he confessed. I wind my fingers through the thick, dark hair on this scalp. Willing the words I know I needed to say, the assurance I should offer. But no words formed on my lips. We sat like that, cradling one another for an unmeasurable amount of time. Being around Paul allowed my bones to settle within themselves. The void in my chest had closed, and the darkening thoughts in my mind had been silenced. When we finally untangled ourselves and set off down the narrow stairwell, steam was pouring from the kitchen. There was nothing more to be said on the earlier topic. Where most would have been flapping in panic at the many pots and pans steaming, Emily remained gracefully calm. She batted steam away and leant gently to push open the window. I scanned the room. Something was out of place. My eyes settled on the door, and I bit down on my lip, resenting the urge to ask why it was hanging on by just one hinge. Emily's eyes brightened when they caught me, and she opened her arms for an embrace. Paul hung back from me, sulking slowly towards the table, where Sam sat glowering. I allowed Emily to envelop me in a comforting hug, and I clasped her tightly, drawing assurance from her calming presence. Is it long off, Emily? Paul whined. It smells so good. I'm half starved. He joked, rubbing his stomach as the chair creaked under his weight. Now that would be something I'd like to see, I teased, releasing Emily to scoff at Paul. So easily falling back into bantering. Well, that would be pretty difficult, Boney. Not all of us survive on yogurt, he teased with a satisfied smirk. Do not, I protested. Do too, he mimicked, impersonating my voice in a high-pitched nasal tone that was quite unjust. Jerk, I cried, pulling out the chair beside him and trying to elbow him in the ribs. Bimbo, he tossed back with a smirk. Prick, I scoffed back, crossing my arms in annoyance. You love it really, baby, he chucked, rocking back on his chair. I wanted to shove him sideways from said chair when he leant forward, stealing a kiss. But I couldn't stop the girlish giggles and blushes that flushed through me as his warm lips danced against my own. Paul expertly wrapped his calf around the leg of the chair, dragging it to collide with a thud against his own. Bringing us closer, his heat radiated into my side. My body pulsed with a dull ache of need for him. I wanted nothing more than to straddle his hips and be lost in deep kisses. His breath was heavy on my neck, the stubble eliciting small giggles as it brushed against my skin. I felt he was about to say something, but a raspy cough broke us apart, and Paul's lips faltered. Carefully, he placed a kiss just above the hollow of my neck, then slouched back with a heavy sigh into the chair. I followed his dangerous stare over to Sam. Something unreadable passed between them, and I felt my own back tensing with the hostility between them. Paul stood to help Emily bring dishes to the table, and Sam hovered close by, watching Paul's every move with burning eyes. No one spoke but to thank Emily, and the men began to shovel food down like they hadn't eaten in days. On a good day, I could probably try and manage a full plate, but today really wasn't going to be one of those days. I pushed the food around my plate, my appetite wavering despite the fragrant cooking smells. I forked at the vegetable, willing Paul to slip some turkey off my plate. Sam and I wanted to speak to you, Emily began carefully, cutting her turkey into bite-sized portions. About Bella, the wedding, and her changing, she explained, setting a piece of meat into her mouth and chewing thoughtfully. We also know you have lots of plans for your future, what with moving out to start your degree, Sam added, his voice raspy. I nodded in mute understanding. Paul's hand soothed strokes over my thigh. We just want you to know, well, to understand that no matter what happens over that side of the border, well, you always belong over here. With us. Your family, she assures, reaching across to cup my hand. Thank you, I say weakly. I want you to know, all of you. You're like family to me too. I feel very fortunate to have found you all. The tears sting at my eyes, and I blink them away. On matters of family, I shuffle in my chair. I want to help Embry find his father, I blurt out, looking at the untouched plate of food. To find our father really. I look around, meeting the gazes of each of them. Paul's grip has tightened even more on my leg, and his fingers on my skin feel like they are the only thing keeping him from shifting at the table. I wonder how long it will be before he must excuse himself. Sam looks guarded, his eyes burning, and Emily purses her lips. You could cut the atmosphere with a knife. I need to have answers. For Embry and for myself. I need to know the truth. I build on my statement, eyes bleeding into Sam's. Digging up the past can be a very dangerous thing, Imogen. I think you need to understand that you may not like all that you hear, Sam counters darkly. This is bullshit, Paul snaps, pushing himself up and storming from the kitchen. By the time he'd pulled the door back, he'd shifted before he'd jumped from the porch. Sam wouldn't meet my questioning stare. You might not like what you find on the way to your truth, he mutters, getting up from the table and walking to the kitchen worktop. His bear-like hands clamp down like a vice onto the worktop, pressing so hard that I hear the wood split. We should all have a choice, Sam, don't you think? I sigh. When he doesn't respond, I add, I know what I want. If you aren't going to help me, then I will find someone else who can, I snap. The alpha turns to me, eyes like blades as they pin me to the chair. If I asked you to stop looking into your history, would you? He demanded. No, I admit, not even having to think about it. You're a stubborn woman, Imogen Morgan, he shot back. No, I just know what I want. Sam, I correct. He looked uncertain about what to say for a few seconds, and Emily seemed frozen in time. It was a strange scene to look at. It was almost as if someone had freeze-framed us. Fine, have it your way. But I don't want any of the backlash that is going to come from this, do you hear? Sam boomed in the small space. Loud and clear, I snapped, pointing at the hearing aids, which made Emily shake her head with a gentle sigh. I watched intently as he began to scrawl furiously onto the paper, the pen stabbing into it. I'd managed to get the information from him. It was a breakthrough in our relationship. Of sorts. Author's note. I hope you enjoyed the update. Please do leave me a review. I love reading your feedback.